They didn't let the goon on, bro. That shit crazy. Like, oh my gosh, bro. It's always harassment with y'all on TikTok. Like, who am I harassing? I don't tell these people to join my live. Like, the fuck? TikTok be discriminating, bro. My life. They don't let you speak on nothing you want to speak on, bro. Fuck TikTok, for real. This shit is crazy. I had to change up the topic, bro. I guess the topic got that shit shut down. I don't know. But this is insane, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. TikTok definitely be discriminating. They don't give a fuck.
Yo, what's happening, gangster?
What up? Abundance and gratitude. Are we all one species?
Shit, bro, I don't even know about all that, bro. I just
All right. I ain't gonna give you time. You sound like one of those animal DNA people that just want to crash out. I ain't finna listen to that. My life. Crazy as hell. There's only one race, human race. Is that a divine sister saying that? Please come up. We can discuss this. We can get into it.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? Are we all one species?
No, we are not all one species.
All right, can you explain that?
Um, so I've actually been here a couple days ago. I was listening to the topic and everything, everybody debating and shit. And I just thought I learned some things. I seen I've heard a lot of different perspectives. Um, but from what I've heard from the past lives, like you know, I don't think that we all have the same DNA and the same genetics and the same, I'm not like a science geek. Like I don't really know all the terminology and shit, but from what I've heard from past lives, I don't think we are all one species, bro. But if you could give me more like knowledge on the topic, then I'd be grateful.
I mean, I can give you some things to, look up and give you some keywords.
Yeah, that too, man. Because now I ain't gonna lie. Like since I've joined the law, bro, like a couple days ago, I've been starting to look at people differently. Not just because of the fact that what motherfuckers say, but just I'm starting to realize, you know what I'm saying? Just seeing I'm seeing shit differently now. You know what I'm saying? So
Most definitely, I understand that. Just DM me on here, and I'm gonna send you some of my books that I've been researching.
but
I
I got
got
you.
it. Most definitely, abundance.
Abundance, brother.
Now, is that Sister Brute still in here? You said we all one human race. I would love to for you to come explain that. Say you lost the plot. What do you mean I lost the plot? If anybody believes that we are all one species, please request up. Say I'm not a divine sister, bro. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. But I still would like for you to come up here and explain how we are all one human race. You got kicked. Yeah, they took down my live, bruh. TikTok be discriminating. But it's all right. I'm gonna chill out. I ain't even gonna do too much this time. But yeah, Brute, go ahead, request up. Explain to everybody how we are all just one human race. Right, I ain't do nothing. It was just this Hispanic boy. This nigga, he said that He's ancient and he's an Aztec and all that, but he can't explain why he has animal DNA. That's the thing. Everybody everybody want to say we're all the same. Everybody want to say that we all connected, but how is it one group of people don't have any type of animal DNA, but the next group of people has animal DNA? It don't make any sense. How are we all the same? No, nobody has an explanation. It's actually crazy. They love to spew a lie that we're all the same, but how are we all the same when you can't even explain your genetic makeup? You can niggas can't explain why they got chimpanzee, fruit fly, muskrat, canine, chicken, cow, um, what else they be having? Babonos monkey, rhesus monkey, sheep, goddamn zebrafish. They can't explain why that shit's in their genetics. But they love to tell us that we are one species. We're all one human race, though. It's crazy. The Neanderthals
What
probably
up, bro?
abundance, my brother.
Abundance, peace, God. You want me to explain for you?
Most definitely. You already know that.
Okay. So look, let's go back to the ancient civilization of Sumer, right?
Most definitely.
According to the myth and cattle and grain that was translated from the ancient Sumerian text, the builder gods, who they refer to as the Anunnaki, spliced their DNA with ours, right? To teach us because they said we didn't know anything about dressing in garments. We ate grass from the field like animals, and we drank water from the dishes, so they spliced their DNA with ours. But let's fast forward. I don't want to get too far into the ancient text, but Charles Darwin and Ernst Haeckel, they talked about what's called the biogenetical law. There was like a bird, a bat, a human. The embryo looks the same all up until about the 5 or 6 weeks. Is because we all have the same information that programs our body parts, right? So this is why we have a limbic system. We have an animal nature. But where I'm getting to is that we're in a simulation, and what we created ourselves. So we are no Anunnaki because that DNA is within us. So everything that you see, the universe, is all within us. So all these forces, these powers, is within us. We have this animal nature too because it's considered to be our primitive brain because it's primarily concerned with reproduction and survival. We're really like programs, we're like simulations, and we're being hacked and we're being bred to be aggressive due to our animal nature. But this is why, it's imperative for us to really learn our physiological processes and how our mind works because if you don't understand that, due to your animal nature, they're going to breed you. And this is what our governments are doing.
All right. So what do you? Who spliced who with who?
Well, the ancient teachings teach that the Anunnaki spliced their DNA with ours. The reason why they're able to,
Who is the Anunnaki?
the Anunnaki is an advanced. I'm gonna go deep with you, bro. So it's an advanced AI system. We're in like kind of like a matrix. We're in like a dream state right now. And the way it works is when you think, your cells give off a heat. This thermal heat becomes thermal electricity, and it goes up into the atmosphere. And it goes to the northeast and the southeast, and blows towards the equator from our trade winds, and it causes the iron core to turn. That causes a magnetic field. This magnetic field is known as Van Allen's belt. It transfers information, which is your thoughts and your memories, from our magnetic field to the sun's magnetic field. And according to the zeroth law, which is physics, it tells me that if I'm in communication with you, and you're in communication with your homeboy, then I'm in communication with your homeboy through you, right? So the Earth isn't connected to the sun's magnetic field. I'm connected to the Earth. So the Earth puts me in connection with the sun. And then when you look at the essence of everything, your mind is neurotransmitters. That's positively charged potassium and sodium ions. Your core of the Earth is potassium and sodium ions in crystal form. So we're storing information in these crystals, right? And the core of the Earth is the same as the sun. But as far as the Anunnaki go, it's us. It's an AI system. It's a
All right,
technology.
that's all I needed was you to say that they was us. So when you the etymology of Anunnaki, when you break it down, all it means is those who came from above. So it's not necessarily just a race of extraterrestrials, nor just one group of people. It just means anybody who came from above.
Yeah. It's built. These were actual real people, like real gods. You know what I'm saying? People think God could do this and do the third. There's physical laws. The ancients know that gods could die just like anybody else. However, we can't pass our knowledge on to our children. So that happened to me a couple years ago. So
Right, through information.
I'm speaking from truth. You know what I'm saying? Because my mind is capable of vibrational communication through the pineal gland, which we all could do because as a black race, which is really not a black race, you're a solar technology, right? That's what you don't know is that we're solar technology. And your eyes function like photovoltaics and creates 3D images like a hologram because the sun is a highly concentrated photons, which is a laser beam, right? So what's going on is people they're currently talking about what's called the Omega Lambda equation. Theoretical physicists they're talking about moving Earth to a higher orbit because the moon is gradually moving because we're losing our magnetic field. And then as the Earth burns off its hydrogen, it engulfs the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Earth, and so forth, right? So they call this the Omega Lambda equation, but Omega represents your mind, and Lambda is the latent heat of your mind. So in order to achieve this, you have to go back to your God state. But thank goodness you were genetically designed to have melanin in your iris and in your nervous system. So what happened
Can
is,
I ask you a question real quick though, brother? You said that we spliced our own people in order to create these other species. Can you explain to me how to splice through neuromelanin?
well, the text teach that when we were created, they were trying to do some kind of like death test tubes, but then they used their sister goddesses and they impregnated them with the local natives, which was us, the black people. We've always been here. It's like different races on this earth from like I call it different dimensions. Basically, people are walking around with heightened powers amongst us because they have a bloodline. So people like
Right.
for me,
This is not explaining to me how you can splice neuromelanin because what I'm speaking about is everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from multiple different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another. So my question to you is, how did all these different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another get inside of their genes?
how did all of these get inside of the genes? Everything is connected. It's called monoism. Everything is connected.
That's not true because so-called black people, we have no animal DNA, and the animals that they're actually spliced with are not natural to the planet. They are eukaryotic organisms.
Eukaryotic organisms, that goes back to like the earliest stages of formation when we're talking about single celled organisms. But you have to
Right. So
understand.
so-called black people are prokaryotic cell organisms, but everybody else outside of us are eukaryotic cell organisms, meaning they
Well,
have multiple different types of genetic material in order to create one embryological species.
you have to research the biogenetical law or the law of recapitulation. I'm not saying that there's not other genetics. Our genetics are pure. Though let's say the three primary divisions of race: the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, and the Negroid. So you have the Caucasian, the Chinese, and the African. All races come from us. That's traced back to the mitochondrial DNA. They actually
That's
found.
not true though. That's what I'm saying. Everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA from multiple different types of animals. But when you look at so-called black people, we don't possess any animal DNA. We have antigens on the outside of our blood, but as far as actually having animal DNA, we don't have that.
So are you familiar with the rhDNA?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're talking about what they said the Reese's. That's a fabrication of Charles Darwin and his followers, Ernst Haeckel. They tried to say that, hey, these people are from apes, so they assembled fake skull shapes. So we can't sit here and say that, hey, man, our DNA is different than theirs because you have the ectoderm, the endoderm, and the
Uh,
mesoderm. When the cell
so are
penetrates,
we just gonna not bring up the fact that genotype creates phenotype and our phenotypes, well, at least our base phenotype is completely different? Because genotype goes back into genes, which is genetic information, which is actually determined by your DNA itself. So how are we all stemming from each other when our phenotype is different?
okay, so let's start with the earliest stages of embryonic development. The sperm head.
No. I just want to go off of the question I asked as far as phenotype. How is our phenotype different, but we're all the same?
No, you have like we have different genetic markers, different genetic codes. But when we look at the base DNA strands, adenine, ethylene, A, B, C, D, basically these are just different numbers, just put in different formations to create different phenotypes.
Right,
But
I'm aware of that, but I'm saying how is our phenotype different though? Like I need you
it,
to fully explain that because like I said, phenotype is determined by your DNA. And all
Okay.
so-called black people, no matter what landmass we're on, our base phenotype is always the same: the neuromelanated skin with the hair that grows up towards the sun.
Okay. So where's the most melanin? It's in outer space, right? Outer space has the most element of melanin, right? So check this out. When you are born, during the embryonic stages of development, we develop an ectoderm, an endoderm, and a mesoderm during the embryonic disc formation. This determines the body structures in the nervous system, but you have to also take into account that as that sperm head penetrates the egg, there's a sac of mitochondria. This is pure energy. Neutrinos mix with this energy, and this is why we have like different personalities and different behaviors, because the sun is actually, which what we call God, is an intelligence, is changing the phenotype of the people because it's deciding who gets what reason and who gets what form of intelligence,
Now
right?
that's the first time I've ever heard something like that, and it don't really, it's not necessarily making any sense. Now,
It,
as far as the sun does not determine phenotype, that's a scientific fact. It just doesn't. What determines phenotype is your genotype, and your genotype is determined by your genetic information, aka your DNA.
does the sun not pump your heart? I mean, does it not give a pulse? Does the sun
I
not
mean, it
give
gives
you
life. We're so-called black people. We are directly connected to the sun. When you look at
exactly?
our biological composition, we actually match the sun and the cosmos. But as far as when we're getting into DNA and your genetic information, what I'm saying is, like I said, everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from different types of unnatural animals that cannot naturally reproduce with one another. But when you look at so-called black people, we have no animal DNA. This is why our base phenotype is different. That's what I'm saying.
That's because the text teaches that although we were made in the image of the Anunnaki, which is ourselves, they were made from us, and we spliced their DNA with other animals and other creatures. This is what the ancient
But you're
texts
not
teach.
explaining to me how you can splice neuromelanin. That's what I
Oh
was
no, I'm
getting
not. I'm
back
not.
to.
I'm not. I don't know how to splice neuromin. I don't even.
Exactly. So you can't just, if you don't understand or fully grasp, you can't just push that out because children are listening, right?
No, I never said that. I never said about splicing neuromelon. I said we spliced their DNA with ours. That's why this look. This is why you have to understand this, right?
Right. But in
If
order to splice our DNA, though, brother, you would
we
have
have
to
to be
splice
compatible, right?
neuromelanin.
No, I'm saying exactly. In order to do that, we would have to be compatible with them, right?
No,
So
no,
it's
no. What I was saying is, in order to splice us, because you're saying we spliced their DNA with ours, meaning that you would actually have to splice into neuromelanin, which is physically impossible.
no. I'm saying what the text say. The text say that they spliced their DNA with ours, and when you think about it, you have to take into account that if Earth
But did
moved
they
into
specifically say so-called black people?
no, they
Because
say
you're
that
referring to the Anunnaki, and
I'm
when
saying
the word
the first
Anunnaki just means those who came from above. So who are we really talking about?
we're talking about black people. We were here. We were always here, right? You're in a simulation. That's why I'm trying to get you to see. Like, if we move Earth to a higher orbit, the apogee changes and we change its orbit. When we become the planet Nibiru, we become the Anunnaki. You're just reliving what you've already done. You're experiencing a simulation to
Look, you
perfect it.
keep bringing up Anunnaki, and you keep saying that the Anunnaki spliced our DNA and things of that nature. But what I'm trying to say is Anunnaki means those who came from above. So-called black people, we are not the only organisms that came from above, right?
No,
And
you're right.
you're still not explaining to me how you can splice neuromelanin because, like I said, in order to, for I'm going off of what you're saying. You're saying that we splice their DNA with ours. In order to splice so-called black people's DNA, you would have to cut through neuromelanin with UV light, which is impossible because we actually absorb the UV light. So, can you explain how that happened?
Okay. I mentioned that the Anunnaki is just a pretentious nomenclature to express real gods that existed. So I'm not just saying that it's just the Anunnaki. I previously said that these were real people, these were real gods. I'm just using this name because this is what most people are familiar with. In order to splice your DNA, yes, you need ultraviolet light, but you also have to take into account that we didn't enter the age of atomic energy until 1943 when we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima in 1945. How did it your DNA runs off of nuclear energy? How did it, we went through these ages, the bronze, the rock, the age of combustion, the age of coal, and so forth, and yet we run off of electricity. How did it? 0.1 volts powers your mind, a chemical electricity. It's because you're an avatar. Your body is connected to what we call these Anunnaki or these other gods or these different planetary systems.
Right. So you're referring to the so-called black extraterrestrials, our brothers and sisters that are above. Yes, we are connected to them genetically, but like I said, we as so-called black people possess neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight and can condense sunlight. This is why you cannot splice into our cells with UV light. So you're saying I just want an explanation on how the so-called white man, the so-called Asian man, and the so-called Arab man actually got on the planet because they possess animal DNA, but so-called black people, we don't possess any type of animal DNA. You're saying that we splice ourselves with animals, but it's not making any sense because how come we don't have animal DNA today, and how come nobody can explain how to actually splice through neuromelanin?
So you're saying we don't have any animal DNA, right? Well,
No, we don't.
ask me this: why is it that the embryo of a black baby looks the same as a dog, a bird, a chicken, a horse, up at the bottom? No, 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 no. This is real. This is real science. This
Hold
is
on,
real
brother. I'm
science.
gonna get to you, brother. Don't worry. Let me go ahead.
Hey, but this is real science. How's it that a bird, a bat, a human embryo looks the same up to about 5 or 9 weeks? This is the biogenetic law. It's because we have this DNA in us. So I don't know what you're talking about. We have this animal nature. How is it I could breed you just like I could breed an animal through classical and operant conditioning? It's because we have an animal nature in the
That's not
ancients.
animal nature, bro.
Well, how do
Like
you have?
if we're looking at the base of genetics, right? You're
What do you?
saying that I understand where you're coming from when you say animal nature, but that's not necessarily animal nature what you're talking about as far as embryological origin. Because we had so-called black people, we have a completely different cell type than everybody else outside of us. As I was saying earlier, everybody outside of us are eukaryotic cell organisms, and so-called black people, we are actually prokaryotic cell organisms.
So you saying prokaryotic organisms can't evolve into a eukaryotic?
No, because I mean that's what they're saying. They're saying somehow it mutated into the eukaryotic cell, but they're not explaining how that process took place because prokaryotic cells, they the number one rule is that which is natural can't change unless something unnatural takes place with it. So my question is, how did a prokaryotic cell turn into a eukaryotic cell? How did we go
Well,
from haploids to diploids? These are the
okay,
questions
so what
scientists are
happened? What
asking.
happened? What happened is okay. Everything is energy. We're in a thermodynamic system, right? So they naturally, with blue eyes, that's a loss of DNA. That's a loss of information, and it messes up the genetic marker, right? So what happened is the ancient teachings teach that Earth, when we were created, we had a connection to the gods, which are the planetary systems. But due to a defect in the world's collective consciousness that's connected to Earth's magnetic field, our intelligence diminished, and this is a loss of information. So what you see is that as a black man, it's not that you have blue eyes. It's not
Bro,
that the white man had
I
blue
think
eyes.
you're getting too mystical, bro, because you're not explaining it on a genetic level. You're saying
Because
that all these things took place because of something outside of outside of Earth.
no, I'm not saying outside of Earth. I'm saying that there was a genetic breakdown. So what you see is they're reflecting this low
Okay,
wavelength.
how did so-called black people's genetics break down though?
I'm about to explain it to you. So check this out. You're connected to Earth's rotation. You're connected to Earth's magnetic spin. You're kind of like Earth's motor, and Earth is the generator. So as a wire moves in this magnetic field, it causes a current to flow through the wire. So as you move to Earth's magnetic field, it causes a current to flow through your brain. So the Earth is like your generator, and you're the Earth's motor. And the reason why you're the Earth's motor is because your thermal heat, when you burn glucogen in your mitochondria, it goes up to the atmosphere and it causes a force to our trade winds. It causes convection in the iron core, which causes the magnetic field. So let's go back to the ancient Sumerian times. They said our intelligence was diminished due to a defect in the world consciousness that's connected to Earth's magnetic field. So as these people started having genetic defects because technology experienced what's called entropy, that means it breaks down over time. So our optical system is technology. It broke down over time. So they started shooting back this low wavelength of light. What you see is the blue light being shot back out of their genetics. So it's a genetic defect. It's a loss of information. And this is what messes up our genetic code. And this is why we have all these different
That
sequences of
cannot
randoms.
affect so-called black people's genetic code, bro. Like I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, how did it mess up our genetic code?
You're
But
saying so. You're saying white
we
people. So you're saying white and Chinese people are not black.
no, they're not. What are you talking, bro? See, like I said, bro. So everybody outside of so-called black people, I need you to listen very carefully. Everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from multiple different types of animals. Most of those animals being unnatural to the planet. For an example, chickens, cows, pigs, fruit flies, zebrafish, and so on. You feel me? These are unnatural animals. So my question is, so-called black people, we don't possess any type of animal DNA, natural nor unnatural. So
And that's
my
not,
question is,
but that's
you're
not true
you're
though.
trying to explain the unexplainable.
No, but I'm not.
Scientists are asking these questions. How do we go from haploids to diploids?
So
How
you're
do
telling,
we go
so you're
from
telling,
mainly prokaryotic to eukaryotic? They're
so you're,
asking these questions.
so you're telling me that white and Chinese people are not black. See, this is where you have this. This
They're
is where you.
not so-called black people, bro, because we have different base phenotypes.
Hey, well, let me hold on. Look, check this out. Race, as you know, because you're pretty sharp. I'm listening to you, right? So I know you're sharp. So race currently we know is a social historical construct. The primary divisions is the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, and the shit, the Negroid, right? But
Right.
before that, but before the 20th century, now check this out. Before the 20th century, race was defined in three categories. One, they have shared essence. Two, these essence range on the scale. And three, they determine intelligence and behavior. We are all the same essence. We are all atoms. Two, we take in long and short wavelengths of light because of our melanin, whereas they take in the long and they reflect the short. So that determines your intelligence and your behavior. So as you can see, the race before the 20th century tells us that everything is black because everything is essentially carbon-based
But
atoms. We're
first of all,
carbon
black
entities.
black is not even a real thing, and this is why I say so-called black. You can tell a so-called black person from is different from everybody else outside of us because we share a base phenotype, right? So when you look at the Asian, the white man, and the Arab man, they all have that animal type hair. They all have pheomelanin. So what I'm saying is, so-called black people, we all share that neuromelanated skin as well as our hair that grows up towards the sun. That is our base phenotype. So my thing is, how did our base phenotype change into something with animal DNA? It makes no sense because we don't have animal DNA.
Hey, can you pull it up on your screen and show me what you're talking about?
What do you want me to show you?
I want to show you. I want you to show me the difference in the DNA strands.
This ain't a lie for me. This ain't a show and tell lie, bro. You came up
No,
here
but
trying to
I'm
explain it,
saying I
and
would
if you
want to.
don't understand what I'm talking about, then
No,
I'm not
I
sure
would
what to
like.
tell you. Go
I
research.
would. No, I'm saying I would like to know because myself I have a degree in
Okay, if you would.
neurophysiology.
Okay,
I'm
what's the?
asking you. I'm
Okay,
asking you
instead
because
of
I know how the mind
asking,
works.
right? So instead of asking me to show you, you just said you would like to know. What's the first thing that should have popped in your mind was, oh, I'm finna go research.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna.
here. I'm not here to spark your neurons for you. That's one thing I don't do. So if you don't have any type of knowledge on what I'm talking about, then that's on you, bro. We're talking about species. You're saying that so-called everybody is so-called black, which makes no sense.
Man,
Because
if
like
you
I said, you
hold
did.
on,
Do you
but you
even
went.
understand what base phenotype is?
You went to the eukaryotes and the phenotypes. You might as well say that we're amoeba. You might as well go back to the time of we're an amoeba. Come on, bro. You're talking to somebody who got over 20,000 hours of studying physics, quantum physics, everything. I
Right. I'm
studied
not. I'm
everything.
not doubting you, brother. I'm just saying you're trying to say that these people are us, but we have two different cell types, and we so-called black people. We don't have any animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us has animal DNA.
Okay,
You're not
let's use.
explaining
Hey,
that.
let's use dialectics. Do you agree that 99% of the world is made up of atoms? All matter is made up of carbon. Do you agree that most matter
Yes,
is carbon?
everything needs carbon and melanin to actually live. Yes, that's a
Oh,
fact.
okay, so because carbon 13, we have a magnetic resonance. Even white people, right? So white people have carbon; they're carbon-based entities too. So if we get rid of this
No,
color,
they're not.
and we
No,
just say
they're not.
that we're vibrating at different frequencies. Let's say we're just vibrating at different frequencies, but yet everything that you see is carbon. Everything is black. I'm not gonna sit here and say this white man is white. Nah, to me they're black because they come from us.
Yeah, they are the true black people because black is void of color. That
What
listen,
is
what
DNA?
I'm saying is,
First of all, these people have DNA.
hold on,
Okay.
brother, hold on, brother. What I'm trying to, brother Albert, this is what I'm trying to say. Everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA. You're not addressing this, right? You're just saying that we're all the same.
Nah,
So hold on, skin dog. I'm gonna get to you. So everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from multiple different types of animals that cannot naturally reproduce with one another. Okay, these are all different species that's inside of these niggas' genes. So when you look at so-called black people, we have no animal DNA from any animal. So I need you to explain that because you're just saying that we're all black and we're all the same, right?
Hey,
So
I was
can you
I was talking.
explain that?
I was talking to my homeboy Panther God. He with the gods and earths, and he tried to pose this argument to me before. He was like, "Yeah, they put this chemical on the white people hair, and it moves just like it did with a dog. But when they put it on black people hair, it didn't do that because we absorb energy." So he tried to tell me that they could tell that these white people have black animal DNA because they put the same shit on the animal hair and it does the same thing to white people. Nah, you got to show me proof. You got to show me facts. I'm a
I ain't
scientist,
gotta
bro.
show you a damn thing. I need you to you came up here saying that we are all the same. So I need you to explain why
And
these
I
niggas have hold on. I need you to explain why everybody outside of us has animal DNA, but we do not have animal DNA. Please explain this.
You're asking me to explain a flawed premises. That's what you don't
It's
understand. Your
not
premise is
flawed. It's
flawed.
a scientific fact that they share
Well, shut.
98%,
Well,
96 to 98% of their DNA with a chimpanzee, 84%
hell
with a
no.
dog,
Hell no. Hey,
91%
hey,
with
hey, brother.
a
Hey,
mouse.
hey, brother. It sounds
This is
good, but
scientific
hey,
facts.
you got to go.
This is scientific facts, right? 18% with plants. They share DNA with multiple different organisms in order to make up their organism. So I need you to explain that. If you cannot explain that, then I don't know what to tell you. This is I'm gonna just give you one more chance. If you can't explain that, then I'm gonna move on to the next person.
Hey, just move on to the next person. I like to listen because I want to hear because from my understanding, it's kind of flawed right now.
All right, most definitely abundance and gratitude.
Peace, God.
Go ahead, Highly.
I appreciate you, my brother Ether. Thanks for letting
Wow.
me up. Thanks for you guys having me here. I came up because I am at this time hosting lives and teaching about the Anunnaki, and I came across some significant information. It's very simple. The Anunnaki are the celestial bodies, in particular the seven that has us in light code lockdown, and they are Enlil, Ninhursag, Sin, which is Nana, Shamash, Ishtar, Inanna, which is also
Can
Sin. The
I
gods go
can
by
I
different.
ask you about the topic though? Are we all one species?
No, we're not. Not at all. Not at all. And
All right,
this
can
right
you
here,
explain that?
this right here is going to explain a lot because, and I hear you guys talking about melanin and carbon. Um, First of all, we need to recognize that melanin is a synthetic form of carbon, and we don't have so-called Black Americans or so-called African Americans or whatever they're calling us these days. We don't have melanin. We have carbon. We're carbon-based life forms. If And we don't have DNA. We have cosmic oil, so to speak. It's a Christos, and it comes from the cosmos. DNA is something that can be manipulated. DNA is a nitrogen base, and you can look that up with a quick Google search. It's nitrogen based. We don't have nitrogen. We are carbon based.
But
So when you
but
go
my
to
thing is, you're saying I'm not gonna doubt. Yeah, we have carbon, but everything has to have carbon in order to actually live.
that is correct. That is correct, but not melanin.
Huh?
Yeah, but not
Hold
melanin.
you're a little muted, brother.
I'm sorry, melanin is a misnomer. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. What I'm saying is melanin is a misnomer. And if you go back, melanin wasn't mentioned until the 1840s. And it was used to speak of an animal pigment. You can look that up as well. So to answer the question, we are not one species. There are a few species here on the ram right now, which Earth is not a planet, it is a ram. The only way out is in. Now back to these planets, right? These celestial bodies, and we know that they are our gods, right? They are the Elohim. The ancient Israelites named them this. Why we know that we are their descendants? Because each and every one of us have the elements, the same elements that they're in the cosmic bodies, they're in the celestial bodies, are the same as in the so-called Black Americans. The carbon. right? The copper, right? These are elements that are also in the skies. The zinc, everything that's on a periodic table is melanin on a periodic table. It's not. It's carbon, and they wanted to replace the carbon. No one has talked about the carbon because they want to tell you they want to reduce the carbon emissions, right? Because they want to reduce the original people on the planet and the original planet. They want us to go back to an AI planet. That's where they're trying to send us to. But I'm not going to keep running my mouth. I appreciate you having me up, young brother. I just wanted to come up and chime in on the Anunnaki being the celestial bodies. Enlil, that's Saturn. That's also Satan, Yahweh, Metatron, Azazel. They go by different names. Enki, that's Neptune. Okay. Also Prometheus, Poseidon. He was the one that gave us this fire, the Kundalini energy.
Wait, so is this based off belief or
All right.
fact?
Hold on,
This
language.
is
I'm gonna
based.
get you.
This is based off facts, and like I said, I can prove it to you just as well as I'm speaking it.
All right, the abundance and gratitude for that, brother.
I appreciate.
No problem. Go ahead, Skin Dog.
Not there.
All right, go ahead, Skin Dog.
Oh, I wasn't. I was up here by accident. I was just sitting out, listening at y'all. Y'all make some valid points on what you're saying, but some people you just can't convince them of what's real and what's not. You know, they want to come up with all the different
Yeah.
stuff.
The goal isn't to convince anybody. It's for people to do their own research. That's all. But do
Yeah.
you think that we're all one species?
Now, I know definitely we're not.
Okay, can you explain it?
That's the thing. I can't explain it. You know, y'all explained it best I heard so far. How did
We're
we
not
go
Homo
from?
sapiens.
Hold on, language. I'm gonna get. Matter of fact, language. I got you right after him. Hold on. Uh, so have you did any type of research?
Yeah, see, I'm 55, so I'm a little older, and you know, a lot of stuff that we was taught and the stuff, you know, we wasn't taught how to go out and research a lot of stuff. I had to, you know, I'm learning a lot of this on my own, you know, as being an older person. Like my older siblings, you tell them about some of this stuff, they'll call you like, oh, that's demonic, that's this, that's that, you know, but they don't want to, you know, realize what's real.
Right. So the books I've actually been into though, brother, is well like the people who created the books, they've been around for quite some time. They've been around since, you know, the 80s. You feel me? So it's not
Yeah.
this ain't new information.
But it was information that we wasn't we didn't have access. We had access, but wasn't nobody really looking for it.
So you wasn't looking for the info.
No, I wasn't. I would. Right about now, I'm still unlearning a lot of the stuff that was taught to me as a you know young man, as a child. A lot of that stuff that was taught to us, you know, a lot of us can't let it go.
All right, I can understand that. Okay. But abundance and gratitude though, brother.
All right, brother, y'all can drop me down.
All right, go ahead, language.
So I'm just curious. So are y'all not Homo sapiens?
Are we all one species?
Well, I believe so because we all are Homo sapiens, unless you classify yourself as a Neanderthal.
All right, can you explain how we are all one species
Well,
using
that's
just basic
still
biology,
something we're
please?
trying to solve, but we are aware of that we all share genetic similarities to one another. Hence why we are all Homo sapiens. You discover this through genetic markers. Kind of like how they find out your mom is your mom, your father is your father, paternal and maternal DNA.
All right, so how come everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA, but so-called black people possess no animal DNA?
So the thing you're speaking on is similarities. It's not that they possess it. It's similarities.
No,
Just as we
they
share
share
quote unquote
genes. They
similarities with
do you
cabbage,
know? Okay, they
because of
share genes though. Do you know what genes are?
yeah, I know what genes are. So what's the genetic marker that they have that's an animal?
Like I said, they share genes with different types of
Okay,
animals.
so you're speaking on genes. So what's the
Hold
genetic
on, hold
marker
on, hold on, hold on.
that animals and these people share?
Which genes is determined by genes is determined by DNA, your DNA, right? So my question is, how come they share genes or DNA with multiple different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another? But so-called black people, we have no type of animal DNA whatsoever.
So I already know about the study you're talking about, and it speaks on similarities, not that they do. But I'm gonna run with what you're stating. So you're stating since they do have these markers, I want you to tell me what's the marker.
I'm speaking about the fact that they share genes or DNA with
So
multiple different types of animals.
so we're speaking about the same thing. So again, because they share this gene with this animal, what is this genetic marker called?
I'm not sure what marker you're talking about, but I understand that they share, like I
Okay, so
said,
you're
DNA
speaking
with
on something you're
multiple
not
different
even
types of
knowledgeable
animals.
on. So we're gonna move on. So
I mean,
is
can
this
you
is this a
explain? Hold on.
theology? Was this
So,
belief
if we're going
based?
off the basis of science, right? So, like, you can look it up. These people share DNA with multiple different types of animals. Can you explain that?
We all do. It's genetic
There's not we
similarities,
all
not that
do,
we
because
share them with them.
so-called black people, we all share a base phenotype. But when you look at these people's base phenotype, they actually share their hair and pheomelanin with animals. Can you explain that?
Yeah. Wait, say that again.
All right, so all so-called black people share our base phenotype, meaning our neuromelanated skin and our hair, right? So when you look at everybody outside of us, they actually share a base phenotype with animals as well, as far as their hair and their pheomelanated skin. Can you explain that?
Yes. First off, for you to simply follow a race classification is kind of sad. Phenotypes is
I said
very
so-called black
diverse. It's
people,
not
bro.
specific to one group of people. You learn that if you go and visit the rest of the world. So I'm not even going to touch base on that because that's very
You said
elementary. As far
neuromelanin
as
is
you
only
speaking
so-called black
on
people?
hair, again, as I stated in the very beginning, that's genetic similarities, not that you have that exact. If you was to go and you break down your DNA, you would notice, even though you are of the same haplogroup of an African American, if you are African American, you would notice your genetic markers are not the same of these as these same people, but yet similar. Oh my God. It's like I'm like very confused with this right now because everything you're stating is like belief based. Just as that old dude that came up here started speaking about the Anunnaki and
So
all
the
that.
fact that they share animal DNA is a belief?
So, language, I have a question just to bring more, you know, drive his home point more. It drive his point home more. How do we go from haploids to diploids? You're saying that we're all the same species
Yeah.
and that
So
we all have a same common ancestor. So, what is the common ancestor, and how do we go from haploids to diploids?
well, the common ancestor exists in Ethiopia. Also, as far as the haploids and
The
diploids,
name of the
that's
common
unexplainable still
ancestor?
to this day.
Exactly. So if we never went from haploids to diploids, and that's the basis of evolution, which hasn't been proven, why are you saying that we're the same species and scientists aren't?
Because we all, what the hell? That's first off, what you're speaking on is a cause. So that cause is a separate conversation than what we're speaking on.
Yeah, I
A
asked you how we
species,
went from haploids to
exactly.
diploids,
So
which
the
is
cause of the
the base
switch
premise of what
is
you
still
brought
theory
up.
based, and I'm not gonna.
Language, no over talking. I'm just trying to mod for the host here. The question on the table is, you brought up evolution. You're saying that what he's saying isn't factual, yet bringing up out of Africa and saying that we have the same ancestor and that we're the same species. I'm just asking you to articulate and elaborate your point better. So what is the common ancestor that we have? I don't want to hear about the so-called man-made up title of the landmass. Can you give me also the man-made title of the common ancestor? Because
The very
that's,
first Homo sapien.
which is what?
I
Because
don't remember
if
their
it
name by
was,
heart.
if
I'm gonna
it
be honest with
predates
you.
the Homo sapien, then it's not the same species. Just like Homo floresiensis predates Homo sapien, they're two different species.
Of course, because
Okay, so you should be able to tell us what it is.
I don't remember the name. I
Not we're
can't
gonna
tell
have
you
to get to the
exactly what's the
next
name of
guest
the
because
very
it's
first
other
Homo
people that
sapien.
want to speak.
think you're talking about Lucy.
Is it Lucy?
The one in Ethiopia.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he doesn't actually know. Thank you. Go ahead, host.
I just didn't remember the name.
Yeah, and you should. You can't come at the host for something he doesn't know, and you can't even explain your base premise.
Actually, I
Thank
broke down genetics
thank
for.
you.
The genetics will point to a bloodline in the.
Go ahead,
Go
host.
ahead. I
Oh
think
wait,
Mr.
as far as what she
Hamilton.
said, CZ is right. It would point to a blood.
It will point to the AOO bloodline.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Hami.
Hey y'all, I come in every now and then and I listen to y'all and all that good stuff, and I think that what y'all are doing is great. But I guess my only challenge would be that to answer your question, yes, I do think that we're all the same. And I don't have the logic or anything like that. I'm not a scientist. I don't study science or anything like that. But I am a very practical person. So while I think it's dope that you guys are educating other Black people to let us know our divinity and how deep that goes, I think that spinning it on something like this is immaterial and trivial. Because while we may have this majestic DNA, we're different from everybody else, we're dead last. Black men have the highest mortality rate. We die before everybody else. Africa is being completely pillaged by Europeans. So they have animal DNA, but they have completely conquered the world. Black people are literally in America are a couple of paychecks away. They sit on this live talking about how special DNA is for Black people, but we're dead last. So
Okay, but
with this DNA, hold
you're
on one
talking
second. I'm
about
gonna let you finish. With this special DNA, what are we doing? Like, so they said, okay, we have this DNA from the sun and all that good stuff and melanosis and all that good stuff, but we are last. So now what? We're different from the white people. They're animals, but they're ruling. They are the ruling class. So now what? You think they give a damn? Like if they got on this live and heard this stuff, they would sit down and laugh at that and get off of it and go count their money and put their kids through college.
All right, so you're speaking about a system that they created off the backs of our people, right? So of course they're gonna do better in a system that they created for
Yeah, but
themselves.
we got the special
That don't make
DNA.
any
How did they
sense.
even do it?
Okay, what is having
We
special?
have this
First of
full
all,
special DNA, but
what's okay? Can I ask you a question? What special DNA do so-called Black people have?
Money is new, and they only created money because we was kicking the ass at bartering, because we share biological identification to this planet, so we are able to connect with everything, and we are the resources. So to the brother that's in the comments talking about chemical compound, is it not biochemical substances that make up your genome? He answered that question, y'all. So when the reason why it matters and it's important to have the discussion about genetic differences is because we are not the same. So you will subscribe to things like money in a matrix if you don't understand that the resource is you. Copper is in you. All right. Neuromelanin is produced in your pineal gland. They're born with theirs calcified. So if we understand that we're the creators of our reality, then you understand that everything in this that's being discussed in here is very important for us creating the reality that is conducive to our planet and to us. The more you keep subscribing to their patriarchy and to their system, of course, you're going to think that it's bigger than you. Whole time, if you just shift your focus and not give energy to it, it doesn't conquer or rule you. So stop putting your children in their schools. Schools mean school A, which means to hold back. So why are we, you know what I'm saying, gauging each other on education? Look at the etym of educate. Look at the etym of these words and you'll see what they're rooted in. I don't refer to my brothers and sisters as gods and goddesses because that's dogma. So when you know better, you do better. So we just have to do the research on thyself and understand who we are. Then we won't be saying that someone is bigger or someone rules over us when that's clearly not the case.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Homie.
Yeah, very eloquent, very very nice, well stated. Um, our DNA is different. We're a different species. How does that translate to actual change in this physical existence on this plane?
Because what
Is
they're
your position that we have to now wait until heaven, into some other
we're not
dimension?
religious here, brother. We're not religious, and that's not what I'm saying. See, when we're talking about creating your reality, that's just a thought. You shift frequencies through your thoughts. If you understand that, and if you understand energy, you don't need a patriarchal system. This is why genetics is important, because what's considered dormant is not dormant if you just exercise the muscle. So I don't, you're saying a paycheck away. I don't work for their system. Ether doesn't work for their system. Several people don't work for their system. Everything that we need, the earth gives. You don't have to go to the grocery store. I plant and I grow my own food. You don't have to go to other people. You can grow that stuff yourself. You don't have to wait for a system to shut down. You can buy solar lights now. All right. You don't have to wait for anything to shift outside of you for you to do it now. So what if their system is what it is? If you during the research, you'll see that it's crashing. So you better tap into yourself and them genetics so you can know how to navigate the planet that you're connected to biologically. For the host, his question or his statement on here on the board is, we are not all one species. So do you agree that we're not all one species? Because that's the topic in here.
I do not agree that we are all one species, and even if I did, it wouldn't change the current status of the affairs with African people across the planet, not just in America, but across the planet. It wouldn't change a thing. But I appreciate you guys for letting me speak, and I'm gonna continue to listen to what the host and a few other speakers have to say. I just wanted to just add that in and just make sure you guys think about that as well. How just about this different DNA and different species, how exactly does that translate? Because no matter how you try to run from it, the fact that you're an entrepreneur, you don't work for a white person, you pay taxes to a white system, you use white
What
people's
I'm saying, brother, is I don't give a fuck
banking.
because it is
But
crashing and
you
it is
have to give a fuck,
superficial.
ma'am. It's
So
not
if you
going
give
anywhere. White power is not
energy
going
to it,
anywhere, ma'am.
hold on. I don't care. Nobody in here cares about a system that's crashing and that was built 100% off of our G side. Okay, so again, we have to continue to shift the focus from a system that was put in place because we began to give energy to it. If you check the Schumann resonance, Earth's resonance, her resonance that's rising, then you can actually see the reason why everything is crashing for them. You have to know your genetics and know that that will always overrule a system that was designed to shrink your frequency. So it's not about just, oh, am I paying bills or the more you don't rely on them, the higher your frequency raises. The more her frequency raises, the more she unlocks her dormant DEA, and the resources that you think aren't there will come online. So the earth is always speaking in us, but it sounds like you listen more to them than your own mother. So again, the host wants to have a discussion about what the topic on the board. Out of respect, I think we should move on.
No, facts. Go ahead, Vesta Slayer.
Hello. We are not the same species because when you look at them, like we don't look the same as them at all, and they got tails. If they don't cut their hair and if you go on Google and search up "man walks across China desert for a year without shaving," it's a YT guy and his whole face is engulfed in hair, like his whole body is covered in hair. They have their eyes glow. Like if you take a picture of them with a flash camera, their eyes glow like a dog's eyes. So basically, we literally have different DNA than them. So we can't possibly be the same species as them because we don't have tails. It's impossible for any of us to grow fur all over our bodies. And our skin. Their skin cannot take the sun whatsoever. So we can't possibly be the same species. We're two different species, and it's really simple. It's that simple. our hair texture as well. They get lice and we don't. So like it's really simple. We're not the same species, but they trying to make it seem as though we are. Cause when we realize that, when us as a whole realize that we're not the same species, it will be better for us. Like we will understand why a lot of this stuff that's happening to us is happening. Cause when you put two different species of people together or animals or whatever together, this is what happens. Like one, the other does what it does, and like or try to conquer the other one or do all types of things to it and take the land from it and all that. So yeah, we are not the same species.
Facts abundance. Uh, who is that? Berserk. Go ahead, Berserk.
Um, I think what Language was saying, a lot of the stuff that he was saying was correct. I bet he could articulate it better than I can. But you know, I think that little picture that you have with all those DNA share, I think those are similar. Like I get what you're saying in terms of those other groups of people like Asians, white tea people have different DNA in terms of like Neanderthal DNA that, you know, people from Africa do not have. But those things where they share it with the mice, the was that dandelion, the monkey,
Persons
those
have
are
dominant
similarities.
DNA.
Swag.
Those are similarities. It's not the fact that it's stemming from those, like as if it's like a big melting pot. It's not like that. I might have been,
It's not
not understanding what you're
similarities.
saying,
It's
but that's
shared.
not.
It's shared. It's not. It's not similarities. That's the thing.
But we all come from atoms, so it's like there's going to be similarities between plants, all life. It's not. It's not
You keep
that.
saying similarities. They share animal DNA.
No, they share Neanderthal, but not.
No, they do. But I'm saying they share DNA with multiple different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another.
So what you're saying is, if I'm getting this right, like, they, you're trying to say that these, what are you trying to, so you're trying to say that like they're part mouse, part monkey, part
Yes, they took
manual.
information from multiple different types of organisms to make up their organism.
So are we like on some like Yakub stuff? Like, what do you mean to make their own?
Nah, Yakub means subplanter. I'm just saying, I'm just bringing to the forefront that these people share animal DNA with multiple different types of animals, and most of these animals are actually unnatural that they're spliced with.
But okay, I get the Neanderthal part where it's like, when they with draw genetic mutation for like the hair you're talking about all over themselves, and the blue eyes and the fact that they burn in the I get those parts. But
Uh,
if you
uh,
think like
where did
animals are
okay?
mixed in
Where
with
did
them,
the
except for
okay? Hold
Neanderthal,
on. Where did the Neanderthal come from? Because you keep bringing up, you agree with the Neanderthal. Where did the Neanderthal come from then?
that's so there's Homo sapiens, and then there's a Neanderthal. So that came from a group of evolution. I don't believe in that stuff in terms of black people, but I'm saying with
How
those
did the
two
Neanderthal get on the
subgroups,
planet?
it came from another ancestor.
Who?
I forgot the name of it, but then they came from another ancestor. That's the evolution. I don't believe in evolution in terms of that, where we came from monkeys, but that's what Neanderthals basically are.
Right. So
Not
all these other species that you're talking about, they all share a base phenotype, but when we get to so-called black people, nobody else outside of us shares our base phenotype. Why is that?
base pheno. Can you elaborate on that? Like, what do you mean by that?
As far as our neuromelanated skin and our hair.
Well, other okay, black people. How do you want to define black? There's other groups of people with that type of melanin that wouldn't be considered quote unquote black.
We're not to no. First of all, there's 5 different types of melanin, and only so-called black people have neuromelanin. So, like I said, how come
Do all
the,
black
the
people have
Neanderthal, the
neuromelanin?
Denisovian, The white Asian or the Homo sapien, these motherfuckers have animal hair. They have pheomelanated skin or eumelanated skin, right? So my
Wait,
question is,
animal
when you get
hair? What do
into,
you mean? What do you mean by animal?
I mean, they share their hair is similar to that of the animals. You can find their hair within nature, but with so-called black people, you cannot find our hair within nature, nor can you find our neuromelanated skin in nature.
Okay, you mean like the straight hair? As you mean animal hair, like as straight hair?
Yes.
Straight hair is genetics. There's black people in
Right.
Africa
I'm not.
with
No,
straight
there's
hair.
not. No, those are not so-called black people.
Hmm?
See, you're thinking when you hear black, you're thinking of skin color. I'm talking about genetics. That's the thing. So with so-called black people, all of our base phenotype is the same, meaning our hair grows up towards the sun, and we have neuromelanated skin.
So who do you consider to be black and who do you not consider? Because there's people
Did you
in
not just hear what I
Africa.
just said?
Right, but I'm saying specifically, like what groups are you talking about? Only black Americans? Are you
Groups
talking about
don't
West
matter. That's the
Africans?
thing. I'm
I need
not talking
specific.
about a group. That don't matter. Those are all just titles. How we differentiate who's so-called black and who's not is by genetics. So we go off the base phenotype, meaning our hair that grows towards the sun and our neuromelanated skin. And you get all that from the so-called black woman.
So just to get this straight, so black people that have neuromelanin but without curly hair, those people aren't considered black.
Okay, who?
Those are not neuromelanated people, is what he's trying to. There are 5 different types of melanin and 3 that pertain to so-called humans. So just because someone is brown or you think it's neuromelanin, melanin is a brown or a dark brown pigment. That is not neuromelanin, which is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. It condenses sunlight and it also is that. So just because someone is brown doesn't mean that they're neuromelanated. We would have to go based off of the mother because it's her genetics that rule. So it's not color, it's not nationality, it's not titles, it's not, when you say Ethiopian, we have no clue who you're really talking about. You know what I'm saying? When we say Australian, London, we don't know who, British, we don't know. You see what I'm saying? That's why we have to drop the titles. Genetics is the only thing that is concrete. Everything else is race theory that's made up. So
Facts.
what the host is saying is that genetics is the only thing, like race was created to combat genetics. The 1 drop rule was created to combat the so-called black woman because it's her genetics. It's the mother's genetics that rule, and totipotency is the only thing that matters to this planet. Who stems from the totipotent stem cell? That's it.
Yep. And as you can see on the bottom left corner, that's a Dravidian woman. She's darker than me, and she's darker than most so-called black people that we have today.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that she's so-called black or has neuromelanin. See what I'm saying? You could clearly see from her features or phenotype that she still shares DNA with animals, and her hair falls down like a so-called animal that you would see in nature. So that eumelanin to pheomelanin, that's the spectrum that exists within their species. Neuromelanin is what only so-called black people have.
Sure, but okay. My main thing was with the picture of the little boy and all the animals. But yeah, neuromelanin in terms of like pineal gland, like the people that like I don't know. It's
So you see the picture of the little boy that you're talking about.
right.
What does that statement say at the bottom right?
What percentage of its cutoff genetics do you share?
Right, share, right? You're saying similarities, but that's what they share DNA with those animals. They share genes with those animals.
And that's from an actual website who is like, they do genetic testing.
And
So that's not just something that is just like random, like, oh, just the image search. No, that he pulled that from an actual site that does genetic testing.
and
It's
that
a very popular image.
And that boy, that other boy next to him, that's from a DNA book, from a children's book. That's a children's book. That's telling them that they come from animals. You see what I'm saying? And they're only using eukaryotic animals. They would never put a so-called black person on those pictures because we don't phenotypically look like those animals.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is facts. This is a children's book right here.
We have
It's out.
antigens, but we're not the producer of animal proteins.
So to get this straight, you guys believe that, you know, white people come from part mouse, part dandelion, part monkey, part that, and that's what kind of makes their own, you know, race.
Scientists who created all this information, the books, the sources that we're pulling from, are saying that their own people, including themselves, share animal genetics. And what they have been trying to figure out this whole time is how we went from haploids to diploids.
Yep.
They found that it never happened. So evolution is labeled as theoretical because the base premise was never proven to be of a actual phenomenon or to be factual, even though there is fact in the theory. So we're not saying this. We're literally just presenting the information because all three of us have books on this shit and we've each been researching this collectively for 10 plus years. So it's nothing new. Like a genetic therapy, gene therapy, CRISPR and Cas9 has been used. It's a tech that's been tampered with since the 9 and 1000s. They use it every single day in the medical field. It's inevitable for them not to use the type of tech that we're talking about. So I don't know why people think it's pseudo, because the entire medical industry is built off of pseudoscience. They teach you in school to test a hypothesis through scientific theory. So none of it is true unless proven to be correct. Everything is pseudo according to science.
And that's what eukaryotic means. They're basically telling you that they share DNA from multiple animals.
Yeah.
They have different cells from different animals to make up their organism. They're telling you that.
True seeded nucleus.
And
That's
they're
what
telling you that
eukaryotic means.
these eukaryotic organisms are new and the prokaryotic cells are ancient and have been here for millions of years. They're telling you that but she left.
Yeah,
But
she left. We
abundance to the
didn't.
sister. I would like to get back to what the host was saying. I'm gonna share my screen.
Cece is next. She's been patient.
Yeah, go ahead, Cece.
I have been so patient.
Sky, I really like you. I like your mind. I like your point of views. But I originally came up here because I have questions that I wanted to see your input on. So what seems to keep going on is we keep speaking about race and things, but nobody's speaking on biracial.
Oh yeah, she addressed you in the comments. It's your mother's genetics
No.
that
Oh,
rule.
yeah. Because I was going to say, okay, well, speak more on that. Because when I heard that, that's when I posted, I said, damn, okay. Because I felt like that's where there was going with this, but speak more on this. So.
Are we all the same species?
I believe we have different origins.
Okay, so that means that we wouldn't all be the same species. So in that case, when it comes to biracial, like I had mentioned in the comments, it's the mother's genetics that rule. You can look into the mitochondria and the mother effect, and they will tell you due to her chromosomes that rule, her womb that actually constructs the child, and only the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg, her genetics rule. It's 95% of your genetics that come from your mother and 5% that come from your father. He's just sparking what the mother already came here with. She came here with all of her eggs, and so-called black women are the only women that can reproduce asexually through parthenogenesis. It's just, again, that is a part of our dormant deoxyetheric acid.
No, I agree.
That's what we mean when we say that. We don't actually need our divine masculine to procreate. Now everybody else can procreate with themselves and with us now because of introgression. So I know that's coming. Somebody in the comments has probably already asked, how can we procreate with these people? Because of introgression. When they came out of the caves 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, they couldn't speak. They have vestigial tails on all fours, couldn't reproduce with themselves or even, you know what I'm saying? They were
How would you say they came?
animalistic. Excuse me?
How would you say they came into existence?
So that's what I just explained. Introgression. They're here through electrical fusion. That's what the host was trying to explain. Of
You said,
course,
what is this?
introgression.
No, you said it's an electrical fusion.
Right. Electrical fusion is introgression. It's done through introgression, which is done through hybridization, which is done through repeated back crossing.
Okay, so do you think Inky or someone else?
All of those are just names of the eukaryotic organism's creator. You see what I'm saying?
As in,
Inky, Pindar, Moloch, Jesus. That's
and I
all
didn't mean to say
depicting
Inky. I
one.
meant Yakub when I was speaking about the science. So you speaking
Yeah,
about Yakub or
Yakub.
people?
Yakub is the same person as Inky. You know what I'm saying? Yakub just means supplanter. You know what I'm saying? Somebody supplanted their genetics
Okay, so it's a
into our
title,
reality.
like if I say doctor.
Yeah, it's just like you could say anybody can be a doctor. You see what I'm saying? This
I see.
Yakub is just me supplanter.
Right,
And
so
I
it's
and
just a
that
title
any
for people who were doing genetic
No, it's
tampering.
just a title for one entity that has been doing, that is behind all of the splicing.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Because so-called black people or all other organism, we're not the only intelligent life forms that have been inhabiting Earth. You know what I'm saying? There's multiple organisms, intelligent life forms that been here and been splicing organisms for over 400,000 years.
So what do you think happens after all of this? Their genetics eventually fade out completely?
Well, it's happening right now, but I think the host, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna tell her, look at the sun's activity right now, and it's affecting them on a cellular level. They're being removed off the planet. They predict 1.5 million of them will unalive this year. So they're being removed from the planet, and not just them, all eukaryotic organisms.
Anybody who carries DNA outside of a mitochondria Eve.
Who did not stem from the totipotum stem cell.
Yeah.
Mitochondria Eve is for everybody, but
What is
it's
that totipotal stem cell?
so I'm not, so just to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a question box. So like I'm gonna give it to everybody, but I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying, because that's taken away from his live. Totipotum stem cell, go look up what totipodency is. It's a cell that can replicate into any other cell. The only carrier of that cell is a so-called black woman.
And an organism
So
can be alive, can be born from just that single cell, and only the so-called black woman has it.
right. So everyone that is not stemming from the totipotum stem cell is here through electrical fusion, because there is no explanation for how a cow, a pig, a mouse, eukaryotic plants make up their genome when all of those things also are not natural to the planet. The only explanation for that is electrical fusion, and that's what scientists are saying,
And
historians.
And this is where they were finding the ghost DNA inside of so-called black women, which are a group of so-called black people that were never seen on this planet before. You see what I'm saying? And they were never seen. There's no type of bone, no type of none of that. It's only in our genetics is how they can see that. So we're connected to a whole group of black people outside of this planet.
Do you want to respond, Cece?
No, because I'm thinking. I don't have a response because I can't say that I disagree, because it's not that I disagree. I mean, it's just a scary thing to think about.
Okay. Go ahead, Swag.
My question was to the young lady that was Mrs. Skywatcher, right?
Hold up. Do you think we're all one species?
Huh? No, I don't think we all one species at all. I don't think that. No.
All right, can you explain that?
Huh?
Can you explain that?
Can I explain that? That kind of falls back into my question. She was saying how we're neither gods or goddesses, right? As far as when you deal with Yakub, him being a supplanter, she said that it was one individual. Now that kind of falls into the story of the 5% nation, the Nation of Islam, you know, where he was a god, also a black man, and also a scientist. You understand what I'm saying? So we were gods if you're dealing with that particular aspect of creating mankind. You understand what I'm saying? We are their God. So this is where us being God comes from, because we are the creators of life. You understand what I'm saying? And no, we are not the same species. Just like we're not the same as the African. You know, Africans have hominid DNA also, just like the Native Americans. You know, I was building on live the other day, and come to find out, you know, it was kind of surprising to me. Whereas he said that hominids, they crossed over the Bering Strait damn near 10,000, 12,000 years before the Native American even got here. And he was explaining how, you know, they had fanged teeth, they had tails, and you know, things of that nature. And he was saying how those hominids, those type of hominids, Homo erectus, habilis, those were the ones that was mixing with the people.
Who are you referring to?
I was on a live with, if I'm not mistaken, his name is Alan.
I'm saying, what are you referring to when you say that?
We're referring to the
they have fangs and tails.
To the hominid, that
Which
crossed
would
over
be?
the Bering Strait 10,000 years ago.
Right, which would be?
If I'm not mistaken, Homo habilis or Homo erectus.
Right, and who are you saying stems from those people?
Native Americans, also Africans.
Okay, can you explain to me how our brothers and sisters in Africa have animal DNA?
Because that's where that's where
Well,
Lucy is found.
can I just ask you this question though? When
Yeah.
you say African, are
Yeah.
you talking about the ones that are pale and without void, or are you talking about our brothers and sisters? This why we don't go based off a title. So I need to clarify who.
Right, Africans. As I said, when I say African, I'm coming more on the terms of their ancestors, as far as all hominids are found in that part of the continent, in that part of the world. And these are who scientists say, Lucy, these are the first ancestors of man and things, but not us though. This is where the separation comes into play. Not us from America. We don't have the hominid DNA.
Right, so but who are you talking about though? Because
North Americans, South
I'm
Americans,
saying, who are you talking
Central
about in
Americans.
Africa?
Excuse me?
Who are you talking about in Africa? Because there's a lot of unnatural eukaryotic organisms in Africa.
Okay, all
Who are
right.
you referring to?
Now, the white man comes from the African.
Okay, you can't just say African. What did that person look like? What did their phenotype look like?
Dark skin. They had the same, like, dark skin like a hominid. You know, like hominids got that dark skin. Some of them had dark skin like that, just like the African. They had dark skin. Their hair don't grow like, you know, it don't grow out. It stays at a certain wavelength. You understand what I'm saying?
So was their hair straight, or did it look similar to ours?
Nah, it don't look similar to ours at all.
So it was straight.
Just like they have straight hair in Africa now. Yeah, some of them.
Right.
Brother,
So
the person that you're talking about, so-called black or white, just let us know. The Africans that you're referring to, is their skin so-called black or white, so we can know?
Like I said, like the hominids, their skin was melanated.
Brother, there's 3 types of melanin that pertain. Can you
I
just
never
tell me
seen it.
so-called white or black, just so we can know? Because right now we
I've never
confused.
seen a white hominid. Have you ever seen a white hominid before?
I have pictures of them.
A white hominid. Do you know
When we're saying white hominid, like you're talking about hominids relating to animal DNA. So that's
Now,
white
hold on.
people.
When you deal with Yaqub, as y'all was talking about, he's not talking about a hominid. He's not talking about that. He's talking about something completely different.
We're asking you, brother, just so that we can follow you. Who are you talking about? The
Africans.
so-called. All right, I'm done.
You keep asking me Africans. They're not the same as North American.
African is a new term, like 2,000 to 4,000 years
People on that
old.
continent,
So that's
so we all
new.
understand
So
it.
we're
Like,
just
we all
asking you
understand who
to
Africans
follow
is.
you,
You just
brother.
said they were your.
Hold on, okay? Black or white? Just everyone in the room is confused. You're saying African, but Elon Musk is an African. So we're just asking you to clarify who you're talking about so we can follow you.
Y'all just agreed upon. Am I talking about the brothers and sisters? Or y'all just agreed upon, am I talking about y'all brothers and sisters in Africa? And I am saying, yes, I am talking about y'all brothers and sisters in Africa. That's who I'm talking about. The melanated people over there in the land so-called Africa. Yes, I am.
All right, so one,
And my
all,
point is
hold on,
basically that they have
all,
hominid DNA also.
all right. So all so-called black people throughout all land masses on this planet are all genetically the same. We don't have any animal DNA. It don't matter if we was in China, Australia, Russia. It don't matter where the hell we was at. You feel what I'm saying? We are all genetically the same. So when you say my brothers and sisters in Africa, I need you to explain how is it that we don't have any animal DNA, but they have animal DNA. That don't make any sense because they don't phenotypically present as any animal as well.
Yo, big bro, I'm on your live because I respect you, but you did the same thing to me last time. I never said that. What I'm saying, and I'm going to say it again, is that Africans is not my brothers and sisters. They have hominid DNA. I do not. That's what I'm saying. Because you
Right. So
just
if you're
flipped on me.
referring to Africans that look
Y'all
are
said
so-called
that those are
Africans,
y'all brothers and sisters.
right?
People
So if
in
you're
the,
wait, hold on. So
all
if you're
right?
referring to so-called Africans that
Yes.
share my base phenotype, I need
What
you to
base
explain to
phenotype?
me how they have animal DNA. Because like we stated, there's multiple different groups within Africa. Like she said, Elon Musk, that nigga's an African. And he don't share my base phenotype. He has animal DNA. So who in Africa are you talking about? There's a lot of imposters in Africa.
Right? I understand the question. Now, I have a statement for you. Do you believe that some people in Africa that's dark skinned can be labeled as a Caucasian?
Of course.
All right, then. So
Right,
you
but
saying that Elon
it's
Musk is
not
an
about the
African, you
skin.
know
It's
who I'm
about the
talking about.
genetics though, brother. That's what we're saying. See, you was saying melanated, but you wasn't differentiating what type of melanin that they possess. Because is it eumelanin or is it neuromelanin? You feel what I'm saying? Who are you talking about? Because if it's a eumelanated organism, that's not our people. But if it's a neuromelanated organism that you're talking about, that's my people. That's our people. You feel what I'm saying? So, are you talking about the eumelanated people or the neuromelanated people?
Now, what I'm going to say from what I researched, not everybody from so-called Africa is African. So your point and your premise is correct because I didn't approach that of me knowing like, yo, I know that everybody over there is not an African. You know what I mean? But a specific people that's melanated in Africa have hominid DNA and they are the creators of the white man. I know everybody in Africa
Can
is
you
not
ex-
African. That's a
can
fact.
you explain like the biochemical composition of the hominid DNA that you're talking about? Like what you like? Can you explain what you mean by
Right.
that? Like the
Hold
using
on.
the
Because I'm not going to use all the crazy words. You can just look up hominids. If you look up hominids, you will see all the different type of hominids. And you will see the different type of characteristics and the different features that these hominids have. The same genetics, the same type of phenotypes. This is what I'm saying. I don't have to use
no,
all R1,
I just
B1,
wanted to talk about the
C1. No,
biochemical
look up all the
composition with
hominids.
you. I'm
You
not
can
saying
look
I'm
up.
not at swag. I'm not asking you as if I don't know. I just wanted to have a conversation back and forth with you about it. But that's cool.
Like you told someone that you're not going to be here, sitting here being questioned and things like that. You know what I mean? Shout out to the live and the host also. But just like you said, you told them look it up. Look up all the hominids. All the hominids are melanated. All of them.
I
So
asked you
which
one
melanin?
question. She asked
It
me
doesn't
20.
matter.
already talking about it in the comments.
And
It's for
when you
something that
ask,
I answered 3 times in the comments. Don't even try to compare, please. That's a woman who her question had already been answered. And she asked
it
me
can
several
explain to
questions.
you
I
every
asked you
phenotype
one
of every
to
hominid
bring
that
up,
existed.
you know what?
Look it up.
Have a
So-called
nice
black
day,
people are
bro.
not connected to none of them hominids, bro. That's the problem. All of them hominids have animal DNA. And you don't understand the multiple types of melanin. So this is why you keep saying melanated people, melanin
Right.
this.
Why you can't answer a
Everybody on
simple
the planet
question?
has melanin, down to the microorganisms. They have their own classification of melanin. You don't even know life, yet you want to say that you're different from another part of you. While a different organism that's on the planet is usurping your number one resources, the black women and children of the planet. And you're worried about, oh, is he different? When we had the same phenotype, what's the problem? You can't tell me we're different without saying titles and talking to you and talking about the history of the eukaryotic cell. Why can't you speak genetics? We can only
That's it.
as a species, we can pass down genetics physically, but we can't pass it down mentally and spiritually. What the fuck is going on?
I just asked you a simple question so that way that we could further converse about it. I wasn't asking you from a place of ignorance. I asked you the biochemical substance composition because I knew it, or else I would have never knew to ask. See what I'm saying? Now you're trying to use reverse psychology. That's a woman that didn't know nothing about what was being discussed in here. That's someone that needs to sit with themselves and learn. That's not the same thing as me asking you a question who's already well versed in this.
I just got a quick question for Sky.
Hold on, nah. Nah, I'll get to you. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Yeah, how you guys doing today?
Doing good. Are we all one species?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know anymore. I came up here as a student. Many years ago, I had a mentor who kind of spoke to a small degree on the lifestyle that I should be eating, based on the idea of my carbon that was different. And it's probably the best thing that I've ever done. I've been plant-based now for this was like 15 years ago. I was told this is where I need to be as a black person with a certain amount of carbon and whatnot. But I came up to ask, and if it isn't NER, if it's from the School of Hard Knocks, what discipline is this? If I decided I want to go out and instead, because I'm fascinated, what discipline is this?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but the live right now is about if we are all one species or not. So why did I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, it's because we're talking about genes. We're talking about how some humans evolved, or how some humans actually got to this planet in the form that we're at. I mean, I'm interested.
It's a lot of
Right. So
different ones, but the base one is genetics, anatomy, physiology, biology, and genetics.
Okay.
History is in here too. It's everything. Paleontology, we talk about the Jura in here because that's what was happening prehistorically on the planet.
Respectfully, I appreciate that. Okay, I followed you guys for sure. Like I say, I'm fascinated to know more about what is going on in this realm that you guys are talking about. So I'm not here to say I know much of anything. I'm really here just to say thank you guys for being here, because I'm sure I'm not the only one taking down notes. And trust me, I've been taking notes. So
all right, most definitely abundance.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, based.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yo, bro, I was just, I know, I was just interested in live when you mentioned, are we all the same species? Technically, yes and no at the same time, because, well, for one, BLK people have between 5 to 19% Homo erectus DNA. You can actually Google this. 5% is for people that have left the sub-Saharan African regions. But the ones that are still in the sub-Saharan regions, they exhibit up to 19% Homo erectus DNA. The ones that have come out of sub-Saharan Africa, they exhibit the lower end of 5%. Now, Europeans, we're 98% Homo sapien, and according to science, we're 2% Neanderthal. The Chinese, I think, are 95% sapien, and 5%, I think it's Denisovian or something like that, which is another species. So, but all hominid species all descended from a common ancestor, and that common ancestor, going back to the Ardipithecus and the Australopithecus, they go back to the common chimpanzee 6 million years ago. This is what we know. All of the mammals on Earth that we see today, all mammals descended from reptiles over 250 million years ago. These mammals, they come from a class of 3 distinct reptiles. Now, I don't know how to pronounce all the names of them, but I think they're the Prototheria, the Metatheria. One of them's marsupials, and another one's the Eutheria, which is placental mammals, I think, which is a class of mammals that contains rodents, cats, whales, bats, and humans. So actually, whales are a part of that branch of mammals. When the dinosaurs died out 250 million years ago, the remaining reptiles, they diversified into those 3 classes of distinct mammals. And there were about 6,000, this is what scientists claim, there was about 6,000 reptiles that survived that mass extinction. So all life on Earth today descend from reptiles. That's why if you look at the most primitive part of the human brain, whatever mixture of species you are, whether you're part sapien, part Homo erectus, part Neanderthal, part sapien, part Denisovian, whatever you are, we all have a hindbrain, and the hindbrain is what we know as the reptilian brain. If you look at the plica semilunaris, which is a third eyelid, all human beings have it, whether you're BLK, YT, whether you're Asian, everybody has a plica semilunaris. This is a third eyelid, which is a vestigial structure, which is a rudimentary third eyelid, which is left over from reptiles over 250 million years ago. So this idea about, when you hear conspiracies about reptiles run the world and these people are reptiles, the truth is all human beings have reptilian DNA. It's a fact. Because all mammals descend from reptiles. But people get lost in these conspiracy theories and they say, oh, these reptiles run the world and these people run the world. We all have reptilian DNA. We have vestigial structures within our anatomy that were fully functioning structures in primitive species that came before us. Did you know that that 50% of human DNA actually matches that of a banana? Literally. But you wouldn't say that, well, we must have evolved from bananas then because 50% of human DNA matches that of a banana, because genetics doesn't work like that. So I would say that, yeah, we do share a common ancestry, and we are, when you look at the word Homo sapien, what does it mean? It means Latin for wise thinker. So sapien is not really an ethnic group or a species. Sapien is based on what I consider a sapien is cognitive ability. If you say that a sapien, someone is a sapien because of their biological anatomy and their chromosomes that they have in the DNA, then basically you're saying that everybody that's a hominid, regardless of their intellectual capacities or their IQ level, is considered a sapien. But would you consider someone who is not a wise thinker to be a wise thinker when that is literally what it means? So if you say that sapien is based on cognitive ability, then anybody that's BLK, YT or Asian that has the cognitive ability, which they're a wise thinker, then you could say they're a sapien. But you can't put a sapien down to a specific ethnic group. Do you know what I'm saying? So in a sense, yeah, we are all sapiens, but if you look at our DNA, even though we all share the same, similar cognitive abilities, you get people from YT backgrounds that are don't really have high IQs. You get people from BLK backgrounds that don't have high IQs. But then you also get people of all different ethnic backgrounds that have really high IQs. So you can't base someone's intelligence on the melanin in their skin, whether they're YT or BLK. You have to do it on an individual basis. But when you look at, the biological inheritance that that comes from a specific hereditary predisposition that we've inherited from our ancestors, nobody is a pure sapien because, like I said, BLK people exhibit between 5 to 19% Homo erectus DNA. Europeans are not pure Homo sapien because we've got 2% Neanderthal. The Chinese are not pure Homo sapien because they exhibit, I think, a species called Denisovian in their genes. So there is no such thing as a pure sapien. We all have hominid DNA from different species as well. So, it's one of them. Like the thing is we live in a world where, we talk about identity, culture, heritage. We look at sociology and anthropology, and we ask questions about where do I come from? Who do I belong to? Who's my tribe? Who's my people? And we try to base it on phenotypes. But the reality is if you go into your ancestry, you're going to find that, if we say that BLK people were the true people of Africa, well, but the Homo erectus was there before them, and the Cro-Magnon was there before him, and there was a species there before him. So and we exhibit their DNA in our DNA. So what is the original man? Is it the Homo erectus? Is it the BLK? Is it the Neanderthal? What is it? There's so many different species. You've got the Homo rudolfensis, the Homo floresiensis, the Homo erectus, the Homo sapien, the Homo
I'm just
Neanderthal.
talking about the people that's here today, all right?
Well, the people that are here today, there's nobody that's a pure sapien because, that's, like I said, even any BLK people that you find in the world today, whether they're African American or whether they're in Africa in the sub-Saharan, they all exhibit Homo erectus DNA, but it's between 5 to 19% depending on how much you've got in you. The sub-Saharan African region, they've got closer to the 19% Homo erectus because they're closer to that species. But the ones that have left Africa, that have gone to other regions, like in America, a lot of BLK people in America, they've got like YT ancestry as well. I mean, I've seen BLK people with blue eyes. I've seen BLK people with green eyes, like BLK people with hazel eyes. So
that has nothing to do. That has us having colored eyes. Have you ever checked the hardest?
It is because.
Let me go ahead and just speak, okay? Because of course we have these different colors. Our skin too. You can check the hardest stone, the information that was left in the hardest stone known to man. We were green. We were those blues, those colors that you're talking about with our neuromelanin throughout our entire integumentary system. The only reason why we are not those, let me speak.
Please.
No, it's okay, because he asked you a question and you went on and on and on.
But you're not letting me.
And you didn't even answer his question. So I'm just gonna cut to the chase.
This is a lack of melanin.
So with everything that you just said, and we hear
green
you
eyes come from Africa.
Everything that you're explaining. First of all different. I'm gonna drop you if you don't stop.
Well, drop me then. Don't bring me
up. You
Don't
didn't
bring
even
me up and
answer
ask me
his
a question.
You didn't even answer his question for real. You just kept going about.
I wanted to ask him how we went from haploids to diploids. How did the Homo floresiensis get here? How did the eukaryotic cell evolve, so-called? How did it get here? All these different animals that you're saying that we share biological identification with are new. Horses popped up on the planet 10,000 years ago, and scientists are saying that. Popped up is crazy for a species. And then check which part of the planets that they are native to. Like, y'all not really thinking. We want to know if we're all the same species biologically, scientifically, and genetically. Explain how we're all the same. Because if you're looking at science for your haplogroups, you're not including us. Your scientists are not labeling us as humans because we don't produce animal proteins. Just because we have antigens that surround our cell that have been introduced to our bloodstream within the last 2,000 to 4,000 years does not mean that those proteins, that we're the creator of those. If we're the same species, come up here and explain why we don't synthesize proteins the same, why we don't biosynthesize. I have proof right now that I can go. I have highlighted in a book written by 2 doctors that are saying that y'all only absorb vitamin D.
Yeah,
That's
the
not
center.
biosynthesization. You see what I'm saying? So if we're the same species, explain to me why we synthesize proteins the same, why we literally take in information through our integumentary system from the sun differently. Why are everything about y'all are born with your pineal glands calcified, so you're not even producing the neuromelanin that y'all cling to.
And
You're not producing that at birth.
And the study that you're talking about, the Homo erectus, that's false. The study that they found in that sub-Saharan Africa and Nigeria and all of those places around was the ghost DNA of a group of black people that have never been seen on the planet before. This is pre-Earth. You see what I'm saying? And all so-called black people, we already know that we genetically and biologically are the same. So they're talking about all of us. You see what I'm saying? So that what you're saying, that's false because all the hominids, all of those homos, they all have animal DNA and it's present in their phenotype. That's why you try to throw away or disregard phenotype. But I put in the comments like, yo, phenotype, that's how you differentiate species in nature. You can't just throw away that shit. Your phenotype is determined by your genotype. And your genetic material is just talking about the type of melanin that you have. And we don't have the same type of melanin. But you see all so-called black people on the planet, we all biosynthesize the sun and we all can eat radiation through black body radiation from terrestrial radiation all the way up to solar radiation. Y'all can't come up here and just say, oh, we're different and give us no biological facts on how we're different amongst so-called black
Bro, wait for
people.
him to
Y'all can't
talk.
say that. You see what I'm saying?
One at a time, y'all. Go ahead, host.
Yeah, I think Energy Creature was next. And then it's gonna be you, Gam. Go ahead, Energy.
What up? Good day, y'all. How y'all doing? Good day. How y'all doing?
Good.
Chilling, man. Yeah. I don't. Well, I know that we're not all the same species. I just have like I don't really know how to verse it, like how y'all versing it, but I just know it within my DEA that we're not the same because of one thing we don't have the same veins as one. We have green veins, they have blue veins. So I want to start there, like, could y'all like specify on that part of it?
Yeah, bro, I got a whole theory I want to give y'all, like a whole theory, and
Bruh, I'm not even on you yet. I said you're after him.
yeah, nah, I'm chilling.
I'm,
I'm just
I'm
waiting my turn.
obviously now you keep coming off you and talking, but okay. All right, go ahead. Energy, you was talking about our veins.
Yeah, like I was saying, like I really don't know as far as in depth, like how y'all talking about it, but I was saying, could y'all explain like more of that? Like I know we're different species because of the veins we have. We have green veins, they have blue veins. It's like, can you explain that part of it?
Brother, if you know that their veins are blue and that ours are green, you should study the composition of it so that way that you can understand it on a deeper level.
All good. I will do that. But I was saying that y'all have anything.
We're composed of different biochemical substances. There's sulfur and ammonia base, and we're composed of hydrogen, carbon, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen. And all of our cells are also programmed by neuromelanin. So there isn't any extra genetic material that is functioning our cells for us. And we also lack a nucleus because the neuromelanin is what's programming each of our cells. A prokaryotic cell is a cell that splits through binary fission. So it's not that we're just one cell, but we split through binary fission and make replicas of our own, of ourselves. So
I thought the center
with
of the
that, I would
nucleus is
just
magnetic.
say look into the difference of the functions of prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, and you'll have your answer on the blood. Look into the difference of blood composition, hemoglobin C, where that stems from. Look into antigens, how long they've been present in our blood, and then that'll give you your answer.
As far as the coloration, the hue of the veins.
It's the composition, not just the actual vein color itself. It's what's in the vein. So I'm saying like study the biochemical compositions of the blood from prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms is us. So study the cells, how they function, and you'll see all the differences, not just the blood.
Got you.
All right.
You pretty much answered it. You know, it's all good, and I appreciate y'all channel, y'all page. We're trying to, heighten our frequencies. That's what's up.
Most definitely abundance, brother. Go ahead, Gamakazi.
Y'all, I just want to present a theory to y'all. Like,
Nah,
I'm not
are we
saying
all one species?
it has to do with the topic, but I just want to
Nah, I
present
want to
this.
hear your answer. Are we all one species?
Are we all? No, we are not all one species. The hominid, we derived all from different genetic manipulation somewhere along the line. But the theory that I'm trying to present to y'all is that is about Pangea and the ancient trees. Pangea, we know the continent was all 7 continents were one continent at one point, right? And we know that on these continents there were giant trees, which we can assume that there were giant roots that were holding these continents together. And after the trees got cut down, that's when the continents broke apart. So let's think about the timeline in that time frame. That's what I'm talking about here. So I think the theory that I want to present to y'all is, what are the possibilities of the first people, the first human beings coming from these giant trees that were cut down?
What does that got to do with if we are all one species?
Because if you think about melanin, y'all can eat the sun like a plant or like a food. Y'all can eat it, and that's more akin to a plant. So these giant trees that were cut down, what's to say that the fruit that they bore weren't actual people that can absorb the sun, somewhat similar to a plant?
So if you understand, I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm being for real. If you understood the difference in melanin, then you would understand, like,
Because I've
you know
heard
what I'm saying, that
I
it's
heard what
not.
you were saying
So why
earlier.
would you over talk me?
I heard what you were saying earlier about the
Like we don't over talk. You've been over talking this whole time, Gamakazi. So I'm gonna need you to calm down and just listen.
Called race, your so-called race, Gamikazi.
I'm Mexican American.
Okay, so me as a so-called black woman, right? Are me and you the same species?
I definitely think that we might have came from y'all at one point.
And why do you think that you specifically came from us? Are you saying you specifically, or are you talking about everybody that makes up your haplogroup, everybody outside of the so-called black race?
I think in my specific case, there's if you do a 23andMe or one of them kind of tests, you'll see that there is African descent somewhere along the line.
Right, because the Cubanos, the Italians, all of that is a byproduct of mixing. Y'all are the hybrid species, one of the newest species on the planet.
And I could argue
But
that
it
at the
depends on who the mother is, because that's the way genetics work. So
right,
if your
right.
mother is so-called black, her children is black, regardless of how they phenotypically present. If the mother is YT, those children are YT, regardless of how the children phenotypically present, because again, due to the mitochondria, it's the mother's genetics that rule. So the titles, you see what I'm saying? We don't really do that in here. We're talking about genetics, but I see what you're saying. You're saying that according to your research, you see that there's some type of African descent,
Yeah.
but your mother is so-called Mexican, right?
Right.
Right. So then you would be a eukaryotic organism. There is no way that you came from the black woman or your mother. And that's not disrespect. That's just how
But no,
science and genetics work.
I'm not gonna dispute that. What I would say is that the Mexicans come from an aboriginal hominid. So it might not just be from y'all. We have some kind of aboriginal hominid in our DNA as well that may not derive from you.
Right. The aboriginal hominid that they're talking about is the so-called albino Dravidian. So that's a eukaryotic organism. And abhor means to hate the original.
Yeah.
So y'all are the complete opposite of us.
What we see in Australia now.
Right. Those are not aboriginals. Or those are aboriginals, but them is not the original people.
The point I'm trying to make is that we're the newest and also the oldest, because we have the traces of the new DNA and we have the traces of the old DNA as well.
You have the trace of the eukaryotic species either way it go. If the hominid that you're talking about is the albino Dravidian, the Dravidian is just who predates you.
I can't
Asian, I'm explaining it to you. So the Asian comes first in your genus. The next in line is Dravidian. Last is the YT man, and then after that is your Cubanos, your Mexicans, your Italians. So y'all are the newest. Ain't no old, because y'all still come after the Asian, and he's new. He's 10,000 years old, and then after that comes the Dravidian. So if you're saying that your ancestor is an aboriginal hominid, that's a eukaryotic. Based off of the title that you gave me, that's a eukaryotic organism or a eukaryotic man or woman that you stem from, which only genetically would have been the Dravidian, because it's the albino Dravidian that y'all are actually that albino is the Dravidian. It's not a neuromelanated man or woman. Our albino brothers and sisters are neuromelanated. It's just one of the 48 shades that she creates. So I'm just letting you know, according to science, biology, and genetics, you're still new.
Let's go to geography.
If you overtalk me again, we just gonna move on, because it's like I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, and then whenever I get done, then you go, and then it's someone else who wants to speak.
For sure. It's me. It's on me.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So we got to look at geography. I know you're looking at genetics and everything too, but we got to look at geography. And we know that the Olmecs inhabited the lands that what is now Mexico and southern parts of the United States. We know this for a fact. Pyramids. So I'm saying my genetics and my species go back before the first flood to the Olmecs. Is what I'm saying.
Them Olmecs never depicted you. Zell just pulled up a picture just now. I want you to go look at Black Olmec of Mexico.
I'm saying that we still. What I'm telling you is that we still hold genetic traits.
And then after this, we're gonna have to move on because you're over talking me. I just wanted to say something because we don't allow misinformation. Now we actually have to cut you off because his live can get flagged for misinformation. His account can get banned and he's already lost an account with 24,000 followers. So have a nice day. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't even do that. I didn't even do it that time. Zell is gonna pull up a picture of the people that you're saying that goes back to the flood. We're about to show you the structure that was created not by your people because of the stone, the amount of weight, where this is located, and the fact that they can't move this is nothing that your people could have done. And all of this information predates you and your people.
Right. You're saying focus on the geographical locations and shit, but that don't override genetics. You feel what I'm saying? Your genetics says that you're new to the planet. You're a eukaryotic organism. So how are you gonna say focus on the geography when that don't even matter?
So I know that you're in the chat somewhere now. Are you saying that you share phenotypical similarities with this brother that's on the screen? Because none of your scientists are saying that.
Y'all don't look like us, bro. This is us.
And that is programmed based off of what is in the genotype. So we can look at our phenotype, which is connected to our genotype, and we can tell that we are not the same species. We can't look at geography because those are man-made titles. That's not telling us about origin. The base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. Those titles are new. Y'all have been reclassified under different titles. That's the real reason why y'all think y'all come from us. It's because of the titles. When we look at genetics, y'all don't stem from us. You can't, a eukaryotic organism cannot stem from a totipotent stem cell that's been here on the planet for 13.6 billion years. If so, explain to me how we went from haploids to diploids and why y'all still to this day are not biosynthesizing the sun. If you're natural, why are you not biosynthesizing the sun? Absorbing vitamin D when it gives off several different interstellar gases. When you should be composed of multiple different, thousands of different, billions of different interstellar gases and nanodiamonds. How is the only thing you're taking from the sun, as big as a celestial being it is vitamin D? Vitamin D. Why did the book yesterday say, this is what scientists are saying. They're saying y'all have troubles, high amounts of issues under the sun, yet the sun is vital to you.
Exactly.
Huh? Because
Exactly.
neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and it's the only molecule that is. And then it just continues to condense. So this is the reason why our cells can't be spliced, because you need light to cut into a cell or to do any type of genetic modification. So y'all are the organism that has been genetically engineered over the course of the time that we're talking about. 2,000 to 4,000 years, because there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty, which was 4,015 years ago. Right. So the better question is, if we're all the same species, why wasn't 4,000 years ago we able to procreate with y'all? And why weren't y'all able to procreate with each other? I land.
Abundance. Go ahead, official Empress.
Hiya, people. I'm from the UK, but this discussion is very interesting. But I've got a video, like I was scrolling, and then obviously the host's name's Aoife. I believe I am a 9 Aoife being. But I just want to play this quick recording. It's only like a minute, 30 seconds. It's just breaking down our DNA. So let me know if you can't hear it or if you can. 1 second. Found out in 1996, a group of geneticists. Groups of people had different numbers of DNA series. Then they found further that not only are their DNA series different, but the number of DNAs in there are different in different groups. Whites have a different number of DNA, and blacks have a different number of DNA series. Apes have a different number of DNA series. Then they found this amazing thing, that the greater the number of DNA series, the smarter the person, the group is, the greater the probability of genius within that group. So they tested the orangutans, these 15 geneticists from around the world. These geneticists came from 9 different universities. Now here are the names of these 15 geneticists from around the world. University of Japan, University of China, Yale University is the headquarters of this organization. What it said is this. This is the mind-blowing part. It said that when they tested the orangutan, they found out he only had 3 DNA series. When they tested the gorilla, they found out the gorilla has 4 DNA series, but he's a little smarter than the orangutan. They tested the chimpanzee, which is an ape, and found that he had 5 DNA series. They went all into the different races of the world. They went into Europe and tested the DNA series of the English, the French, the German, the Spanish, the Russians, and found they had 6 DNA series. Then they put all of this, what they found from around the world, on a map. And this map really is called the intelligence map of the world, because they tested 116 different human groups and found their DNA series number. All of them, all over the world, have 6. Then they came to Africa. But when they came to Africa, found out that the African people have 9 DNA series. We have 9 DNA series.
Okay, so to break it down, black people are for beings. We don't share the same DNA as any other race, to be honest. So I wanted to hear what Skywatcher thought on that because she's very intellectual, very smart, and I find this discussion very interesting. But I've had this video for years. I kept pulling it up, it kept getting shut down and whichever. But that's just the truth. Scientists have done their research. They know our DNA is most definitely not the same. But the illusion is to try and make us think we are all the same, but we're not. We get melanated and our energy and power from the sun. From when I've been very young, I've been sun gazing and I had ridiculous strength. Not the same now because obviously they're trying to cancel out the sun and little things. We don't get the energy that we need. But when I was younger, the energy, the strength that I had was out of this world. And nobody else kind of had that strength that was around me because I was the melanated being amongst the people that I was around. So we have to make it make sense or it's nonsense. So yeah, I'll land there.
All right, abundance. Yeah, that was just. I watched that video that you just played, and yeah, 13 geneticists came together and they went around the world testing people, and they accidentally they accidentally figured out about the series of DNA. But abundance for that video. Go ahead, granddaddy.
So that mean that basically we're all trying to say that people with 6 serious DNA don't have a soul or self or
Are
something
we
like
all
that.
one species?
Spiritually, I would say yes. That's why I asked you the question I just asked you. Are you trying to say white people don't have souls or self or a spirit?
Are we all one species? Yes or no?
I just said yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, can you explain that?
Yeah, I just asked you a question to further explain. Do you think
Nah,
white people
you
don't
can't.
have a soul?
Hold on. You
Yes,
requested
sir.
up on my live, so I need you to explain how we are all one species because it clearly states that I believe that we are not all one species. So go ahead and
Right.
explain how we are.
Okay, I believe that the creator of existence created everything, no matter what it is. That's why I believe that.
So you believe in a God?
The creator of existence, a god, it indicates a goddess, right? A god is masculine, a goddess is feminine. I said the creator of existence is outside of gender, outside of anything that it created. The creator of existence is an adjective, not a name. Gods and
But there's
goddesses have
also
names.
masculine and feminine aspects of energy, which the feminine aspect creates life.
Does it create life by itself? Does the masculine energy create life, or is that just your
I mean,
opinion?
yeah, the so-called black woman is directly connected to the universe. She's a fragment of the universe.
So did she give life
She's the
to the
hold on.
Neanderthal?
I'm not done. She's the creator of all life throughout the cosmos.
Okay, how you know that?
Because she's a fragment of the universe.
So she's the creator of existence, is what you're saying?
Yeah, she's the creator of all organic life, like my brother just put in the comment.
Yeah, see, I think when people put gender on the creator of existence, it limits the power of the creator. The creator is not its own creations. You know what I mean? The creator actually created the divine masculine and feminine energy instantaneously, perfectly. Right? The creator of existence is a perfect being. It did everything perfectly.
All right, but when
So
we
masculine and
go on to the
feminine
physical,
came
right?
in perfect. Yeah,
Hold on. So
it's
when we
over
go on to
physical,
the
yeah.
physical,
Mm-hmm.
the first prototype was the so-called black woman. So everything starts out as a female. This is how we know that the creator that you're referring to is a female.
That's how you know it's because of the physicality? That's what you just said, right?
Right. So when
okay, let me ask you this.
The universe decided to manifest itself into the physical, it chose the so-called black woman.
Okay.
And then the so-called black woman created the so-called black man.
The black man. That okay. So did the so-called black woman also create the Neanderthal
No.
people? Where did they come from then if the creator of all didn't create them?
Where do you think they came from?
If they didn't come from the creator of all, I'm trying to ask you where they come from if you said that they're not from the black woman.
Genetic
So if they're
engineering.
not from the black woman, then they're from somewhere,
Right.
right?
Genetic engineering.
Genetic engineering, that's from the creator of existence, or
No.
no? What is that from? Anunnaki.
Another organism that's been playing God on the planet created these people.
Who created
As
them?
far as all organic natural life, the so-called black woman created all of that.
Oh, so she created the ones that created the Neanderthal people, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, so we can agree to disagree, but you're just basically saying the same thing. The creator created everything, including the Neanderthal people. So I wanted to
Not
ask you this
directly, though.
question.
That's the thing. I'm saying that the so-called black woman didn't directly create the eukaryotic organisms.
But she did it indirectly. She created it.
Right.
Oh, it's still her creation.
She
All
created
her
the
creation, right?
She created the entity that created them.
But she created all the entities, right? All the real people come from her.
So I gotta ask you a question, Granddad.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms,
Right.
and
The
where the
simple cells and all
eukaryotic.
that.
Let me ask you the question.
Okay.
All right, and where the eukaryotic cell came from. That's why he's
Okay.
asking, are we all the same species? So my question to you is, a turtle. There are turtles that are prokaryotic and eukaryotic. There are bears that are prokaryotic and some that are eukaryotic. There are reptiles that are prokaryotic and eukaryotic, right? So if you are a prokaryotic man and an elephant is a prokaryotic organism, if an elephant does something, does that have anything to do with you? Are you the same organism? Like, are you the same species as an elephant? You're on mute.
Sorry, yes, I'm gonna explain. I believe that the creator
No,
made everything
no, I'm just
perfect,
asking you, brother.
including the elephant.
I'm just
So the
asking
answer
you.
is
Are
yes.
you okay? So you're saying that an elephant and you are the same thing?
We're connected
No.
indirectly
I
and
asked you, are
directly.
you the same?
Yes, by connection, by
So a
spiritual connection,
eukaryotic,
circle of life. Yes.
understood. So as a eukaryotic, which means truly seeded nucleus,
Right.
which was created by your so-called Yakub, which is just
The
subplanted, right?
science. Right. The
So
supplant.
again, so if your genetics was supplanted into a reality that actually is real, but the genetic material is not and will deteriorate because it's not real, then how are you connected to something when you are expanding with the universe, but the eukaryotic cell isn't?
Okay, I'll answer that. I believe the creator is perfect. I believe
No, I'm just
everything.
asking how, hold on, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
If you are expanding with the universe, because that is
Uh-huh.
a fact,
The creator,
the
right? The
eukaryotic,
universe.
no. You as a prokaryotic man, stemming from the totipotent,
We're
it
just
is a
staying right.
universal
Physicality.
fact. Let
No
me
spirituality.
ask you the. My fucking God, bro.
No, just be patient with me. I'm trying.
Be
You
be
keep
Let her
asking
patient
finish,
with
bro.
me,
Just let her
okay? Be
finish.
patient and just let me finish, brother. I'm just trying to explain and drive home what the host is saying because we're his mods. Okay? So as a prokaryotic man, it is a fact that you are expanding with the universe and always will and always have been. Eukaryotic organisms are not expanding with the universe. And scientists are saying every single day that they are not. They will tell you that some people are expanding with the universe and others are not, based off of their chemical composition, which is directly connected to your etheric body. So, of course, they have spirit because they are here through electrical fusion, but they did not evolve with Earth or the universe. They are not expanding with her. So, just because it is here, just like what the Matrix was trying to point out in the movie, that just because something is in front of you does not make it real. You are seeing it until reality steps in. That is not something that is expanding with real quantums. These niggas can't even explain the quantums for real because they're not expanding with it. They share no biological identification with it. So how can you come from something and be connected to something that you share no biological identification with?
The answer is just within what you just said. You said that the simple organism has a spirit, right?
Nah. She
She
said
didn't
the
say that?
complex cell organism does.
Well, anything that don't have a spirit is not natural, right? Or am I missing it?
That's not no, that's not
You didn't
true.
listen.
And I'm not even gonna explain myself again because I'm not
You
gonna
don't
do
have
that.
to. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can we
but
can agree
again,
to
everything
disagree.
that is conducive to this planet has a soul because if it stems from her, it has neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight, which is a part and is a fabric of the universe. They don't have that. They have pheomelanin and eumelanin, which means they are not connected to the universe. They have pseudomelanin. That is a term you can look into called pseudomelanism. That is not melanin that is conducive to the planet. And
Because
you're, go
because
ahead.
they have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin. That's why they're classified as pseudomelanin, because a lion has 100% is 100% a lion, so it's pheomelanated. It's naturally pheomelanated organism on the planet. But these people have an abnormal mixture amount of pheomelanin.
From
This is
different places,
from different
different
animals.
animals that are also not conducive to this planet.
So that would
They were
classify that as
grafted
pseudomelanin.
in a lab. So it's inorganic material. It's not organic material.
Spontaneous generation.
Facts, not
Biogenesis.
biogenesis, which is what we're talking about with the prokaryotic cell.
Yep.
All right, Granddad, do you want to say something?
Oh no, you guys sound like you guys have it from here. I appreciate it. I got the answer I needed. Lady, the simple thing was the lady said that everyone has a spirit. That's my answer. I just wanted that. Appreciate it, everybody.
Yeah, because you have pseudo spirit. You can create a so-called aura or spirit in your living room right now. It's just electricity. Y'all just mysticize it. You see what I'm saying? You have an electric field around you, but you have magnetism at the base of you. That's what makes you an electromagnetic being and conducive to this planet, micro to macrocosm.
Facts.
I'm
So
sorry.
electricity is just spirit, brother.
How
A
about
rat
conscious
has a
awareness?
spirit.
Not
You know
not
what I'm
not
saying?
not
But there are
electricity.
rats that eat. I got you.
Conscious awareness. Sorry. Go ahead.
You saying go ahead, but you keep over talking though.
Conscious awareness, brother. That's what I meant by spirit. Something that's consciously aware of itself. I'm sorry. Now go ahead and explain.
Nah, I wouldn't. Nah, we gonna move on. Abundance. Uh, go ahead, Cinco.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So I really just I wanted to speak on the fact that like she's saying how I'm going to just use the term like Black Americans or Black people in general and white people or even just other races. Period. We are different, and I believe that y'all can disagree, but I believe that I grew up in like a small town, so I grew up around more of other races. I grew up around Black people too, but we were outnumbered by other races, and like a lot of y'all are saying, like Caucasian people or just other races in general, like um you can kind of tell that there is a big difference between us if you're around them every day and if you grow up with them. You know what I'm saying?
All right, but so you don't think we're all one species?
No, I don't think we're all one species. I think that honestly, I think that like y'all was saying, like genetic engineering, like I'm not trying to sound like a racist or anything because I'm cool with white people, but I believe like in some Caucasian or white people are in different races and in general, like we can go with we can go with like physical like hair. Black people are the only people with like woolly hair. If you have ever been around like Caucasians or any other race, I'm not trying to sound racist, but like if you rub a dog's back and you rub a white person's hair, it's kind of the same. That's why I say like genetic engineering. And like if they were genetically engineered, that means they would still have some like animal like instincts or traits. And Caucasians are really the only people who still hunt animals to eat, you know? So that's why like I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that they maybe were genetically engineered because like with black people it's not really about I don't think we find much joy killing our food to eat it or take it. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that.
Brother, you gotta say unalive instead of the K
Oh
word.
my bad. I'm sorry. I'm kind of new to this, but unaliving our food to eat it, I don't think we find much joy in. But growing up around other races, it's a lot of pride and joy in unaliving your food to eat it and taking pictures and rubbing the blood. That's kind of like animal like instinct. So I could kind of see where they say, okay, maybe they were genetically modified because the black people I grew up around, we don't hunt our food to eat. Like I'll feel better going to pick a plum off a tree to eat it. I grew up in like South Georgia, so picking a plum off a tree to eat it than going to unalive innocent deer. Like if y'all can see what I'm saying.
Right. Naturally, so-called black people, we aren't even supposed to be eating meat or anything like that
Yeah.
anyways. So
But that's all I was saying. Like I could kind of see where you say they were genetically modified because I grew up around a lot of white people, Caucasian people, and I'm not trying to sound racist or anything because but like it just we are very different, and we it's like you could say how he was trying to say like everybody had souls. If anybody was soulless, like you know what I'm saying, I kind of feel like it would be them.
you're right.
Yeah.
So everybody outside of so-called black people, they don't possess neuromelanin, meaning that they're not soul. Because the etymology of soul, SOL, is just the sun, and they don't biologically identify with the sun, the cosmos, or the planet.
Yeah, that's why I say like because I grew up in like I said I grew up in a small town, and it's just even if you look at hate is kind of like an animal like instinct. Like to hate something before you know it, it's kind of like if an animal in the jungle, like if a bear comes across if a bear comes across a jungle or wherever, like a bear comes across a deer, it's like I'm gonna hate it before knowing it. Like I feel like black people, I feel like the way that the government has set it up, like in the projects over the years and like from the 90s or before the 90s, like throughout history, like the way the government has made it now, they kind of made it to where us we kind of have that hate, that animal like instinct towards each other. When it was really never like that. Like we had our own tribes in Africa, and we, we traded and did all this stuff. It's like all the killing and stuff started like late 90s. I don't remember like when my grandparents like talking to my great parents or my great parents. Like I don't remember them talking about how it is now. How like if you see a brother, it's just automatically like hate, like that animal like instinct to want to hurt somebody.
Right, all that's from us being chemically imbalanced. You feel what I'm saying? Because by nature, so-called black people, we are nurturers. We care. You feel what I'm saying? We don't have none of that hate. You feel what I'm saying? That's new to us.
Yeah, that's why like I was just trying to pick y'all brain to understand because like I said, I grew up in a small town, South Georgia. I grew up in a black neighborhood, but once you go to school, you're really outnumbered, and it's like it's just we're so different, and it's like you see you're different, but you don't want to be the oddball if you get what I'm saying. Until I got older, I realized like how it's going is not right because you can just look and tell. You can look in somebody's eyes and see. Like if you get what I'm saying, you can look into their eyes and see.
Oh, definitely. So, just DM me after this live, and I'm gonna just send you some of the books that I'll be reading out of that you can get, so you can further grasp what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
You were saying facts right there. You feel what I'm saying? But a genetical it's a genetical explanation on why that is. You feel what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I'll
man.
definitely send you those books, brother.
Yeah, man. I want to say this one last thing. Like I was saying, like a lot of us aren't around white people or other races as much, so we really don't see the differences between us. But I'm telling you guys, when you're around a group of people every day, you see like even like deep within like the values that y'all value. Like I just don't value the same things, and it's like it's not because a lot of people say it's because of what their parents taught them or whatever. But man, when I was in elementary school, before your parents can teach you these things, like you can just tell like way back then, like we're different. Like short story, the school I went to before I went to this all white school, I transferred schools in like second grade. And I remember this stuff. So like first grade, I'm around more black people. I remember my first day in like an all white class, being around that many white people, like seeing I had never been around that much white people, and I swear to God, like just there's them staring at me, like I can tell like the first day, like yo, we're different. Like these are not my people, if you understand what I'm saying.
Abundance, brother.
Yes, sir.
CHK, my bad. CHK, somebody, can we talk about the political and economical state of the world? Yeah, it's crashing. Again, we've told you about 3-4 lives that the eukaryotic cell and the middleman being removed. It's the sun. It's UVC radiation that's been ground level since 2015 that has been removing 500,000 to 1.5 million a year off of the sun. And next year, it's crazy. It's expected to triple due to terrestrial radiation and UVC radiation. The sun and the earth together, divine masculine and feminine energy, is what's got the planet in the state that it is. It's chaos that's amping up so that our masculine can bring order to the divine feminine energy. Y'all are not a part of that. That's why I'm saying the magnetism that is being poured into the planet right now, y'all cannot genetically withstand. Neuromelanated beings are the only beings on this planet that can biosynthesize all radiation. They use black body radiators, organ energy accumulators, bro. These are the same substances that we literally are composed of that we do not naturally find within your genome. So it's like, I don't get why this nigga keep coming back talking about the economy. That's superficial. Money is not the real currency. You can go to Brazil, the Amazon rainforest, that area right now, they'll tell you that a cacao bean is worth more than your fucking money. It's worth more than copper. Resources. You sitting here wanting to talk about money that's crashing, currency that's depreciating. This is the reason for the tariffs. They're trying to let you know that their system is crashing.
Be aware of the false flags, man. They're
Exactly.
Gonna try to get everybody riled up. They're gonna try to get everybody in a fear-based mindset before they reveal their eukaryotic organisms creators. This is what it is. This is what is happening on the planet right now. So every so-called distraction to hide to hide the fact that the sun is doing all of these things. The sun is what's binding the atom molecule of the cell. Is what's binding to the atom molecule of the cell and deteriorating their cells. Right. Taking the nucleus, their DNA out of their cells. Right. So they're going to act more erratic.
That's what UVC radiation does. It's a gene mutating wavelength. It's a detoxifier and it unalives germs. So everything that is not conducive to that radiation is what's being removed by it.
Facts. Who is here? I think was it John Wick or Ben? I think it was Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
John Wick.
John Wick. Okay, go ahead, John Wick.
What's going on, y'all?
Yeah, I remember you.
I've been hearing some crazy stuff, man.
Have you actually did some research yet? Because last time I talked to you, bro, you didn't have no information.
I've been researching for 20 years.
But the last time I talked to you, you didn't even know what a prokaryotic cell was. But all right, come on.
bro. I'm talking about y'all making a statement. First of all, you say white people have no soul, right? That's one. And then I see up here, bro, you got the sun over the moon, like the sun is masculine, right? That's that. Listen, if the man come from,
Hold
if
on. Before we get into any of that nonsense, are we all
it's
one species?
nonsense.
Hold on. Are we all one species?
Yeah, we all one species.
Okay, I'm
Man.
gonna need you to explain that right there.
Because it's creation. We all one species. We all a human species,
Bro,
bro.
I'm not finna do this
Human.
with you today,
If you want, see, if I disagree with you, you start sucking your teeth. You start over
because you
talking
just
me. You
said it's
start cutting me off.
creation. No, I want you to break it down and explain how we are all one species.
Bro, we're the humanoid species.
Okay, explain how we are all the humanoid species, please.
I mean, you can look at the genetic makeup. If you want to get down to it, bro, that's like saying feline. That's like saying it's like saying a lion is different from a domestic cat, bro. They're part of the feline species. It's like saying a fucking dingo is different from a damn a Rottweiler. They all part of the canine species.
all right, John
Those
Wick.
are two
Can
different species.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
what
what the fuck? A lion is not the same species as a cat.
as a
That's a
domesticated.
they're part of
domesticated cat.
A
no,
cat
you
has
talking
There,
about,
that
but
is
they're
not.
part of
There's
the
no such thing as a feline species, brother. Let's talk about speciation and names. A wild strawberry is not the same species as a strawberry. Those are two different species with two different speciation classifications and two different genus names.
Cellular functions too.
Two different cellular functions.
Yep.
One evolved with the planet and one did not.
a lion and a domestic cat has no similarities. They have nothing in common.
They're not the same species.
So what are they? How do you define that bracket? See, you want to get caught up on the word, but how do you define the bracket? Because
I understand the topic and I understand denotation.
Hold on, let me talk.
Hold on, because there's no such thing as a feline species.
Can I get my wisdom out without you cutting me off and trying to interject?
You cut me off, but go ahead and explain.
I'm just saying, whatever terminology you want to use, we clearly understand that a lion and a domestic cat has some similarities, right? So just like a damn and all felines. I'm gonna use the word feline for my comfort. All felines share the same trait. One is in the wild, one is domestic. Whatever, you could clearly go in and break that down. I'm telling you, as humans, as humanoids, we all share the same. It's a small difference. That's a difference between black people and other people, and that's a different in ethos. I already told y'all this last time. 963, and then you got ghosts. But these are gases. Just because one doesn't have nine gases and the other one has 7 or 8 gases, they still part of the same species. They just don't have the same gases. Just like a lion don't have stripes. A damn a tiger do. But that tiger and that lion is still part of the same bracket of that feline bracket.
I got
It doesn't
you,
mean
brother.
that they don't have soul.
I just have a question. So what is the common ancestor that both felines that you're talking about, the cat and the lion, who is their common ancestor?
I mean, you got to go back to the oldest feline.
Tell us.
If you're talking to me, I only could go based on stories. I would say Bastet.
Oh yeah, so you like the game of telephone. You don't actually crack open books.
You asked me a question. You don't like my answer.
No, you answered it by saying go ask somebody else instead of answering on your own. So again, tell us the name. Give us the species name without using the word feline. Tell us what their common ancestor is if they're the same species.
Okay, I don't know the name that you're looking for. I'm trying to have a conversation so everybody can follow.
I
I'm trying
mean,
to speak
it's
plainly so
crazy
everybody
because
will
hold on,
The
understand.
name of the
Doesn't matter if
ancestors,
I use
Ploeris.
hold on,
prokaryotic,
man.
eukaryotics.
I mean, it's just crazy. You said you've been studying this for 20 years, and you mean to tell me the analogy that you brought up, you don't even understand the totality of that? Is that what you saying, John Wick?
What are you talking about, bro? Nobody knows everything. If you knew
I'm
everything,
not
bro,
saying you know
you would
everything,
know
but
everything.
you
I'm not
brought up
saying I
that
know
analogy,
everything.
and then before we even had this conversation, you said you've been studying this for 20 years,
What'd you
right?
say?
So you've been studying this for 20 years, but
When you say this,
you thought a house cat and a damn lion was of the same species, but you've been studying this for 20 years.
when you say this, bro, this is just one piece of a whole. You looking at one piece, bro, and think that this is totality. It's not. You talking about genetics, bro? That's just one part of creation. It's not the
All
whole.
right, so you don't know the common ancestor of the cats. So I'm gonna ask you, how are so-called black people and everybody else outside of us, how are we the same?
I just told you, bro. We part of the humanoid family.
How?
Shit, you common sense will tell you can without getting into genetics, right?
Nah, nigga, don't
Listen,
do
bro.
that.
Listen, you got to use your common sense mind,
I
bro.
don't want to hear that.
Common
How?
sense is not that
No,
common,
I
bro.
want you to break me.
Apparently,
Hey, you've been studying this for 20 years. If I was studying something for
you
20
gonna
years,
let
I'm
me
gonna know what
talk?
the hey, hold on. If I was studying this for 20 years, I'm gonna know what the hell I'm talking about, right? So I need you to tell me, break it down fully. There's 144 people up in here right now. So I need you to break it down for all 144 people, how we are all the same species. Go ahead.
Bro, you want me to use words that you want me to use. I'm telling you, use your common sense, right? If you can look at the genetic, we all share the same blood. We have the same blood types. O, fucking AB, AB negative. Oh, we all
Blood
share
type
those
is
through
for
different
breeding
species.
purposes only, bro.
What?
Blood types are determined by antigens. So that don't matter. I need you to come with some I need you to come with
Bro,
something stronger than that,
it's
bro.
some people in your ancestry, right? You share the same genetic makeups as white tea people over
No,
there
I
in
don't.
Europe. Yes, you do,
No,
bro.
I don't.
You're from
Everybody
America.
outside of us has
You're
hold
not
on.
pure,
Everybody outside of us has animal DNA.
bro.
This
You're
is why
not
they
pure,
phenotypically present as animals, bro.
bro. You're
But when you
not
get
pure
into so-called
Negroid.
black people, we don't share any type of animal DNA at all.
Yes,
This
you
is why
do,
we don't
bro.
phenotypically present as any
Yes, we
animal
do,
within
bro.
nature. Okay, explain what animals?
The
What
purest
animals?
Negroid, bro. It went back to the pygmies.
Okay,
It went back to the
what
Watusi,
animals the
right?
so-called black people share
But
DNA
listen,
with?
what I'm saying, bro.
Nah, I'm asking you a
Nobody here
question.
is not
I'm the
pure,
host, bro.
bro.
I'm asking you
What?
a question. What animals the so-called black people share DNA with? Let me know something.
Man, whatever DNA other people share with.
I
You're
ain't doing
not
this with
pure,
you, bro.
bro.
I ain't doing this with you, bro. You did this shit last time, nigga. You be dodging. You playing dodgeball with the questions. We all the same, but you couldn't explain to me what type of animals that so-called black people share DNA with. Come on, bro. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, I had the name of like the common ancestor. I'm gonna type it in the comments really quick.
Are we all one
Sister
species?
was for him because he already didn't know what he was talking about. That's not the highlight of this topic. Come up here and assert your own point of view. Don't piggyback off of someone else. Explain to us
Whoa,
genetically and
whoa!
biologically,
I was just giving a
or shut the fuck up. You see what I'm saying? Because
giving a
why,
quick.
as a grown man, would you come up here and piggyback off of someone else's point of view? You're a gene
Goodbye, man.
expression.
Get the fuck out of here.
Question
Gene
for the host.
expression.
Uh, go ahead.
That was me.
I
Beansy.
think it was an indigenous that was up here before Wayne. Or Beansy, actually, Beansy. Wayne just came up here. I just accepted
Yeah,
him.
yeah. Go ahead, Beansy.
Sorry, I might be an idiot. I guess I'm not kind of understanding the prompt here. Can you explain a little bit to me?
So
No, explain to us how are we all the same species? That's what's on the board. It says we're not all one species. What was your reason for requesting up?
Because to me, it seems like it's an anti-evolution talk, right? We're not all
Okay,
one species. I'm not.
go ahead and express your feelings without asking someone else. Just tell us why you requested up.
Well, I requested up because it looks like it's an anti-evolution panel. I wanted to express why evolution is facts. If you don't want to hear that, that's fine. I guess I'm a little bit lost in the topic, to be
We
honest
want
with
you
you.
to express your frequency. We want you to come up here and say why you requested up. That's it.
I requested up because the human species is a single species. If that's what we're discussing, I'm not sure. We all share ancestral genes from other animals as well. Something that was discussed earlier is something where we're not sharing DNA with animals. We absolutely do. We have conserved domains that are shared within very important proteins. So, like the homeodomain genes are certainly important. This is where you can take a gene from a fly, express it in a mouse, and you will grow a mouse eye instead of a fly eye. That shows the conservation of those genes.
It makes a lot of sense. I'm not gonna lie.
What's
All
that?
right,
It makes a lot of sense. Like I never thought.
hold on, Wayne. I'm gonna get to you right after Beansy. All right, Beansy, can you explain how come everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA, but so-called
What?
black
Outside
people
of black
themselves
people?
possess no
Oh,
animal DNA?
I think all
Yes.
humans possess forms of animal DNA. We're
Do
animals.
you think, or do you know that for a
I
fact?
know that we're in the kingdom Animalia. I know that for a fact. You can go to NCBI and look it up.
Okay, what animals does so-called black people share DNA with?
We all animals share DNA. All animals. Black people, white people, Asian
Did
people,
you
it doesn't
hear?
matter.
Hold on.
All
Did you
animals.
hold on? Did you hear the question that I just asked? I said,
I'm
what animals?
clarifying
Hold on. I said, what animals specifically do so-called black people share DNA with? I need you to name them.
all of them.
So every animal.
Every single animal.
Okay, why don't we phenotypically present as any animal?
We are animals, and we do phenotypically
Yeah,
present as
you are
animals.
as a eukaryotic organism, but I'm speaking for so-called black people. How come we don't phenotypically present as any animal?
We all phenotypically present as animals.
You
Black
keep
people,
saying
white people.
we
Again,
all, bro. You talking
so
about
all once
yourself
again,
right
we're
now.
a
I'm
single
asking for so-called.
species.
I'm asking specifically for so-called black people. Why don't we phenotypically present as any animal? We can
So
find
he's
you.
basically answering the
So what I'm saying
he's
is we can
answering the
find. Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. We don't overtalk. But Beansy, we can find your hair and your melanin within nature, right? You can't do that with so-called black people. So I need you to explain how come we don't phenotypically present as any animal in nature.
Pigmentation. Would you like to talk about pigmentation?
I'm asking why so-called black people don't phenotypically present as any animal. But I mean, we can talk about pigmentation, melanin. Go ahead.
Sure. If you want to use that as an example, I mean, those cells are highly alterable, right? Because they're extrinsic to the environment. So skin cells and melanin production are extrinsic and therefore easily alterable given the environmental precursors. This is why you don't see internal structures changing, but you see external features changing.
You know the 5 different types of melanin and the 3 that pertain to so-called humans?
The 5 different types of melanin.
Right, and the 3 that pertain to so-called humans?
It's been a while. I don't know all 5 of them. It'd be like pheomelanin, neuromelanin, allomelanin, pyomelanin. I can't remember the fifth, to be honest with you. Sorry.
Eumelanin is that's fine. So if we know that there are different types of melanin, right? And we know that there are different types of organisms. And we know that neuromelanin is produced in the brain, and that's what makes up so-called black people's entire integumentary system. It's not just found in small traces in the brain like it is for your species. It's throughout our entire limbic, integumentary system, all different systems throughout our bodies, because that's what's functioning each of our cells as prokaryotic organisms. So if you yourself know the different types of melanin, and 2 out of the 3 that pertain to so-called humans, and the type of melanin you have is just explaining the type of DNA that you have, how are we all the same species when we're not even composed of the same biochemical substance?
It depends on your definition of species. So what I guess I'll
So
ask the question. So what's your true
how,
definition of species? We can interbreed that and we
right,
can produce
because of
offspring that are
introgression,
fertile.
right,
No,
because of
because
introgression, because before the 12th dynasty, which was 4,000 years ago, y'all were unable to reproduce even with each other. So how did y'all get to the point from going from being on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to speak and reproduce, to now speaking, now reproducing, and now being bipedal? There's a
The
genetic and an explanation, a genetic explanation for why that is the case. So again, mixing has not always been a thing, and it has only been a thing due to introgression. Do you know what that is?
sure.
I mean, it's just yes or no. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm having a conversation, just backing the host up. Like,
No, because what you're saying doesn't make a lot of logical
okay,
sense, right?
so
This isn't how
introgression is when
so
you
I know
take
what
genetic
introgression is,
material
but this isn't
from.
how species.
So that's all I asked you was, did you know what it is? And then I wasn't done making my point. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to make sure that we're on the same boat. I'm just asking you questions. So if introgression is where you take genetic material from one species, where you introgress the genes with another species, which is done through hybridization, which is then done through repeated backcrossing. This is how genetic engineering works. This is a type of tech that's been tampered with at least since the 9 and 1000s, even though I know that it was tampered with before then. So again, if introgression has been around that long and y'all have had genetic engineering as late as the 80s and '07. I have proof of that, so please don't deny that. I will pull it up on the screen right now that y'all were genetically engineered in '07 from the graft of two Neanderthals skulls, because y'all have the cell that can be spliced. All right. So how, if we're the same species, why can you check my page right now and see two examples of two scientists, which are one of many, saying that neuromelanin literally protects us from being spliced? If we're the same species, wouldn't they be able to genetically engineer us all the same? However, they're using us for the totipotum stem cells and the black body radiators and the orgone energy accumulators. So we cannot be the same species. We're not even being used for the same part of the experiment. So I'm gonna ask you again, are we the same species, considering that if it wasn't for introgression, we wouldn't even be able to procreate? Even if it wasn't for your species as well, y'all wouldn't be able to procreate. Y'all need to get y'all's blood tested first due to the Rh factor because of incomplete dominance, because y'all aren't even the same amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure you were finished. I wasn't sure if you were done yet. So when you talk about interaggression, we see lateral gene transfer occurring from multiple different regions, right? We see it from viral infection as well, spreading right into our genome. We see things like the mitochondria becoming part of it. I guess I'm not really sure about how different people are being genetically manipulated. That I'm not really certain of. I'll be honest with you. I'm not certain of the Oregon energy thing. I don't know what that is, to be
Can I
honest with
just
you.
ask a clarifying question based off of what you just said, just to make sure I'm understanding you properly?
Sure.
Are you saying that you don't fully understand introgression in CRISPR-Cas9?
CRISPR-Cas9 is not being used on humans right now, right? There's been
Are
one.
are, are,
Just
are,
listen.
are,
Just
are
one.
are
Don't
we
interrupt. I let you
serious?
speak. No, it's
Nah, that's
seriously not.
misinformation. They use it using gene therapy. There's a company called
Like,
CRISPR-Cas9 Gene
it's not. That's not a
Therapeutics.
company.
It's
I know
called Gene
CRISPR-Cas9. They use it to make
Therapeutics.
trans.
There is a company called CRISPR-Cas9 Gene Therapeutics. You can Google it right now, and they use gene therapy every single day to heal patients. Gene therapy and gene editing is taking place even at the basis of the medical industry because it has to. How do you think they know who's compatible and who's not? How do you think they get to that to make plausible even? It's called CRISPR-Cas9, a gene editing technology that can be used to treat genetic diseases in humans. They literally perfected and made the simplified version of the tech in 2020. They've just been tampering with, this is the joining of two different types of tech for different parts of the DNA sequences, one that pertains to the DNA and the bacteriums and one that pertains to the proteins. So I'm asking you, like, do you actually know what you're talking? Because I don't want to just seem like
Yeah,
I'm
because
throwing
I
out
don't think you
words
understand what
because the
CRISPR-Cas9
comments are like,
is.
yeah, but it's used on humans, and you said that it
No,
wasn't.
it's not being used in human studies. There's been 2 children that have been
Oh,
used
they
that it's been
use it
They
used
on
on.
use
humans.
it every single day in
Just
their
can you
company,
stop
though.
interrupting? First off,
Go
you
ahead.
don't
Go
understand
ahead.
what CRISPR-Cas9 is. I'm not going to run. You don't understand what CRISPR-Cas9 is. It's literally a DNA excision and intrusion tool. We use guide RNA to generate sequences of
Where do you
DNA to
get DNA
extract.
from? Where do you get DNA from to so-called heal and treat humans? If we're the same species,
To heal DNA from the heal and treat. Literally, if it's a single gene, we're altering whatever nucleotide alteration has occurred that generates that disease phenotype. Do you understand
which
how guide
which
RNA works? It's the
is
same technology. Do you
which
understand
is
how guide
being
RNA
used for
works?
who? Where are diseases present in?
Yep. Where do
Across
98% of
across animals.
human diseases come from, bro? Y'all
Across
know this.
animals.
It comes
Okay, thank
that y'all are
you.
spliced
That
with.
y'all share genetics with. Thank you for
Thank you for
saying
telling
that
us, bro.
95% of venereal diseases come from zebrafish, which y'all also share 97% of your genomics with.
And that's
So
why they
again,
use
so the disease,
CRISPR-Cas9 to heal what's already inside of
when we
you.
came into
You're
contact with
already
y'all, y'all
parasites.
wiped out 2 continents plus other countries alone with your semen. If we're the same species, why the fuck is your semen poisonous to us? Why were y'all graping us as early as 2 hours old? And why were we dropping like flies if we the same species?
What happened to India? What happened to Australia? What happened to Brazil? What happened to the whole continent of South America? What happened to majority of Africa? What about King Leopold and what he did to the Africans over there? About and with injecting the so-called semen of monkeys there? Why would they do this to species that is natural? If they're natural, if we naturally came from there, why would they naturally? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they experiment on us like that?
So they're not
That don't make
experimenting.
sense.
It's called evolution, right?
No,
This
it's
is
not.
Oh,
literally the
so you
evolution.
wiping
This is
us
the
out with your
evolution.
semen is evolution. Thank you.
This is the evolution of viruses, right? And this is the disgusting aspect of colonization is that some people are subjected to viruses that have evolved throughout a population that can actually handle that because they have immunity for it. When you then traverse into an area that's been isolated and not affected by that, those transmuted viruses affect an indigenous population entirely differently than how they would if they were subjected to it prior, multiple generations being subjected to it prior. This is simple.
My
Really
bad.
is simple. It
Was a
really is simple,
simple
Vi.
explanation behind y'all wiping us out with
No,
venereal disease.
no,
No,
it's disgusting.
let's
I'm
just
not
say
arguing
yes.
with you. It's
No, no,
not
no, no,
right.
no.
I'm by
I'm
no means
making.
arguing if that's
Hold on,
correct. I'm
Beans.
just saying
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm having a conversation. This is just a debate, and it's a heated one because it's relating to genetics. Everybody that's saying stop being emotional, we remove the emotions at the door. We just speak with passion. Okay, the truth. We don't care about feelings in here, but we will speak UV dreadfully with passion because the truth is the truth and genetics does not change. All y'all did was be genetically engineered more. Y'all still come from electrical fusion.
Sorry, I'm having problems.
So the thing is, when it comes to the animal,
Later.
one
If you
second.
continue to have issues, please contact support.
Okay. So what we're saying is there is no way that a pig, a cat, and a dog can naturally procreate, yet it makes up your genome. So-called black people are not the producer of animal proteins. We have antigens because due to the interbreeding, because then at that point it is 2 different species. Even when y'all procreate with y'all cells, y'all are creating a new different species every single time due to incomplete dominant genetics. You see what I'm saying? You got to remove the emotions in here and just discuss, you know what I'm saying, facts and truth.
You should
So
include
since
facts.
you're
You're removing emotion, but
okay,
you're not
I'm gonna go
including.
ahead and get you out of here because we're doing one at a time. No over talking. You know what I'm saying? He already told you that 2 or 3 times, and you don't see anybody else over talking unless it's me and him because we're having a conversation. We would have got to you, but you're over talking. All right. So again, when it comes to genetics, and I heard you say something about evolution. Can you actually explain to us how we went from haploids to diploids?
from single cell to multi, or you mean genome duplication events? Sure.
Go ahead.
Would you like to go down the road of an entire genome duplication or just de
You could
novo
just
gene
shorten
synthesis
it
work?
within 2 to 3 sentences.
Let's give it a short synopsis, man.
A bottleneck effect generates a genome duplication event. It's been shown.
Bottle
Insects have it, a bottleneck effect of a species.
bottleneck effect.
Yep.
Okay. So in
There's your one
effect, right?
sentence.
There's a cause, right? To any type of effect that we see in nature, whether it's the mother effect, any type of effect in so-called nature. What was the cause of that effect?
Small populations, usually environmental contaminant or environmental problems.
Okay, so a dramatic reduction in the size of a population is the reason for how we went from haploids to diploids.
Yeah, that's how genome duplication events occur. So it's
So
happened
how
in
did a
tetraploid
cat,
fishes, in insects.
gotcha. How did a cat
Yeah.
and a dog, who are domesticated animals, end up within the genome when those are new animals?
I mean, I'm not sure new animals. Can you use it in terms of species, or what would you like to use, or
Right,
phynologically?
all domesticated animals, horses, pigs, different fish, all domesticated animals, poultry, fish, insects, plants, and so-called humans. What is the origin of the eukaryotic cell? Hello?
It'd be, well, no, I mean, I guess what you're talking to me is, and this has been a while, this isn't my expertise at all, but it's endosymbiosis is what would be the mechanism of that, right? Where you have lateral gene transfer occurring. That would be where you end up with a eukaryotic cell.
Lateral genetic, so that means that they were the same. They were
No,
lined up
no, no, no,
to.
no, 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 no. Lateral gene transfer occurs when you have two very separate species that cannot hybridize. So viruses are a perfect example of this. Throughout our genome, we see scars of viral gene transfer. Mitochondria are an example of this.
So introgression.
No, it's lateral gene transfer. Interregression is not that.
Hold on. But hold on though, because you didn't even know what introgression was. This is where you take the
When did I
genetic.
say
Hold
that?
on, when I asked you and I gave you the whole breakdown. So I said
No, I
it's when
said
you take,
I asked you
hold
how it
on.
differs
But
from
let me
lateral
just
gene
ask
transfer,
you
which is
a
the term.
question. Beans, I'm just trying to ask you a question. It's where you take genetic information from species A, so-called, right? You introgress the genes, right, with species B. That is done through hybridization, which is done through repeated backcrossing. All right. So you're saying that lateral genetics is when there are
Lateral
two
gene
different.
transfer. Yeah, no,
Gotcha.
that's not, you don't end up going hybridization. It's an
So that's
endosymbiosis.
it. So hybridization is not the key here, but they are indeed two different species, is what you're saying.
Endosymbiosis. Are you
Okay.
familiar with the term endosymbiosis? Can you
I
tell me
am.
what it means? What does it
No,
mean?
I'm not. I'm not really too
Because you don't
familiar, but I
know.
have heard the term. But that has nothing to really do with how my original question, which is how we went from haploids to diploids, which is interesting how you can answer it, but scientists today can't. That's the number one question in the world: is how do we go from being autotroph to heterotroph? How do we go from being why were there only prokaryotic organisms on the planet until eukaryotic organisms came? And then there's no other explanation for the eukaryotic cell except electrical fusion.
And there's not only one prokaryotic cell that exists today. There's
Exactly.
multiple
There's
prokaryotic cells that split from other
several.
multiple prokaryotic cells.
Yeah.
They have never split into eukaryotic cells.
Facts.
We have never seen till this day a prokaryotic cell split into a eukaryotic cell like it happened that long
Right.
ago.
Because
so
it didn't
this is
split.
why scientists are having trouble finding out how this is true, because it's not happening today. You don't see chimpanzees just waking up and becoming humans. No, you see genetic splicing, CRISPR-Cas9, electroporation, transfection happening. You see that happening. You see electrical fusion of different animal genetics, animal cells
Sonoporation.
to put together to make one organism. That's what we see. We see a GMO organism walking on a planet that the planet doesn't even know.
Right.
Through signals and wavelengths. She doesn't know you. You can't even absorb her terrestrial radiation. And we can clearly see as normal as day that y'all can't absorb solar radiation. You see what I'm
And I
saying?
explain.
Y'all
Hello,
undergo
hello, people.
acute body radiation when you're under that sun. So-called
So
black people, we undergo black body radiation.
Right.
This is facts. We're composed of nano diamonds and interstellar gas clouds. Y'all are composed of multiple animal genetics, abnormal amount of pheomelanin to make up one organism. How did that happen? That's what we're asking you. How did the chimpanzee, the pig, the dog, the cat, how did all of that get inside of one genome when we can clearly see it normal as they cannot reproduce right now to make you?
Okay, so you're gonna let me answer. So the symbiotic theory has been out there since what, like the early 1900s? It was by Marshowski, and it's been out there. It is the theory for how we became the eukaryotic cells. And it comes back to the DNA, which you continue to state, shows us that we have origins from a common ancestor. We have a fossil record along with DNA evidence that provides how phenotypes are derived from those different DNA fragments. I don't understand what's so difficult about this.
Everybody, yeah, because everybody comes in here and they say, oh, we have a common ancestor, but can't name it. So again, we're
How
being
far
used
back
for
would
a
you like to go
different
back?
let's go back 13.6 billion years.
It'd be a protocell. That would be the common ancestor. It would be a protocell.
So what you're saying is that a prokaryotic cell, a
And it
single
wouldn't be
cell,
13, it
let
wouldn't be
me ask you the
13.6 billion years.
question.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up. Now I'm finna get disrespectful.
I'm not
Wait.
trying to be disrespectful. I'm correcting myself
Okay,
because there
I'm
wouldn't
finna
have been
ask you this
13.6
question.
billion
Shut
years ago.
the fuck up. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Okay, all I'm saying is that if a prokaryotic cell is a single cell organism that splits through binary fission, if that organism is replicating and copying itself, where did the extra animal genetics come from if it wasn't already in the cell itself?
Yep. And prokaryotic cells, they copy their own DNA within that cell, and then it goes to the opposite side of the cells, and then they split. They don't get no genetic information
From
from
nowhere.
no other place.
Thank you, baby.
This is how prokaryotic cells split. And when we see protein synthesis, we don't synthesize protein the same. Let's talk about that, bro.
Bro, I just said, I'm not even, bro. Anybody that want to talk about the way that I'm talking, you can get removed. I promise you, like, come up here and actually spit the info with me instead of talking about it. Where are the rest of the sisters that's talking about genetics and not talking about how y'all, where are the sisters? Okay? Why is it always the sisters that want to, oh, come up here and debate these niggas every single day and talk about how we're missing? Come up here and actually explain the totipotent stem cell. I'm not upset. But when you understand this information and when you got a eukaryotic organism saying that he stems from you and he's the reason why your children, your women, and your men are going missing, I don't have no fucking patience. Say that in another live to somebody that's talking about shit that's not getting us nowhere. I don't care. Imagine your children being snatched. You think you're going to be patient about that shit? No, I speak the UV dreadfully. I don't care. Where are the sisters that can actually articulate their anatomy, biology, and physiology? The books are posted on my page. We should be doing this in unison. Zell and Ether go live all the time. I need a sister to go live with. Do it for 12 months and see how it is. If you've never done it, don't tell me how to do it.
Okay, so are we back to the DNA topic?
Explain to us how a prokaryotic cell, if it splits through binary fission, and if there's no extra genetic material outside of what it's already programmed with, okay? Where does the extra animal genetics that are new to this planet, how does it get within its genome?
So the first step would be endosymbiosis. So you would have mutations that would generate different species or different types of prokaryotic cells. Then when you have differentiation of that enough, at some point, the current theory is an endosymbiosis theory where two mutualistic prokaryotes became a eukaryotic cell. after one engulfed the other.
Where does the extra information come from if the cat, the dog, and the pig is new? Even when we're talking about these ancient ancestors, these common ancestors that we're supposed to have, this is even new to them, to the ancestor that you're talking about. So what I'm asking is, how did that information get into the genome when it's not being phenotypically expressed through everyone?
Through genome duplication events. So when you're talking about expression patterns, you're specifically looking at enhancer fragments that rely on transcription factors to activate them. So the answer to this, and a perfect example, would be a butterfly wing. The butterfly wing coloration comes from an eye developmental gene that's under the expression of a different transcription factor. When its transcription factor is a brain-derived one, it develops eyes. When it is a wing-derived color mechanism, it develops darker pigmentation on its wings. So through de novo gene synthesis, which has multiple different mechanisms, specifically talking about genome duplication because it's the easiest to talk about, you end up with new DNA that has relaxed fitness on it to become derived to form a different trait. So it's called the co-localization of gene networks.
So you are aware that endosymbiosis is theoretical, just like evolution and out of Africa, where the base premise of those things were not deemed to be conducive at all. They're not. There's facts in those theories, but the basis of each theory was not proven to be correct.
I'm not sure when you say the word theory in terms of scientific, the definition of that is very different than what it is under a colloquial term of the
And I
word
understand,
theory.
and I understand scientific versus colloquialism. But what I'm explaining is that the scientific theory itself was not proven to be. Evolution was. We never went from haploids to diploids. Endosymbiosis is basically explaining evolution. So if the basis of evolution was not proven to ever happen, then how could
Endosymbiosis is proven
endosymbiosis?
because
Let her
Okay, I'm
finish,
done with him.
man.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Why
I'm
can't you
just
let her
done.
mitochondria
finish?
It's
exist.
fine. It's fine. I'm
They
just
have
done.
their own genome. Mitochondria have their own genome.
Why did you get rid of him?
All right. Oh, I don't know. Go ahead. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Nah, I don't know
Hello.
what's here before you. I'm gonna get to you though. Go ahead. I don't know.
How is everyone? I hope everyone's having a good day. But fuck. So you're claiming that we're not like the same species?
I mean, what did you read?
All right. So I don't know if we're not all the same species, but I definitely think that like we're all connected in some way. And like
Can you
from
explain that connection?
yeah, in a sec. So what I've heard, I can't prove this, but I don't know, but I heard that like extraterrestrial aliens came to this planet and made a bunch of different genetic variations, but at the end of the day, I don't know. But I think that like I watched this YouTube video. It's called like the egg theory, and it says how like everyone is connected, and I am you and you are me, and everything that you see around you is just like a reflection of your very own consciousness type shit.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that. But can you explain the connection?
I don't know. I can't really explain. I mean, we're all made of subatomic particles and atoms, right? Are we not? But yeah, dude, like I feel like I am you and you are me type shit.
All right. So, can you explain why everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA?
I mean, even if we are a different species, well, I'm not even white, but like even like if everybody else is like a different species, that doesn't mean that we're not connected. You know, like bottom line is we all live on this planet and we need to like support each other as a collective and take care of the planet and mother nature and shit.
Right, but the eukaryotic cell organism has actually been destroying nature and doesn't even know how to harmonize with nature. So how is that going to be a possibility?
Through consciousness and
But
awareness,
right, but the
intelligence.
eukaryotic cell organism operates off of six ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness, and unnatural animal consciousness. Because I don't see ants, you know, doing the shit that dogs are doing. You feel what I'm saying? A dog is unnatural to the planet. See, we have prokaryotic, organic animals on the planet, and they actually work in unison with one another to actually, you know, support Earth. But when you look at these eukaryotic cell organisms, they don't do that. They actually destroy and take away from nature.
So I mean, what about like lions and gorillas and elephants and stuff?
Well, a lion and elephant, those are prokaryotic animals.
So they're natural.
Yes.
So how do they help the planet?
What do you mean? How do they help the planet?
You said that prokaryotic cells like help the planet, right?
Right.
So how do they help the planet?
They work in
Oh,
unison
my
with
bad.
one another.
What?
They work in unison with one another, bro.
And I mean, I think we can all too.
But I'm saying you haven't shown that you can contribute to the planet nor the cosmos.
I mean, how could you do that? How would you suppose that someone contributes to the planet or to the cosmos?
How do you think?
I
I
have
mean,
no
you
idea.
said that we need to all come together because we're all consciousness. So
Yeah.
how do you think?
Shit, man. It's gonna sound corny, man, but love and
Where has love gotten so-called black people?
I mean, it's not really like you can't really just look at it like that. It's more about like rising to a higher level of awareness, a higher level of consciousness, and evolving mentally, physically, and spiritually, and kind of getting rid or transcending the lower parts of human nature, or like the evil and negative aspects of our minds.
Well, see, these evil aspects that you talking about and all that just comes from gene expression. You're exhibiting the behavior of the animals that you share genetics with. Like you share 98% of your DNA with the chimpanzee. That's a violent animal.
I mean, yeah, but if you think about it like this, like, wait, even before slavery even happened or anything like that, like, everyone was doing evil shit. Black people were doing evil shit. White people were doing evil shit. Asians, Indians, fucking messed the fucking Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas would fucking sacrifice children, and it was some evil shit.
Right, but so-called black people was living peacefully on the planet before y'all was created though. That's the thing.
So you're claiming that black people were living in complete peace and harmony, and there was
Yes.
no war. That's what
Yes.
you're claiming. How can you prove that?
When you look at the behavior naturally that so-called black people show, we're actually caring in nature. We're nurturers in nature.
Shit, bro,
So all this evil that you're talking about that so-called black people are doing, that's literally just from us being chemically imbalanced. Because naturally, a child doesn't a child we just want to live as children, right? So how come when we grow up we're eating these destructive foods? You feel what I'm saying? We're being taught by a completely different species. How come as adults now we all of a sudden we have these thoughts of harming our own reflection. That's not natural, nor is that normal.
So you're blaming evil nature on chemicals and food.
Yeah, and the fact that we came into contact with y'all people, yes.
Well, I shit. I mean, I feel like systematic oppression and slavery and the music industry has a lot to do with that. I'm not really sure about like the chemical. I'm sure that the chemicals and the food does contribute, but I think it's more about like the energy that's been pushed onto like black people.
Right. So naturally, everybody outside of so-called black people, like I said, because you share DNA with multiple different types of animals and violent animals at that, this is why you perform violent acts. This is within y'all's nature.
I mean, yeah, but like that was back then. Now everybody is kind of like getting better, and people aren't as violent anymore.
Nah, y'all never got better. You're just heavily distracted. That's all. Y'all have a job now, law enforcement, a career. That's all. Y'all have not gotten better at all. I mean, we still see your people till this day performing violent acts. They just keep it on the hush hush. That's all.
Just to let you know, I'm not white. And
I'm not just talking about so-called white people. I said everybody outside of so-called black people.
Oh, and when I said we, I was including black people as well. But I mean, shit, bro. I see black people doing fucked up shit too. Is everybody is capable.
Like I said, because we're chemically imbalanced. Like I said, before we came into contact with y'all, we was actually living in harmony with nature. There wasn't children getting snatched up. There wasn't women getting snatched up. But when we came into contact with y'all, all of a sudden, 8 million children started going missing every single year. In the last 4 decades, that's 320 million children, bro. So how the fuck is we just finna all be one consciousness, all love, peace, love, and light, all this bullshit that you're talking about, but children and women is getting snatched up every single day?
Oh, you can hear me?
Go ahead.
That's like the only path to evolution. There's like no other way around it, bro.
Y'all already reached all this maximum evolution, bro. Y'all not evolving no more. That's why the sun is removing you off the planet as we speak. 1.5 million of you this year are getting removed from the planet, from the sun.
I mean, bro, I'm out in the sun all day, bro, and it makes me feel good. Like I feel
You out in the sun all day, that's completely fine. But as a collective, your species is being removed from the planet. Like every time I speak to one of y'all always want to say, well, I'm out in the sun. Okay, but look at your species though, bro. What makes you different from your species?
I mean, so you don't see like a reality where everyone can just live in unison and be working together.
No, y'all had that chance. And guess what? You blew it.
So you think that the sun is just gonna kill us off?
I mean, no, I don't think. I know that for a fact. The sun is removing you from the planet right now. Like I said, 1.5 million of y'all this year. And it was just what, 400, 500,000 last year. That means it's increasing. So this is not this ain't no, you feel me? This is increasing.
Been happening since 2000 to 2019. 500,000 of y'all at least are being removed by the sun. From 2015 to present day 2025, that's 9.5, almost, let's round it up to 10 years. Radiation has been ground level, which is a gene mutating, germ unaliving, and detoxifying wavelength. This is the reason why weather anomalies are amping up. So we can go based off of the sun itself, right? But then we also know that the tech that they use to report the sun has went offline in Mexico. Okay, so we can also see terrestrial radiation. We can check the Schumann resonance, we can check the Magneto's pause, and we can actually see Earth's excuse me, I'm getting tongue tied. Electromagnetic field actually raising, which is what's increasing the weather anomalies. So radiation is what's removing y'all. And your scientists are saying, even like low level scientists like Bill Nye is even saying this shit. He said something is abnormal about the sun. He just said that like a couple months ago. But beyond that, all of your scientists are saying something is different.
Well, shit. I mean, I don't think that we're going anywhere. We've been evolving all this time, and we're gonna continue to evolve. You know.
Okay.
I don't really.
Y'all have only evolved. Your evolution is electrical fusion.
And y'all
You're
already on
not
y'all way out.
evolving with the planet or the cosmos.
Can y'all prove that?
The eukaryotic cell, eukaryotic means true seeded nucleus. It was truly seeded into reality, so it did not evolve with the planet. Scientists like David Wilcock, Giorgio Salukis are saying that the only people that evolve with the planet are so-called black people. And it's other scientists too. I just use them too because them the ones I can remember. Ravama. A lot of these scientists I can't even pronounce their name. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Kumar is the nigga last name. It's talking about how he has 1,300 publications. 800 of them are related to hybridization. He's a professor, one of the top. I can't think of what school that he's at, but I put it on the board the other day in here. He's one of the top professors at one of these colleges, and he's saying that even his own species as a Dravidian man came here through somatic parthenogenesis.
Okay, so
800 publications are related to him proving that over and over and over again, 800 times. He already has 1,300 publications proving hybridization for several different species. So it's several different scientists out there that know that we're not all the same species. They know incomplete dominance.
yeah, but I mean, just because we're not the same species, that doesn't mean that we can't get along.
So,
Let me give y'all like a hypothetical. Let's say that fucking aliens come from like a different planet and you meet face to face with them. Are you gonna view them as separate from you, or are you gonna see the connection that you have with the entire universe, regardless of species or whatever?
what? All right. So, where do you biologically identify in the universe, bro?
Shit. What can you explain more into detail?
Nah, you said, hey, I'm going off of what you're saying. So, can you please explain to me what biological identification do you share with the cosmos?
Shit. I mean, I don't know. I know that I have consciousness. I know that I have intelligence and self-awareness and abstract thought. And
Right, all on an animal level. So, I'm not sure where you're going with that. How do you biologically identify with the cosmos?
I'm pretty sure I've traveled like the universe before. I've astral projected, remote viewing, and I've did like all that type of shit.
So you astral projected?
Yes, all the time.
Right. So where do you biologically identify since you was, traveling the cosmos and shit?
Where do you biologically like identify so I can kind
The
of understand?
entirety of it. Because I stem from the so-called black woman. So now I'm going to ask you, where do you biologically identify within the cosmos?
I think I come from God, like the universe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to
The
exist.
universe is a so-called black woman, and guess what? Nigga, she ain't create you. So where the fuck you come from?
Wait, so let's just say the entire fucking multiverse, like there's an infinite number of universes. You think that you're the only extra like species out there? You think that you're the only race?
Nobody said that.
Like, so let's just say like
But every animal that you share genetic makeup with, all them niggas was created here on this planet. So I need to ask you, where do you biologically identify in the cosmos? It's not a hard question.
I mean, I don't doubt that I have animalistic DNA. If that's what you're asking me.
I asked you, where do you biologically identify in the cosmos? We can't hear you if you off the app, bro.
Want to know, how did you remote view the cosmos? Remote viewing is crazy. I've astral projected and I would never relate it to remote viewing. This shit wild to me. Because if you understand that you're one with the cosmos, that's you. All you did was see it at a different frequency. It's not a place you're going to, you're just switching your frequency.
Go ahead, I don't know. All right, go ahead, Hierophant. Think I talked to you 2 days ago, something like that.
Yes, was
Wait, hold on.
Perion
Before I
next?
was waiting before this person.
There you go. You can do it.
So can
Go ahead, Perion.
Right, so that fella that was talking earlier, I feel bad for him because he's a nice dude. Yeah, he ain't trying to trouble nobody. So if he's listening, just keep being nice, bless, right? But I want to go back to this whole with the guy that you're speaking about earlier, and he didn't understand it. Basically, they're genetically modified. Whatever you lot are the scientists and you understand that science stuff. I understand some parts of science, especially around the quantum physics realm, but they were genetically modified, created potentially by us a long time ago, or a certain time in history. Would you agree with that?
Nah, we didn't create these people.
Yeah, but you know what? That's one thing I'll say. 100% we created them. So who created them if we didn't create them?
All right, you say you 100%. All right, can you walk me through the process?
No, I'm asking you this. If they were created, which I believe they were created, so do you, yeah? Or no?
No, I'm going off of your statement. You said 100%. You know for a
Yeah,
fact
I'm saying
that we created these people.
100%. We.
Okay, then. So I'm gonna ask you. Give me a step-by-step process on how we created these species.
So I'll give you a step-by-step in terms of not scientifically, because obviously that lady earlier, what's her name? Sky. She's a very brilliant scientist. She was talking about all this STEM stuff and genetic stuff and splicing. Now, I do understand briefly that in order to create one thing, you splice from something else, you put it together, and you create a hybrid. Would you agree with that?
I need a step. You said 100%, meaning that you have a good understanding of what you're speaking about.
No.
So I need a hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you
Go ahead.
one more time. I need a step-by-step process on how we as so-called black people created these other so-called races. Go ahead.
All right. So number one, I'm trying to explain something to you, and I want you to understand. I'm not the previous guy that you're speaking to, or anyone else on this panel. Okay, I'm an individual. I am connected directly to the source, and I'll tell you that right now. Look at my name; it has a meaning. There's a reason behind it. Okay, I don't need to listen.
Are you gonna answer my question, or are we finna talk about?
I am, nonsense? I am. But I want you to understand something first, bro.
Nah, I don't want to understand that. I want to understand the question that I just asked. I want to understand that being answered.
Okay, if we existed here first, who created them? I'm asking you the question. Who created them?
As so-called black people, we're not the only intelligent life form on the planet, bro.
Okay, so we didn't create them. Is that what you're saying? We didn't create them as robots or warriors or mercenaries. Is that what you're saying?
Why would we need bro?
See, this is the levels. All right, so this is the levels. This is the levels right now.
I'm gonna ask you, why did we create them to be mercenaries?
There are levels to this.
Nick, hold on, because you said we created these species to be mercenaries. These niggas can't even sit out in the sun for 15 minutes, but they mercenaries?
Yeah, do you
Why
know
did we
what?
create these niggas to do that, bro?
Okay, listen. Number one, we're discussing and we're conversating, so let's not no one make anyone feel like they're some idiot, because I'm definitely not an idiot, bro. What I'm telling you is that there's different levels to this thing. I spoke with a guy recently, okay, who understands history from a different perspective. I don't know how deep your history is. I love history, but there's so many different levels of perspectives of history and who wrote the history. Me, I don't go by anything written. So I'll ask you a simple question. If we didn't create them, and we didn't create them to be mercenaries or to put them in charge over the
Bro,
leaders
you
of
keep
whatever
running
war
in
we had.
circles. I asked you a question. Why did we create them to be mercenaries?
No, I'm saying that was a potential that we could have created them to be mercenaries. Do you not agree? You can say, no, you don't agree. I don't need to explain it.
You're saying that we created them to be mercenaries, bro.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, on one historical.
Right. You said so. I'm asking
pathway.
you, why did we create them to be mercenaries? Who was they
To
taking
basically fight in our wars that we still having today. The wars that black people. Listen, I'm a black man, you know. But remember something, I'm an original black man. When I say original, I don't have time to argue with all black men about whether they're Hebrew.
All right, so
Israelites,
hold on,
brother.
brother. Who is we going against for us to create them as mercenaries? Who is we going against, brother?
Probably people that look just like us.
Okay, so why would we create? Hold on, brother. Why would we create us? Hold on. Why would we create a species that can't even deal with us at our lowest frequency? Why would we create these niggas to fight motherfuckers that look just like us, meaning that they're genetically the same as us?
Okay, someone keeps muting my microphone. It's not gonna work, right?
Yeah, because you keep over talking. But I'm gonna ask you.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, answer the question though. Don't do that dodgeball shit.
All right, listen to this. No one's dodging. Right, so listen to this. You said earlier on that we are a species and we are in symbiosis with the environment, with the thing. Let me finish. I'm trying to answer.
Brother, hold on. I asked you a clear question. I don't want to hear what I said 10 minutes ago, my nigga. I asked you a clear question, so I'm going to need you to answer it. You said that we created these people to be mercenaries to fight people who are genetically the same as us. So I asked you a question. Why would we create a species that can't even deal with us at our lowest frequency to fight wars for us back then? Let me know.
2, that's a lie. Number 3, they.
What's a lie? I didn't hear you.
Well, you said that they can't deal with us on our own level, but they're running the whole planet. So that's a lie.
Okay, through psychological slavery, bro. They're not
precisely
physically.
Thank you. Right. Let's get deep. Right. Let's get deep and let's not be shallow. Right. Number 2. Right. If you say, and I believe that we lived amongst each other and didn't have animosity to each other and didn't have aggression to each other, right? When one of us decided, oh, do you know what? Actually, I don't like that group over there, or I want that land over there, or I want those goods over there, or do you know what? We're scarce in food, we're scarce in resources. Let's go over there and we're just gonna move to those brothers, yeah? Right. So them brothers now get moved to. Right, they take all your stuff, they murk all your kids, do whatever. Now, them brothers don't want to retaliate because they don't have it in their DNA to retaliate against someone that is like them. Okay, now listen to this. So them brothers say, you know what? Let's find another plan. The smart one comes up, right? Let's create these people. They're mercenaries, and we'll make them do all the movements. Are you with me or not?
All right, how did we create them?
Listen, you lot are the scientists, you lot are the technologists, yeah? You understand what they've taught you to everything you're saying, even in the
how do we
English.
create them?
Well, you told me. I mean, splicing, taking DNA from this animal, that animal to create something. So, for instance, like a dog, yeah, created from.
All right, but you're missing the most important thing that actually.
Which is what?
You're missing the most important thing that actually sparked that shit. So I need what else?
What do you mean the most important thing? Tell me.
In order for these people to be sparked into existence, they needed something. What did they need?
What, the energy? What, the dark energy, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
No. What did they need?
No, I don't know. So I'm asking you to tell me. I don't know.
So you're speaking on shit you don't know. Okay.
Listen, bro.
100%.
Number one, do you know what? I'll tell you what.
Nah, bro, I'm not trying to hear that. You don't even know what you're talking about at this point. Like respectfully, you don't even know what the hell you talking about, bro. You just said we created the white man, the
You're
Asian man, the
fake.
Arab man to
You're
be
fake.
mercenaries
You're
to
fake.
fight our own brothers and sisters because we didn't want to retaliate against our own brothers.
You're
See, nigga,
fake.
you
You
flip
can't
flopping.
talk to a real
You
man.
doing
You
cartwheels
can't
right
talk
now,
to a
bro,
real
and I'm
man.
not
The
trying to hear it
energy is too
respectfully.
powerful for you. So just calm
Abundance and
down.
gratitude.
Abe, I was the one that was muting you because you were over talking the host. So it wasn't the host. The host was trying to talk to you and you kept over talking him. The Hierophant, you've been very patient, sister.
Yeah, go ahead, sister.
Hello, please, peace and blessings to everyone. I want to move around what Aperion was saying because it was very hard to follow what he was talking about. I will go back to the person right before him, and he talked about why can't we all have peace? If we will ever all have peace, if we will ever get along. I believe that he knows that answer already, just like we all know that answer. I believe that I was he led it right back to what I wanted to talk about before. I don't know, and that other gentleman that was here. He talked a lot of scientific theory, and theory is just that, theory. But
Right?
what
Do you
he
think we're
said,
all one species?
do I think we're all one species? I do not. But what I wanted to talk about was that, and I think that we are a more immaculate species, and I believe that we do more things and we have more ability than others. But what I wanted to talk about in that topic was something just a little bit different, because just the other night,
Oh
Trump
shit.
said we're going to remove the woke. We're not going to have any more woke. Well, when I look at you, host, and I look at Skywatcher, this is what I think about when I hear the word woke. I think about hypothesis and the reason why, and this is for all those listeners who are literally listening right now that may be of different species and different race. I understand that it hurts to hear something different than what you've been taught. It really does. It hurts me to hear it for you, truly from the bottom of my heart, honestly. But I wanted to know, because he left, well, he got kicked out. But what I really wanted to know from him and other speakers as they come across, I just want to know, when you see someone like Trump, and I'm not banging here to bang on Trump, that's saying we're getting rid of the woke. This information that our young sister and brothers are working tirelessly and really hard to get you this information, more our people. You just kind of happen to be here and kind of like sucking on to the information. Now it's coming out a little bit offensive because all you have is theory to go on. But when you are a scientist or a psychologist, we know that to get answers and information, you have to ask these hypothesis questions, and then you get answers. And sometimes those answers may not really go with what you've been taught. But when you can read between the lines. And I think that some of that is probably a big problem, because if we have this gift in our melanin, I'm not sure what part of our melanin allows us to have this these grandiosos evidence and facts of truth, then it can be a little harder for you. I want to say others, but I'm not trying to give you a hard time, to be able to relate with what our young or older scientists are saying, because it does come from a different realm, and they're questioning it so magnificently. So I just ask that you guys, when you come up here, don't get upset, and if you're going off of a theory, then just remember that you're trying to tell us a theory, and your own people are working to brainwash you from this information every single day. They've been doing it since the day you were born. So when you come to our platforms like this, don't get upset and don't get frustrated because you don't always know what our young scientists know, because they're reading. They're actively engaging. They're not just going specifically off of what someone has said that has made some things up. 1 and 1 cannot possibly equal 3. And if they find out that 1 and 1 doesn't equal 3, then they must come with the truth because it's the fact. So that's all I wanted to say. And I just wanted to say that when you come up and you say something and it don't make no sense, don't come up if you know what you have to say doesn't make any sense, because they're bringing facts. Don't argue with them because it doesn't make any sense. Just tell them, like I tell them, I appreciate you being here, and then move on and let someone else come in. But don't get mad, especially our own people. Our own people, you make us look bad. They said, go look, she just said the books are on my page. Stop cutting me off. This is a common problem in our culture, in our race. We cut each other off for no reason. We're debating, but we don't know how to debate properly. Go take a class. Go to Amazon. Get a book on debating, on listening, and that'll help you out. I just enjoy it. Sometimes it's really funny, but at the end of the day, it's interesting because it'll tell you how much you just don't know. It helps me out. I'm not afraid to say I don't know everything, but I'm just offering you guys a little bit of tools, so when you take the mic, you don't look bad coming in here with your outdated theory. And we cannot carry the same theory forever. It has to grow and expand. That's the way life works. So grow, and don't let people in office and in politics continue to trick you, and then you come over here against our scientists and you get out debated. Grow with us as much as you can, and when you get to the point where you can't see it, it's okay. Go meditate, eat different, and come back and be ready to receive, because they don't have to do it. So thank you, and I yield the mic back.
Abundance and gratitude, sister. That's facts right there. You were saying we not with the mysticism or we not with the theories. We going off of straight facts. You feel what I'm saying? So if you can't hold an intellectual conversation, it's no point of trying to request up here and say that we're wrong. Half the niggas that request up, y'all niggas ain't never read a book in y'all life. I promise you, you never read a book. Y'all niggas be struggling on the first paragraph, but want to tell us that we're wrong because of what you was taught in school. You feel what I'm saying? But abundance and gratitude, sister. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Who is next? Was it Mood or was it Boom? I think it was Mood.
It was Boomberg. Or
Boom. Oh, Boom. Go
no,
ahead,
it
man.
might have been was it Otis? No, I think it was Boomberg, then Otis, and then Mood.
All
Then
right, man.
Peace and love, peace and love.
Abundance.
Yeah, I heard that speaking on the well, one thing I wanted to say, the stuff you're speaking about with science, these are some of the conclusions that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and them came to before they got unalive. I hope y'all know that. And before they got them speeches out about us being indigenous and all that kind of stuff, and we integrated with the burn the house, they got removed. So when we on these panels and y'all coming to these conclusions, the more power y'all get with this kind of stuff, if it get to that point, that's the kind of thing you gotta be aware of.
Abundance. Do you think we're all one species?
No, I was up here before. No, I understand that we all not one species. I understand that, and my understanding of that we the first people here. Well, I come from the first people, so we covered the globe. It was all us. And then from being fruitful, reproducing, we got to the point of albino. We produced the albino. And at that point, the UV rays from the sun was able to get into the DNA, to manipulate the DNA. And that's how we got to the point of hybrid.
Can you explain how the UV rays manipulated the DNA of so-called albinos, black people?
Well, albino, the UV rays they couldn't penetrate the melanated. So when we produced the albino, the UV rays was able to penetrate. And then from
Can you
there,
explain like what happened within their genetic code that changed them into these other people?
What you mean what changed them into other people?
You said the UV rays manipulated their DNA, right?
No, I'm not saying the UV rays manipulated. I said at that point, the UV rays able to penetrate. Remember, our melanin takes in the light. They don't.
What type
so
of
with
melanin is that?
Neuromelanin.
Right, and so-called albinos have neuromelanin. You know that, right?
But I'm saying the UV rays, the deficiency, the UV rays are able to penetrate.
No, there's no deficiency with them. They possess neuromelanin. They produce it just like you do.
I'm talking about as far as they don't take in. It's different. I got albinos I grew up around. It's different with them with that sunlight. So that difference.
Okay, what was they eating? Because I know a albino brother, and he eats according to his genetics, and he be out in the sun. So what was that albino eating?
I don't know. What you mean? What was he eating?
What was he eating? Because, like I said,
I don't know. He's eating what we grew up eating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So even people, as you know, darker so-called black people, if they're not eating according to their genetic makeup.
Yeah, but my thing is.
Hold on. I'm not done. Yeah. Even darker so-called black people who are not eating according to their genetic makeup, even they have complications with the sun. Some of them niggas dark skin. You feel what I'm saying? So you're saying he grew up eating which I was eating, which I'm gonna assume is, you know, that destructive ass diet that niggas call soul food, right? So that's probably the reason why he was having complications with the sun. You feel what I'm saying? He's still producing neuromelanin just like you are. So go ahead, Bloomberg.
Yeah, they have they have a different take from the sun than we do. It's not the same thing.
Did you not hear anything I just said?
Yeah, I heard what you said, but it's not exactly the same.
Okay, what did I say? I just want to make sure you understood what I was saying. I mean, I just said it not too long ago. What did I say?
You spoke about the albino, about what they eat, and that's why this person, based on their diet, this person could take whatever they feed their melanin. This person is not.
I didn't say that.
You're saying basically based on the diet, the person, the albino, can take melanin based on their diet, based on what they're eating. And then you said also black people that eat in a certain way that have a problem with the sun.
Right. So doesn't that just dismiss your whole entire theory?
How would that dismiss that?
Because you're saying that the UV light was affecting albino black people.
I didn't say affected, man. I said the UV when the albino, the UV rays was able to penetrate their DNA for where it can be manipulated. Not the sun. Though. Listen, not to where the UV rays are manipulated, to where it could be manipulated by our scientists at that time to hybrid. I'm not saying the UV rays did that. I'm saying they was able to do that with their DNA and hybrid. You couldn't do that with our no, because our melanin is going to cover up. It's going to keep covering up.
Okay, but albinos have the same thing, brother. That's what I'm saying. Albinos still produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain, bro. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. So there's no difference between a dark skin and a so-called albino black person. There's no difference whatsoever when it comes to neuromelanin.
I'm not saying there's a difference. I'm telling you, albino at the point of they was able to manipulate the DNA. You can look that's not just coming from me. I'm not. That's based on research. When they was able to manipulate the DNA of the albino.
How did they manipulate the DNA? Let me know.
And they broke down with the UV rays they said that the UV rays would penetrate they DNA different. I mean they what's name different than the darker skinned people before them.
If I just told you that there's
at that point,
I just said that there is no difference between a dark-skinned so-called black person and an albino so-called black person when it comes to the production of neuromelanin. So their cells, their cells are still coated in neuromelanin. So how is the UV light affecting them?
If it's the same, why they not it's dark?
Because it's one of the 48 shades that the so-called black woman can create.
All right,
like a light-skinned so-called black person has.
That's what I'm saying. So all them different shades have differences. It's a shade for a reason. If it's darker, that's for a reason. If it's getting lighter, it's getting lighter for a reason. It's not nothing for no reason, and everything just the same, and it's darker. That's darker for a reason. And then when you get down to lighter, it's something that is things gonna get slight differences that you could do.
All right, if it's a difference, okay, I got you, brother. If it's a difference, please explain it.
I just told you they take UV rays. That's what I told you. That slight difference where they able to manipulate the DNA.
Hold on, brother. What I'm saying is, just because you're saying there's a difference doesn't make it a difference. So now I need you to explain that difference. Go ahead.
You just explained it. You said there's darker and there's lighter, right? So there's differences in shades, right?
You said that, bro.
No, you said the woman possessed every different shade.
Yeah, I said that's one of the 48 shades, but you're saying that's a difference, though.
All right, if there's 48
no
shades,
difference between the shades that the so-called black woman can create.
Okay, if there's 48 different shades, right? Why is it 48 for what? What's the first one for? The second one for what? All for what reason? For what? Why?
What the host is explaining is that all of those 48 shades are just different colors of neuromelanin. It's all neuromelanin.
I'm not knocking that. I'm saying for what though? Why is it different shades? For what?
Because she is all.
That don't answer that. I need to know why. Like I know why I got my bones in my feet. I know what them bones are for. Each bone is for a reason.
But you can't explain us the difference until I told you that until he said that there are 48 different known shades of neuromelanin. You didn't know that. So an albino is still a shade of neuromelanin, just like you're a shade of neuromelanin, just like I'm a shade of neuromelanin.
And we all got slight differences as far as what that melanin can take from that, as far as UV rays.
That's not true.
That's why you got different shades. 48 of them.
Neuromelananin absorbs all radiation.
I'm not knocking none of that stuff. I'm not knocking nothing. I'm adding on to what you're saying.
Hold on, no over talking.
Yeah, what we're saying, Boomberg, is that there is no difference in neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is just neuromelanin.
I'm not talking about the neuromelanin. I'm talking about the effect the UV rays have on a certain shade.
Right. So if there is no difference in neuromelanin, how can the shades be affected differently when it's the same thing? It's all biosynthesizing the sun the same. Even though you might perceive a different color in the integumentary system, to be honest, we wasn't even these colors. You know what I'm saying? We used to be green, red, blue. So it's the 48 known shades of what's so-called copper tone plus these lighter shades in the albino so-called. But those are all just different shades of neuromelanin. The chakra system, she can still create those shades as well. They're all different. All of those shades are neuromelanin biosynthesizing the sun the same.
Yep.
It's the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. So you're just seeing a different angle of light, but it's still light. Just you're seeing it from a different angle. You're seeing it from a different frequency because of what happened to the Earth's rotation, because of the sub-zero tech, because of the creation of the eukaryotic cell. So you're not even seeing and perceiving color as much as you're really supposed to. But even in this state and even in this frequency, your field of vision is still a lot more further than theirs.
And nano diamonds are multicolored. So, and that's what we're composed of. We're able to be any color. That's why you see us in so-called history and prehistoric that we've been all types of colors.
Why do you think they call us colored people?
Facts. Go ahead, Boomberg. Yo, Boomberg, are you understanding now, or?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like I said, the shade is still a question. Ain't even no question. When you got different shades, the same way you got different bones. You got 206 bones in your body. You got this bone, you got all these bones in your feet. You stuff like that. All these little things and different is for a different reason. It's for reasons, and there's certain things that you can do with your foot that you can't do with your hands. There's certain things you can do with. That's all I'm saying.
All bones are composed of the same biochemical substances. You know, the
No, I know
same
that.
thing that your bone is made up of, and your hand is the same thing that the bone in your knee is made up of. It's just a different part of your body. So that's what we're explaining. We all make up, we are all her children. We're just different reflections of her. We're just different angles of light. It's all light. Just like you got green light, you got green orbs, you got red orbs. They're still biosynthetic, they're still light beings. It's just a different angle of what is so-called light. So the bone is a hand bone, so it's not doing the same function as the knee, but they are the same composition though. They still stem from the same totipotum stem cell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they all can't see. My arm can take a certain amount of pressure before it break. My foot gonna take a certain thing they can take. I got
Bro,
bones. The
listen,
bones in my
nobody.
feet can't take the same amount of pressure.
Because
My
they
arm.
have different functions, but that doesn't change their composition.
So some bones are weaker than others.
No. They have different functions. They are composed of the same thing. All of your bones, a lot of your bones have the same mass. Hello?
Yeah.
Right. So when we get into albinos, a lot of people want to try to sit here and act like they're recessive. They're not recessive. So-called black people, we don't create anything that's recessive. You feel what I'm saying? It don't even make sense how you can even begin to think that our albino brothers and sisters are somehow less than us. That don't even make any sense. All of our genes are dominant. So how are we? How are you trying to say that we, as darker people or darker so-called black people, can actually handle the sun, but they can't? That don't make any sense.
I'm not saying they're recessive or can't handle the sun. I'm saying at the point when they were able, the UV rays were able to get to their DNA to where they were able to manipulate their DNA and hybrid.
What are you
Because
talking
the
about?
way the
Hold
UV
on.
rays penetrate, it's not they different or recessive.
Okay, how are
My
they
thing is
hybrid?
this.
Hold on, brother.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna ask you a question real quick. How are they hybriding through how are they hybriding through the UV rays?
I didn't say they hybrid through UV rays. I said when they from the acknowledging that when they was already hybriding already before that. It was already hybriding going on with animals and stuff like that. So
I'm speaking about so-called black people. We're not talking about animals. So how did they? All right, I'm gonna just ask you a simple question. How did all other races outside of so-called black people get on the planet?
from we hybrided them.
How?
And we had breeding camps.
How?
Which is going on right now.
How?
The same thing, everything you see going on right now was going on is what they
brother.
stole.
No, listen. How?
How what?
How? How did this happen? You said through breeding camps. Who was we breeding?
Well, I just told you, we talking about another race, right? Other
Yeah,
races.
I said, how did everybody outside of so-called black people, how did they get on the planet? And you said through us breeding
Hybrid.
camps and shit like that. So I'm gonna ask you, who is we breeding? How did it happen? I need to know.
Well, you gotta check out Jacob and Yakub and the grafting process and all that, and look into that. That's gonna be a lot of stuff to be up here explaining.
How about you explain it to me? You
That's too
brought it
much.
up. Explain the process.
They had breeding camps, man.
Okay, who is breeding? Like, that's what I'm asking.
That's gonna relate to Jacob and all that, and to biblical stuff.
Okay, but you should know who was being bred, because you're saying through breeding, but you're not really
Yeah, but
telling me
that's
who they was breeding.
I'm not going too much into that because that's a little bit. I don't want to speak on that too much because the stuff I'm talking about right
Do you
now
not
is
want
what
to
I know
speak
about.
on it, or do you not know which one?
No, I know some of it, but I'm not. I can't touch on everything to answer every little question about that because I got people that got higher knowledge about that. So that's respectable. My elders, I respect my elders. So on that thing, I don't get too much into that.
Okay, all right, I got you.
I'm not here to be I'm not here to be exploit my whatever. I'm gonna talk what I know.
My bad. Damn. Go ahead, Mood Network.
Wasn't Amina up here? Yeah, I don't even know.
Nah, she came after.
Peace to the board, all the intelligent speakers, wise speakers. Y'all edify me greatly. I learned a lot coming through here. I don't think that we're all one species. This is something I wanted to address. We are Etherians. So what I mean by that is dark matter or dark energy is the basis of every star. It's like a connector for all things. We equate that to melanin. So we are primordial beings. So before there's a physical realm or a physical, because quantum physics is basically the opposite side of physics. So like the spiritual side. So there's a physical and there's a spiritual correspondence. So we existed prior to a physical correspondence. So when we talking about, aren't we all connected? The only way that we're connected is in the sense that we all have a spirit. Melanated people have a soul. That's a continuum. It's like a memory card. And melanin or dark matter, dark energy, it combines or connects, tethers, I should say. It tethers all realms. So when we say we're multidimensional beings, we're saying that if you look at Osmosis Jones and you see that he's living in a city, imagine that you are on the roof of the city, but you can't come inside the city because you're not or original to inside the city. So the people who live outside of the city or outside of the quantum realm are everyone who's non-black, so-called non-black. You feel me? Because you guys didn't exist. You guys weren't born inside of the city, aka born inside the quantum realm. That's why in movies, I seen this video yesterday. It said black people are willing to die for their cause. White people are willing to kill for their cause. And it talks about the nature, right? The nature of...
Unalive.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Melanated people are willing to be unalive.
Hey, Mood, we can't hear you if you off the app. We can't hear you, Mood. All right.
Hey, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
So back to the unaliving. All right, so it's talking about two things. That boy Apron Chi, he was saying, yo, melanated people, we hired or created Europeans so they could fight in our wars. That's not the case. But when the recessive people did come out the mountains and we did all that, we did make some of them that were able to become janissaries and housemaids. And that's why you see them in the European royalty photos and all that they're in the house and they have on clothes, but it's kind of like a monkey suit. You feel me? Like they like to do the reverse psychology, but it's just something so they can be introduced and eruditated into culture. Like or basically grooming them.
How do we create them?
I don't want to get onto that right now. I just want to finish the Osmosis Jones thing. So
I mean, it ties in with the species, and that's the main topic.
that's the main topic. Okay, so how
Yeah.
did we create them? From what I understand, and bro was talking about it. So yin and yang, right? We have our own order of succession. There's an order of succession. So along that path, there was something in us that disagreed with something in us. You feel me? So that negative or that disagreeable part of us literally manifested outside of itself, whether it's sin or it's something that's just disagreeable that manifested outside of itself. What do I mean by that? You said that we didn't create them. You didn't want to take no credit for creating them. But we also understand that that wasn't an anomaly that happened off of a mutation. Some tampering went involved in their creation. You guys said electrical fission or fusion. I'm not too familiar with that. I'm doing my own studies on that. I want to know more about that. But something happened that they were created for whatever purpose. I don't know. All I could say, because I do believe in prophecy, that we broke laws or we went outside of our natural law, and by doing that we got a penalty. And my dog, he explained something to me, aliens, right? They're aliens to this planet, they're aliens to us, but an alien is also a lien. A lien is a claim on property or a claim on people, a claim on land. So that's what they do. They make false claims because of our transgressions. They are a lien on us, an alien on us, an invader on us, a parasite on us, a virus on us. And we talk about viruses, we're talking about mental. So going back to the Osmosis Jones theory, not theory, but just example, melanated people have souls. So when you see in movies, they get unalived. People subconsciously, you already know, okay, he's gonna come back because he has a continuum. But Europeans, they cannot be unalived and come back in any. And you can even see right
How do
now.
we create them?
How did we create them? What I think is, honestly, what bro was saying is there's some truth to that. I think that they took the albino and they made it with a melanated person in 200, 400, 800 years. You just kept deleting a certain gene or germ, and then you just kept getting a lighter germ, a lighter germ, a lighter germ. And also,
See,
there's
that's a
something.
problem though, because
What's
a
up?
lot of people are hyper fixated on skin color.
It's not just about skin
The
color. No, you're right. You're right.
the albino black person is composed of the same thing that I am composed of. You feel what I'm saying? So when we look at albino and pheomelanated skin, those are composed of two different things. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all keep saying, oh, they got lighter and lighter and lighter, but albinos phenotypically present just like so-called black people, or black albinos. Let me be specific. So-called black albino people phenotypically present as so-called black people. So my question is, how did phenotype change? Because you like I said, you can't splice into neuromelanin, and albinos or so-called black albinos possess neuromelanin. So how did that happen?
My bad. Yeah, they call it the rhesus monkey, right? The troglodyte monkey. I don't know how they introduced monkey, pig, rat DNA into their genealogy. I don't know how that happened. I just
Right.
know
So
that.
why do you think that if you don't even know how it happened?
Wait. Listen, I don't know how it happened. I'm not saying that. I've seen the hypertrichosis. I've seen them with tails. I've seen them with animal.
You never seen an albino with a tail. You never seen
No,
an
no, no.
albino with
That's the last
hypertrichosis.
conversation.
Yeah, you never seen an albino with a tail, nor have you ever seen an albino with hypertrichosis. You never seen an albino on all fours. You never seen that with them. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by when you saying that we just kept getting lighter and lighter. You're not explaining how.
That's not the whole story. You're right. And you've never seen an albino because an albino is a melanated person. He is a melanated person. You can see the lips, you can see the hair, the woolly hair. So how do you go from woolly hair to straight hair to dog hair or horse hair? I understand there was some implementation. I don't know what the process was. I just know along the line you needed two factors. You needed to add animal DNA to be able to stabilize whatever you did after you took out the melanin. There
Right. So
was.
you're saying it happened, but you don't understand how it happened, which makes no. I can tell you how the eukaryotic
I would
cell
love
came
to
into
know, sir.
existence.
That's why I'm
Right.
here.
So I can tell you how the eukaryotic cell came into existence, and it has nothing to do with albino black people. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's just false information that you're spreading at that point. Because if you can't explain what you're talking about, you're saying you're basically like it happened. I can't tell you how that shit happened, but shit, it happened. That don't make no sense. I'm not trying to pass that down to children. You feel what I'm saying? Children need nothing but the truth. Like it's actually sad that children gotta listen to this. Like as grown adults, we should be doing the research and understanding ourselves so that we can pass down truth to children. We can't go off of well shit, I don't know, but shit, it sound good to me, so it happened. Nah, we not going off that no more. You feel what I'm saying?
We can't.
So go
It's
ahead.
non-conducive that when we had the conversation weeks ago, that you haven't done any research since then, yet request up. That's not helping our species build. That's not helping our ascension or helping us raise our consciousness. That's not helping Earth raise her consciousness. And it's just non-conducive. Like if we don't come together with actual information that we can build off of, how can we actually ascend as a people? If we're going off of, I think, maybe, we're just passing down, like he said, I think, and maybe it's to the children without actually knowing, but then calling ourselves divine beings. If the soul is all knowing, why are we saying that we don't know? When it just takes a little bit of discipline and a little bit of sitting with yourself and a little bit of just pausing. This is how I know my people don't meditate, because meditation takes concentration. It takes slowing things down. It takes locking in with yourself. That is how you are then able to lock in with your species.
So give me
Once you
that.
understand how to play your part, operate in your piece to the puzzle. You see what I'm saying? So we can't just go based off of what someone else is saying. That's not your piece to the puzzle. Understand why the universe is actually bringing or presenting this information to you. Be an observer of your reality. That's what meditation is. Be an observer and not an absorber. So when you say, oh, I think, that's an absorbing. That's you absorbing. You saying that I know or I've tapped into myself, that's actually knowing, because that's stemming from the soul. Your neuromelanin goes back 13.6 billion years. You are the Akashic records. Everything that happens spiritually can be explained scientifically through all branches of science. So if we haven't taken time to explore the branches of science, then we shouldn't be coming together expecting to build with nothing to actually offer each other.
Facts. Go ahead and respond, mood, and then we're gonna move on to the next guest.
Shit. Honestly, yeah, man, you're right. I need to do more research. I be looking at y'all page. I'm not saying that I know everything. And what I don't know, I would tell you I don't know. But from what I've ascertained, that's what I'm giving you. I don't feel like I'm too far off. Science is heavy, and it does take time to do. So I'm gonna keep doing that. That's why I come through to listen. Sometimes I screen record when you guys are explaining, and I go back. You feel me? It is what it is. But give thanks. Y'all be easy.
All right. Go ahead. I think it was it 200 or was it Project? I don't know. I think it was 200. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I appreciate all the contributions, and your page actually came up at a perfect time because I'm also recognizing myself as a divine being and just focusing on the research in the previous question that you just asked. I do recognize that there are two different people. Science recognizes that there are two different people when it comes down to it physically. Eumelanin and pheomelanin, like you said. Eumelanin is different in its structure. It is different in the way it absorbs sunlight, and it is different in the way of, like you said, like why is it that we are more, you know, protected in the sun than others? And I just wanted to hear you more expand on that. and see if I'm on the right track. Because I know internally, but I'm looking forward to the contributions of this chat.
All right, abundant sister. Yeah, like Skywatcher said in the comments, you melanin and pheomelanin, they're the same. That's both animal melanin. So-called black people, we possess neuromelanin. But go ahead, Project.
The so-called black and Latino. Y'all, I hear y'all saying black the whole time. Black and Latino. You feel me? Because we have the same genetics, we have the same chromosomes, we have the same genetic makeup. Your chromosomes make your whole
Who are you referring to when you say Latinos?
Latino.
Are you talking about like Hispanics?
I'm talking about people who got neuromelanin.
Are you talking about Hispanics?
Which is the black and Latino people.
Are you talking about Hispanics?
I'm
People
talking
like
about
that?
Latino.
Are you talking about like Hispanics? That's what I'm saying. Like, what do they
Are you asking me
what do they phenotypically look like? That's what I'm asking.
Like, what you mean? Like, what does his pigmentation look like?
Like, what is their phenotype look like?
What does their phenotype look like?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like,
what do they phenotypically present as? Is what I'm asking.
if your genetics and your just look at the genetics, man. Black and Latina, man.
Right. So I'm asking you, what do they phenotypically present as? That's what I'm asking. Because you said you came in here, you said not just so-called black people, but you said Latinos as well. So I'm asking, what's the phenotype of the Latinos you're speaking about?
And you were saying so where do the Europeans and everybody else come from? Since
That's not what I asked you.
no, but I'm asking you that. You was asking everybody else that.
I mean, you requested up to my stuff to say not just black people, Latinos too. So I'm asking you, what do the Latinos phenotypically present as?
I mean, they have neuromelanin too. They don't burn. They don't catch melanomas from the sun. Do you catch melanomas? Do your skin peel from the sun?
Yes, they do, bro. Like if you're talking about the Hispanics or those type of people, yes.
Hispanic, Latina, all it's different. It's different.
So what do they look like then, brother? That's what I'm asking. Like, what people are you referring to? Because I'm talking about all so-called black people throughout the entirety of the diaspora, no matter what landmass they're on. I'm talking about people who share our base phenotype. So who are the Latinos that you're talking about?
Go look it up, research it. Like I said, a real teacher will tell you to research. I won't just be sitting here talking and just telling you and judge you.
I already know, bro.
You judging people by what they say. I'm not. I'm listening.
I'm not even judging you, brother. I'm literally asking you who you're talking about. You can't tell me who you're talking about. Like, I'm not even judging you. I just want to understand what you're talking about. That's all. So, like, what do these Latinos look like? What does their hair look like? You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking. Like, do they have straight hair or do they have hair like the so-called black people?
If you understand, this is not hair. This is ether. Like what does hair come into?
Okay, cool. Whatever you want to call it. What does it look like?
That's genetics.
What is it? Okay, what does their hair or their ether look like?
The ether look like mine. Like they don't have
just like yours.
They have ether, not hair.
Okay, does their ether look just like yours?
If they have ether and not hair, what is that telling you, sir?
All right, bro. I don't got time for the games. Yeah. All right.
Ether and hair is the same, brother.
Man, but okay.
I wanted to ask him, did he know the type of melanin that Latinos, or did he know the 3 types of melanin that pertain to humans? Because if they don't phenotypically look like you, brother, they're not composed of the same biochemical composition as you. There's no way, because your phenotype is connected to your genes. Your phenotype is just expressing what the genes are composed of. If the mother isn't neuromelanated, her children are not neuromelanated. If the mother is neuromelanated, her children are neuromelanated because it's her chromosomes that rule. So I wanted to ask him, I wanted to unpack that whole chromosomal thing that he brought up.
Yeah, you said chromosomes. I was like, Are you trying to say that so-called black people have different genetic material from different organisms? Because
Right.
all of our genetic information stems from one embryological origin. It's a
Mhm.
tip of them stem cells, the so-called black woman.
And then you were asking, and then she was also asking somebody about the download they're receiving. If they was actually meditating, you would have gave us that question too. You could have meditated on that question also. If you've been doing that question.
Bro, we just want you to answer the question straightforward. Like, you keep tiptoeing around it,
She was
saying
just
go do your research. I already
no.
did my research. That's why I'm hosting this live right now,
That's
because
not
I
how it works.
understand our biological and our genetical differences. Like, I asked you a simple question and you couldn't give me a straightforward answer. So I'll swing back to you after I get the other guest, but I'm gonna come back to you for sure. Go ahead. I am Winter.
All right, cool. How everybody doing? To answer the question, we are not all the same species. We are, I don't even know how to say the word, etheric beings. Yeah, ether beings. Earlier, somebody mentioned the name Yakub, and I think that that's a theory that the white people came from Yakub or the Antichrist. I haven't gotten to look too deep into it, but yeah, that
Do
I
you know
think
what
that
Yakub means?
Yakub actually no. I thought it meant Israel. Like I thought it was just translated to Israel because of it said Jacob's name was translated to Israel in the Bible.
Well, Yakub just means supplanter. Like when you break the word down. So somebody seeded the eukaryotic cell organism here, but it wasn't a so-called neuromelanated person.
Okay, got you. And then so you kept saying earlier too that it doesn't matter if someone's albino or if their complexion is midnight, they both still have the same melanin compounds.
Yeah, it's just
Is
a
that
different shade of
why?
neuromelanin.
Okay, because that makes sense now because I was a little confused as to why in the Bible it was stating that Noah was albino, and I know he was for sure was black. Yeah, I didn't. Now I get it. I guess because I was thinking I was being like everybody else, thinking that because of the skin tone changes the actual melanin levels. But when Sky gave the example of the bones, it made more sense. So now I get that.
It's not about what the skin looks like. It's about what the skin's made up of. You feel what I'm saying? So definitely do some deep research into that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Freedom.
Peace, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hey, I got a lot of helpful information from this live. So, thank you guys, especially with I think you said electric, because I asked like, so where did they come from? And you said electrical fusion. I definitely got to look into that because that's something that I have been questioning for a while. But I just kind of wanted to like attest to what Sky said about the Akashic records and meditating and stuff. Because for the longest, like even when I was a kid, I knew that we were different from the other races, and I knew that we were dominant and we were superior. Even back in grade school when they're teaching us about slavery and all this other stuff, I still knew it inside of my every being. And then a couple years ago when I started looking into like the actual food that I eat and trying to eat healthier and cleaner so I can connect more spiritually, like I learned that a lot of these fruits and vegetables are not even like God created. A lot of them are man-made, And a common thing in those man-made fruits and vegetables is a binding agent, and it's called starch. And it's basically, it's not naturally occurring. It's something that has to be added, and it's kind of like a glue to like bind like molecular, materials to create something, and it's not natural. And then I remember reading an article about how non-melanated people have Neanderthal in them, and how, if you Google it, it'll say something small like 1% or 3. But this article is saying that the numbers are actually like 20 to 40% of modern day non-melanated people have Neanderthal DNA, and then other like animal DNA and things of that sort. And it also said that they had like this binding agent in their DNA that is not naturally occurring. It was created. It wasn't like created by nature. It was something that was added into their DNA and spliced into their DNA for their, molecules to come together. And, it's just like learning about the GMO food, the GMO fruits and vegetables. I was like, oh, these non-melanated people, they're pretty much like GMO. They're genetically modified. They're not created by nature. So where they came from, how they came into existence, that's definitely something that I'm still looking into. And then you gave me kind of something to like research to kind of ground my understanding with that. But I definitely knew from like a little kid that we're not all the same. We're not all the same. But that's all I wanted to say.
Abundant. But Apparon, you keep requesting up here, but it's like, bro, I don't even. What did you want to add, Apparon?
Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All I can hear is Gabrielle playing. 1 second. Right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Right, listen, I'm going to start from the beginning, yeah, because we're brothers, Me and you are actual brothers, brother. And I understand what you're trying to do. And all I've done is just say a load of stuff to get your attention back, and now I'm back on as I planned. All these people that are coming up, they're giving you information that you're not willing to listen to. Now, you're scientists, you and your friend Sky, so you understand cognitive dissonance, yeah? Now, I can use that word, you know that word, and I believe that this is the issue with a lot of people today. When
All right, what information am I not getting?
No. Okay, listen. I don't want to get caught up with the specific details because I'm not a scientist.
I mean,
I've read many books, brother. I've read many books, trust me, including the text of the Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books. I've read many scientific books. But what I'm saying is I've learned enough to understand, to open up something bigger and deeper that's connected to the source. So my information comes direct from the source. I don't need to listen to science. Do you understand, brother, or not?
right, it's not about going off of what science says. I mean, we're when we speak, we're talking about the functionality of different parts, like of our, down to the cellular level. You feel what I'm saying? And
I understand. Yeah,
we're
agree
just
with you. And
we're just giving out the information that so-called black people, we are completely different than everybody else outside of us, down to the cellular level. You feel what I'm saying? So
listen,
and that's extremely important.
hold on, sorry. Somebody keeps muting me. I don't know who keeps muting me, but I understand what you're saying. I actually agree with what you're saying, but there's certain information that you need to put to your arsenal and add to your arsenal. I'm trying to teach you something,
And
brother.
what is that?
Because you don't know me. I'm trying to teach you something. Open up your mind and understand that once you're connected, you're going to receive the information direct from the source.
Right, that's the problem. Like, you're trying to teach me. I ain't trying to teach nobody in here. That's the way.
Yeah, but
I'm not teaching nobody.
This is what you're doing.
Hold on. All the information that I've obtained, I obtained on my own. I didn't go off of what somebody else was trying to teach me. Because when somebody teaches you, you're just going off of you're really just adopting their mind. You don't even have your own mind. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't need nobody to teach me, nor do I want to teach anybody. So all the
All
information
right.
I've obtained, I got that from my individual research.
All right, congratulations. I respect to that. But what I'm teaching you is not a direct lesson. I'm teaching you that once you connect, you will receive all the information that you are seeking freely from the source. It's not going to come from books no more. Once you've gone beyond books, it's going to come from the source. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if you feel what I'm saying, you'll feel it or you won't. So that's all I wanted to really say, bro. Because we are all one, you know. Everyone in this room, we're all connected.
Who
But
is
some of
we?
us know and some of us don't. Who's we? Anything that's living, anything that's animated, anything that came from the source, because everything is inside of the source. We live within the source. Right now, we're living
Who
in the
or what
source.
is the source to you? Like, can you explain to us? Like,
Okay, so
I didn't even
from
ask you. See, this is why we took you off. You gotta
yeah.
let us ask you the question better so you can
All right,
answer.
go ahead.
You
All
know
right,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying? Are
Yeah, go
you?
ahead. Ask me the question.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want me to answer the question? Hello?
I
Hello?
mean, honestly, you ain't really add nothing to the topic, to be honest with you. You're just saying that
She
we're
asked
all
me who is the
connected.
source. She asked me who is the source. What is the source? It's not who, it's what is the source. Okay, so I can explain it to you from a biblical perspective, or I can explain it to
Who
you
or
from a
what?
quantum
Cut
physics
me off.
perspective.
So
Which one do you want?
I asked who or what is source to you, but you were talking far
Yeah.
back from you.
Okay,
And
sorry,
you
right. The source is the dark matter. What existed before even the light appeared. That is the source. It is the creator of everything.
May I just interject there? Sorry, sir.
Hold on,
My
we'll
Go
get to
ahead.
you. I'm gonna get to you. Don't worry.
Now let her interject because I feel she's got something.
Nah, that's not how I run my live. We go one at a time, no over talking. And there was people in here before her. So if you done,
Sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and get to Mama
Apologies.
Sauce. No problem, sister. It's all good. Go ahead,
You
Mama
know,
Sauce.
I'm gonna come off. I'm gonna come off now. Yeah, so I've said what I needed to say.
Cause I remember you left that monkey comment on my TikTok, Mama Sauce. Go ahead.
I left a monkey comment on your. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said baloney to one of the videos, but
Oh,
it's
because
all
oh
good. Go
yeah,
ahead.
maybe I did. You because you said we have animal DNA.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, but y'all always say non-melanated people. Everybody's melanated to a certain
Right.
extent.
What type of melanin though? There's 5 different types.
Well, I couldn't tell you. I mean, everybody's melanated except for albinos. So when you
That's
say
cap.
this, the sun is killing us. How did what? That's ridiculous. It's not killing us. We live by the
We
sun.
can't. We got to say unalive. We can't say that word on
I'm
here.
sorry, unalive us.
But the thing is, my albino brothers and sisters aren't unaliving from the sun. But you claim that they have no melanin, which is false information. They actually possess neuromelanin, the same melanin I possess. You feel what I'm saying? So they predict 1.5 million of your people unaliving from the sun this year. And it would just last year it was what 400 or 500,000, one of those two. So it's actually increasing. So can you give me an explanation on that?
You think that your flesh and the color of your skin is what is eternal?
No, we're talking about genetics. We're not talking about the color
Well,
of
I'm
anybody's
okay,
skin.
but when you talk about living, I mean, this is temporal. I mean, it doesn't even matter what color you are when you leave the body.
Right. Oh, okay, but you have multiple different types of animals to actually make up your organism, which is unnatural. So why is that?
Oh, there's something unnatural about me as the blood type, but it's not my animal DNA. I don't have any animal DNA, and I
I
don't
mean,
have
you
any monkey protein
phenotypically,
either.
I get you, but you phenotypically present as an animal, though. let me invite my brother up here because you're saying you have no animal DNA. Why is your hair the way that it is? Why is your skin oh, why is your skin pheomelanated, which is animal based melanin?
And where do you get that information from?
Research.
Can you tell me what research?
You can't look it up yourself.
Well, you speak things that you should be able to have the receipts
I mean,
for,
you can
right?
look up pheomelanin and it's gonna relate to animals. Eumelanin is animal melanin as well, and that's what your eukaryotic species has.
I just think that you guys say a lot of stuff that doesn't have no facts behind it.
What do you mean? What do you mean they don't got no facts behind it? I mean, it's a scientific fact that pheomelanin and eumelanin are animal based melanin.
We're not animals or made out of animals or whatever, however you want to say it. Sometimes
No,
I
you,
think
you
it's just,
share animal DNA. This is a scientific fact.
but we don't look like animal. I mean, come
Yes, you
on now.
do.
No, we don't.
You have the same pheomelanated skin as animals, and your hair resembles that of a chimpanzee, a dog,
Okay, so if you
a
speak
horse
to a
parrot.
white tea person, they think that their hair is normal. But if you talk to and which is so stupid to say white tea when I could say black, which is ridiculous, then they think if you speak to a black person, they think the white tea hair is animal like. And you speak to a white tea person, they think the black hair is animal like.
Okay,
It's
show me an
crazy.
animal that has so-called black people's hair. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Genetics say, excuse me, what are geneticists saying? What are paleontologists that are actually connected to the evolutionists, who are connected to the climatologists? What are they saying? What
Oh,
are the
good.
people that are actually educated in these types of branches of science and history? What are they saying?
Well, you tell me.
Why did you come up here?
Because I want to know what you mean by melanated people. Because everybody's
So this is your 6th or 7th live that you've been to. You disagree with us in the comments, yet today
I've
you
never
decide
spoke to
to come up.
anybody on
Yet
a.
you decide to come up today to ask us questions that have been answered in the 7 lives that you've been in. And it's crazy because y'all don't know anything about the live analytics. We can see every single last one of you. When you come in here, when you leave, how long you've been in here, how much you gift, the comments that you put in here for the entire live. Please don't lie. Why did you request up today? You're on mute.
I did not request that. I was invited.
Did you invite
Right.
her?
Was you leaving
She was
comments?
disagreeing in the comments.
Oh.
She was saying albino people don't have melanin. When they have melanin, they have neuromelanin. Y'all are the ones with an abnormal amount of pheomelanin. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. No natural organism that has pheomelanin on the planet has different pheomelanin from different organisms to make up its organism. That's
Right.
what makes our a complex cell organism. That's what it is. And you do share genetics with animals. And we've been seeing on the screen for the last 5 minutes. Let me switch it back. Where
Yeah,
y'all
I need you to look at what he's gonna put
phenotype.
on the
I
screen
did
very
say that.
carefully.
I
No,
did
no,
say
I
that. I
want you to
said
see it one more time.
Yeah, one more time because
Start calling her mama.
your phenotype is determined by your genotype, your genetic material. And look at your genetic material on the screen.
Right. So, can you explain hypertrichosis, vestigial tails? Can you explain any of that that's within your haploid group?
it's funny how you take one white tea woman's face to make it look like that.
Yes or no?
Oh my God, bro!
Yes or no, ma'am?
Can you explain it?
When we scramble mama up, we get ma'am. So ma'am, go ahead and explain to us the different that first of all, do you know that there's a different type of melanin? Or are you just up here bullshitting?
No, I know there is. There's different
Okay,
types
so then
of
tell
skin
us.
colors.
Go ahead and tell us.
Well, you just I can tell by what I see that there's different people with different kind of darker skin, lighter skin. I know there's different kind of melanins.
Okay,
And
and
they
how are
pertain
we
to
all?
who?
Yeah, and your melanin is connected to the DNA that you have. So if there are different types of melanin, there are different genetic compositions, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if there are different genetic compositions, are there not different species? And can we not tell the different species through its phenotype? Is that not why we call a lion and a turkey a turkey? Is because the difference in their phenotype.
Well, I guess I am a different species. I'm an O negative
Right.
blood
So
type.
you are. Thank you very much.
A
This is what's
different blood
recorded.
type,
So
not skin color.
we will be posting this for the rest of your counterparts to see. A YT woman actually admit that she is a different species
I
than that.
am. I have O negative
Thank
blood. I don't
you.
have monkey
Thank you.
protein.
And you know who also has O negative
Pigs.
and O positive blood? Like he said, pigs and zooborn chimps.
Who says monkeys also have that? They're part of the A, B, and O.
That's why it's called Rhesus positive blood or Rhesus
Yeah,
monkey.
but they also have that. The
Right.
rhesus factor is what
Rhesus
tests.
monkey.
Yeah, the rhesus factor though, the protein is what tests if it's negative or positive. But
Right.
they themselves
So
have
I am a
O
different
positive
species.
blood.
I have
That's the
Rhesus
problem.
negative blood.
Cool. That's
It has
cool.
nothing to
That's
do
all.
with skin color.
That's all
Right, we're not
pertaining
talking
to
about skin
animals.
color.
Well, it is when you say melanated and non-melanated people.
But we never said you're non-melanated. I don't even understand where you got that from because we're actually saying you have pheomelanin, which is animal melanin. So-called black people, we have neuromelanin.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll just listen. Maybe I'll learn. Thank you guys for inviting me up.
Most definitely. All right, go ahead, Wei Jaku.
Yeah, hi. I just like to say the last time that I checked that we all came from animals.
Raw. You made me take them all out for nothing.
Go ahead,
Sorry?
my fault. Go ahead.
The last time I checked, we were all from an animal, and it is based on scientific features of the baboon, the animal, yeah, and that's where we all originated from.
All right,
That was the last time that I checked, but
alrighty.
we went to different the continent spread, and then we went to Australia, what became Australia. Then we went to Asia, and the DNA changed in that. So what I want to basically say is that, yeah, we are not all from the same species,
Okay, so
but we originated from the same animal.
all right, so you said the animal that we originate from is the baboon, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a pheomelanated animal. You understand that, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if that's a pheomelanated animal, how did it go from pheomelanated to neuromelanated? We don't even see that today.
Okay, so because you had to adapt to the weather, to the climate, to everything, and that's why
Okay,
you
but
changed.
all right, that's completely fine, but we don't see any type of animals that have neuromelanin in hotter climates. They actually still have pheomelanin. So what are you talking about?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
Okay, what I'm saying is we see animals in hotter climates, right? That's been there for quite some time. They don't possess any type of neuromelanin, but they do have pheomelanin still. So I'm asking you, how is it possible that those animals didn't adapt to their environment and start to possess neuromelanin, but you're saying that the animal that we adapted from or we evolved from, that's a pheomelanated animal, uh you said that we adapted and their melanin turned into neuromelanin. How did that happen?
Okay, so if you see the puma, let's take the puma, is an adapted animal from the lion. Just to say that, yeah? So it did adapt, and we all adapt to our circumstances, to our
How did
generic.
pheomelanin turn into neuromelanin? But
I'm not very educated on that part. I have to admit, I'm not
No,
educated
I just want
on
an
that part.
explanation because you just stated that that happened.
Yes, because I believe in evolution.
Right. So it's always I believe, it's never I know. I feel you.
Yeah, that's my belief. And I believe that evolution caused certain things. And the best example that I can give is with a lion. A lion is a puma in the northern hemisphere
Okay.
because it adapted to that environment.
Okay, but so if you don't even understand what you're talking about, why are you saying that to 139 people?
I do understand what I'm talking about, and I'm just saying that the last time that I checked, it was that we all came from an animal.
Right, but you're not explaining how the whole base phenotype changed.
I can't explain that, sir.
Right, so why are you
Seriously, I
like I
cannot explain that
right.
because I'm
That's the
not
point I'm getting
educated
to.
in that specific area.
Right, that's what I'm getting to. That's the entire problem because it's
So,
130. Hold on, hold
so
on, hold on. It's 138 people in here right now, and you're going off of stuff that you don't even have a understanding of. That's the problem. You're
okay,
going off of
so,
belief
sir,
because of knowledge
would
that
you
you don't have.
educate me on that? Tell me your stance on that.
No,
Okay,
I will say go do some research on the stuff that you believe, and you come back when you know.
okay, okay, fine. Thank you.
All right, abundance. Phew.
Our children gotta know. We can't say we divine beings in the highest extension of natures and then saying we don't know.
And then keep asking people, "Oh, can you educate me? Can you
That's
educate
not
me?"
cool.
You can't do that,
We
bro.
can't build. We gotta each sit with ourselves. That is how we gravitate towards each other through magnetism. All this stuff people talking about, oh, what's the plan or how can we connect? If we link up with people who can't even think for themselves, don't you know it'll flop in the first 10 minutes? You see what I'm saying? That's what this is about. Get them hooked on things that are outside of themselves. Train their
Everybody's the
subconscious
same.
mind to be low. Have them operate out of their lower brain because the eukaryotic cell, their brain is structured to be lower than their upper brain. So they are constantly 100% of the time always moving out of survival mode because they are operating out of the amygdala part of their brain. They want you to act like them. This is what cellular oppression is. This is something that you can look at through molecular gastronomy. But see, it takes sitting down with yourself for real. Cause I'm the type of person where I'm like, what why is this the psyche of my people? Like I understand slavery, but what were we doing on the planet for real? And I need actual facts for that. What are we actually genetically composed of? I see the difference. Why not go into that? Why have our people exhausted history and not picked up science when we know that the base word of gene or the base word of genetics is just, who the fuck is this fumbling with the mic? Goddamn. 1 second. We have to start with genetics. If we want to understand origin, that's the base word of that. History is telling you his narrative. I don't care about records, fabricated records that he created. His melanin is fabricated, right? This is a fabricated human that was truly seeded into our reality because that's what eukaryotic means. It means true seeded nucleus. So we got to start being able to articulate this for the children because they're not supposed to be in their schools. School comes from skole, which means to hold back. We're the original teachers, so called, right? The soul is all knowing. So there should not be anything, another organism, another species psychologically and medically evaluating your children.
as the most intellectual beings throughout the entire cosmos, we gotta stop being intellectually lazy. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
That's what it is. If we're the most supreme beings in the cosmos, the all knowing, we gotta stop being intellectually lazy, bro. We
Facts.
gotta strengthen that mental voice inside, just like you can strengthen your physical body when you hit the gym. Why don't you do that? That
Right.
voice inside speaks to you all the time, but are you listening to it with it? Are you working with it? Because that voice is aligned throughout your all. It's aligned throughout your whole body. The energy main the main energy centers in your body called chakras. So it's connected to all of that. So you gotta listen to that shit.
Man, it's like we can sit here and study for hours on mysticism, but we don't even take time to learn thyself. We don't even know what we composed of. You feel what I'm saying? And that's a problem. A lion knows what it's composed of. An elephant knows what it's composed of. It knows its genetics, but as so-called black people, we don't even know ourselves. We don't even know what we composed of, and that's a problem. So instead of going to learn that we the originals of America, or we all came from Africa, instead of learning that BS right there, how about we go learn thyself? Because once you learn genetics and you learn thyself, it's gonna tell you everything you need to know. But abundance. Go ahead, G Talk.
Oh, it's good, man. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, man. So basically, I'm not here to debate or argue with your intelligence. I agree with everything you have been saying. I just want to clarify my status of nature, I guess, in this world. You know, my purpose being is freedom, justice, and equality in a way where there's not many lives talking about how we can come as one to overcome the system. Like whether you have a social security, you're already enslaved to the system. So how are we as a society going to overcome and stop discriminating in a way where we're putting up, not trying to make it like white supremacy nor black supremacy, just where we can just, you know what I'm saying, see eye to eye, because the true enemy, not to say that the white man the white man is the common enemy, but not every white person is evil. I've noticed that a lot of people come up here saying that, you know, that they're not.
Are we all one species?
No, when you say we, you're saying everybody outside the black race, correct?
Right.
Yeah. No.
Okay, can you explain that?
Yeah, and I'm not here to disagree nor agree. I agree with your with what you have been saying, you know, and with what you're going to say, you know. You're a well-educated man, and you have done your research, and you know, I do understand that, you know. But since you said, can I explain how we are not? It's just a simple fact that, you know, you guys produce you know, the melanin, and how you guys are genetically different from the other races. You know, you guys run faster. You guys can do a lot of things better. The black man is the creator and the just an all powerful man. I don't know where to go else with that man, but yeah, I digress.
All right, the so-called black woman, she's the creator. So I want to correct you on that. But yeah, this live right now, we're just speaking about if we're all one species, and
I agree with you, man.
I just want knowers to come up here. Anybody who knows for a fact that we're all one species, request up. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And you know, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody's live or anything. I'm just trying to say there's no live where I've come in contact where people coming together talking about how we're gonna stop eating food and stop wearing these polyester clothes and bro, we're literally getting poisoned with the air we're breathing with the graphite oxidants that they're chemically spraying with chemtrails and such, bro. It gets deep. I'm not trying to be conspiracy theorist, but that's what I mean with the white man has done his agenda to you know, for the Aryan race. Charles Darwin wrote a book about eugenics, speaking about policing everything. Putting the colored people all in one section, everybody. This was in the 1790 Sentence Act. It derives from there. It goes to talk about how they just enslaved everybody. The white man put everybody, doesn't matter if you were indigenous or not, native, black, whatever. He put you into that specific category. And so his race, the Aryan brother race, the YT race, sorry, can overcome the black man, which is the powerful man.
What is your so-called race?
I'm sorry.
What's your so-called race?
That's not really relevant because I'm not trying to speak on segregation or diversity. My
Hey,
purpose
I'm
in
not
this
saying
life
that
is
you are.
to
I'm just curious.
yes, and there have been people of my identity, my ethnicity, come up here and say, but I feel like that is not really need to be mentioned, my brother, if I could call you that. My well-being on this earth is to spread freedom, justice, and equality. I do believe that. As the Nation of Islam said, they heavily
So
they believe
you're
that.
not so-called black.
Yeah, yes, I am not. My skin is not melanated. Yes, I'm not a black man.
Okay, so do you understand everybody outside of so-called black people, or these are the people that's snatching up my children and women?
Yes, but you also do understand that not just the melanated children are being snatched. You got the browns in cages. You got the Mexican children in cages. You got children getting cut up, being put into food. It gets deep, brother. That's just what I'm trying to say. Instead of
I'm
speaking
not
about
saying that only so-called black children are getting snatched. I'm not saying that at all. But my children are getting snatched for a completely different reason. You know that, right?
yes, from the black woman and her totipotent stem cells. Yes, and so forth. But I don't mean to hold up your light too much. If anybody else wants to come up here and
Hold on, G Talk. I got a question for you before we get into that. So, do you understand the importance of totipancy? Like we can't just skip past that because that's the sparker of all life, and only she carries that. And she
yes, I'm.
comes here with the most abundant amount in her children as well. So again, like he said, y'all are being snatched for a different reason, and no child should be snatched. Absolutely. But let's put some respect on our name. We don't do the all lives matter in here. You see what I'm saying? Because I get what you're saying. I don't want that to happen to any child. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But you got to understand the reason behind why the eukaryotic cell was created. This is why we talk about genetics, because it will always be a different reason when genetics is at play, which is origin. That's where everyone stems from. So you got to understand when it comes to splicing, what's actually taking place and who's actually the source for that, and how much more concentrated these accumulators and these radiators that are composed of our women and our children. You got to understand that these jobs that you work are 100% built off of the genocide of my sisters, my brothers, and our children. So I don't deny, and the host is not denying, that there aren't multiple, that we aren't all being quote unquote snatched, not at a high rate, not for the same reason, and not for the same outcome.
For sure. Yes, and I was just mentioning again, I'm not here to debate. I've been listening for a minute, and yes, not just this live. This live hasn't sparked like this live. You people have educated me more than what I've came in knowing before I've even interacted with this live, right? But I've always knew that the black man and the black woman are the spark of life, are the creators of everything. I'm not, me being not a melanated man nor coming from black parents, I understand that completely. I understand my people are one of the newest species on this planet Earth, whatever, but you know my purpose again, it isn't to separate the white man or the black man nor the white man, regardless if the sun is separating us or not. You know what I mean? I always will have love for anybody. I'm only racist to a racist person. If you show me respect, respect back. You know what I mean? That's just the way I'm raised. Yeah, man.
All right. Um, who is it? Oh, AI. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah. All right. So, my name's Anthony, and I'm turning 19 on the 28th, right? So, going into March, since I'm born in March, I had this like notion that, well, first of all, let me stay on topic. I don't want to monologue. So, you're saying that we are not all one species, right? And the conversation that you had with G Talk reminded me of a certain scenario that went on in my past during a tribulation that I went through. And I felt like I spiritually got snatched in that situation by people of my own race. And I could break it down for you if you don't really understand, but I understand that confusion comes from a certain race
Yeah, go
in the majority, but
elaborate.
in the majority, right? Like in the majority, white people whitewashed a lot of things that were subject to be created by us. So when it comes to like history and whatnot and what we learn in school and the systematic creation that we are in that isn't of God, um, I understand that that's the majority of the confusion that goes on in the world, right? Like, or at least in America, because that's where I am. But I'm in New York, by the way. But I was walking to. I'm gonna just tell the story real quick. I'm trying to make it quick. I was walking in the city near. I was walking in the city, right, and I came down the road after having gotten dropped off by my dad. I got my paycheck and I went to a smoke shop. And I was walking down the road. I wasn't high, but I was walking down the road and these preacher dudes, I think they were the Hebrew Israelites, they were talking about how Jesus was whitewashed and he's black, and then the mark of the beast and that he's coming back and that stuff, right? And then I started crying because I had felt like I'd lost the Holy Spirit, like prior to that day. And then they gave me a flyer and I walked away and they told me to go to their church, right? Because I wanted to get to know how to receive that Holy Spirit back because I felt like I was enlightened and I lost it, right? So I wanted to get back on the path. And I go back to the smoke shop after that because I had broken what I bought because I had felt so spiritually like ready to just throw everything away and just like let myself be taken over. I went back to the smoke shop and bought some more stuff, and then I looked at the flyer and I started. He said I remembered that he told me not to crush the flyer on my way to the church, and he said to keep my temple clean, right? And then he said to read the flyer because there was spiritual words on it, right? So I left the smoke shop And once I got outside, I was reading the flyer, and it said, "Forgive me, EASU," I think is what it spelled. For do I only get one chance? And I yelled that, like I said that really loud because I was feeling it. Like I don't know. I don't know what I got myself into. I felt like I opened some kind of door. But prior to me even being in that situation, I was at a Saturday school for my
Can I ask you a question
lunches.
real quick?
Yeah,
Did you read the topic or the statement right there? We are not all one species.
yeah. But I'm saying, why is
So
my species trying to attack themselves?
that's something that I feel like you should do some more deep research on. Because right now we're talking about we are not all one species, meaning everybody outside of so-called black people. So
I
want
have
to
a
add
question.
on the topic?
I have a question, and
Go
can I
ahead.
ask? Because I don't want to debate. I need understanding. I need guidance in this kind of topic, right? So my question is, if I'm like, since G-Talk was saying that we're creators, right? If I'm supposed to be a creator, and I feel like other creators are trying to paint a picture for me and draw me into that, rather than for me to find my true self. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
No.
No?
No. I just want to know if you want to add to the topic, to be honest. Like, do you think we're all one species?
Bro, all right, bro. I don't want to add to the topic. I want you to add to my question. So if that's not gonna work, I'll just leave
We're
now.
gonna come up to his panel and we gonna yeah.
Go ahead, Samuel. I think he was here. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, how are you guys? How are you?
Go. I'm good. Are we all one species?
Are we what? No. And I want to tell you why.
Go ahead.
Right. Basically, guys, we
Andrew
literally
and
live in
Samuel
a
just came up here.
we're living in a spiritual
You hold
warfare.
on. We gonna get to you, Sam. I didn't know that you came last. Go ahead, Andrew. My fault. That's my bad.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. We can hear you.
Yeah, so I don't get why you're saying that we're not the same species.
All right.
Yes, we
So
are.
we are. Are you saying that we are all one species?
Yeah.
All right. Can you explain that?
Yeah, we're all Homo sapiens, right?
Nah.
Based on the evolutionary paradigm, right?
Oh, bro, you're bomber clad. You're
Although
not.
we don't overtalk. But
You're
can you explain it?
fuck up, man. You bomber clad.
All right, bro. Not finna deal with the monkey talk. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead and explain how we're all one species.
I mean, I think you have to explain why we're not, because it's just kind of a consensus, right?
I mean, you came up here because you don't agree with my topic or my statement. So I need you to explain why you don't agree with it.
Well, because we're all made in the image of God, so we're all the same species.
So what the hell does God look like?
What do you mean? How does he look like? He looks like the Trinity.
No, you just sat here and said that we're made in the image of God. What does God look like?
Like Jesus.
And what did Jesus look like?
He was a Middle Eastern.
No, it wasn't. Yeshua
Okay,
was
hold
black.
on, Sam. Hold on.
Yeshua was black.
So,
Yeah.
all right, you said what was Jesus?
He was a Middle Eastern.
Okay, so my thing is so-called black people, we've been on the planet for quite some time, and all other people outside of us came 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. So why does God look like somebody who just came 6,000 to 8,000 years ago?
Well, I don't believe he came. What do you mean? Like, I don't think white people came 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. That's false. I don't know where you're getting that
Yes,
from.
y'all don't go back further than 6 to 8,000 years ago. We're gonna go ahead and cut the BS, right?
What BS? You have to give some evidence. You just can't
I
just
mean, it's
state
a
stuff
fact.
like
I mean, it's just a scientific fact that y'all popped up 6 to 8,000 years ago. And if you don't
and I
have
can say
hold on. If you don't have an understanding of that, then don't try to tell me that I'm wrong.
But I could also say the same thing about, oh, you guys came 6 to 8,000 years ago, the black people, and if you don't have any understanding of that, you have to do your own research. Like,
I
you have to
mean,
tell me why you're claiming
you.
something. You can just
I mean,
state something.
even you know that's wrong, bro. That's the thing.
Why would I say that? What do you mean?
So-called black people, we were the first so-called humans on the planet.
Okay, so let's say that's true.
That's
What
just a
does that have to do with
scientific fact.
scientific? Oh, okay, scientific fact. Okay, okay. So if that's true, what's important about like
What's important? What did you say?
what's important about that?
Andrew, if we're the same species, can you scientifically explain it to us, please? Genetically, please.
Okay, even if we're not the same species, and I agree with you, like you're trying to spout something that you're superior or something than the white person, like there's just I don't even know why you're.
Nobody's hold on. Nobody's talking about being superior in here. We're just presenting the genetical and biological differences between so-called black people and everybody else outside of us.
Okay, but
Like
differences doesn't mean that. Yeah.
I was just saying, like, you never once heard me nor my my mod say that we are superior to anybody. We never said that one time.
You said you are creators or something, just some random, I don't even know, creator.
Right, the so-called black woman is the mother of all life, all organic life, which
Organic.
is
I'm not organic, or what? What do you mean?
Hmm?
I'm not organic. What? The white person is not organic. Only the white black person.
Right, you're not natural to the planet because you share different animal DNA from multiple different types of animals, and those animals, when you actually like study what they're connected to, they're not natural either. So y'all unnatural to the third power. You feel what I'm saying? So can you explain that?
Well, you have to, when you make an assertion, when you say that we're not the same species, you have to bring evidence to the table. You can't make me bring evidence against something that I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not asking you.
Andrew, the evidence is Genesis
hold up,
6.
hold up,
Go on Genesis
Sam.
6.
Hold up, Sam. I'm not saying that you have to bring evidence. This is a lie for people who already know. Now, if you would like to show some evidence on what you're speaking on, that's up to you. I'm not forcing you, nor am I asking you to do that. This is for people who strictly know. Like, I'm not. This ain't no. I ain't no teacher. You feel what I'm saying?
How can I attack a point that I know nothing about? You have to tell me something I can attack.
So you came up here not knowing
No.
anything.
You don't gotta tell you shit, bro.
Bro, if you
were
understand the
questioned.
topic, then you are able to articulate your own point.
You were questioned.
You're trying to use reverse psychology, like, oh, you tell me. We're not gonna play with y'all. We're not gonna play. See what I'm saying?
You tell me the answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Samuel.
We can't hear you if you're off the app, Sam. All right, go ahead.
Yo.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying to Andrew, unfortunately, Andrew, you are a product of a genetic modification done by spiritual self-aware beings what reside in an 11th dimension, what infiltrated the gene code of the temple, which is the black woman. And
I think you're trolling, but what is this?
Designed
Some
it.
buffoonery.
Designed it.
Shit, man. Come on.
How am I making? Are you Christian? Yeah, he ran away because he knows, bro. Nephilim, bro. Genesis 6, Nephilim. He knows the spiritual warfare. His bloodline has been infiltrated by angelic beings, the host of the Most High, Yahweh. And unfortunately,
Wait,
The human
so
mankind has been infiltrated, and the only way they can be saved because they live in.
hold up,
That
Sam.
Yeshua said it. They
Hold
live
up,
in
Sam. Can I ask you a
bondage.
question? Are
The
we all
flesh is their prison.
Sam?
Yeah, go on.
Are we all one species?
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Basically, the angelic beings have infiltrated
Which
man.
angelic beings?
The sons of Yahweh.
And what was
They're
their name?
spiritual, self-aware beings that reside in another dimension from us.
All
They're
right,
not
who
restricted to.
were the sons of Yahweh?
Oh, the sons of Yahweh are. I don't know them of specifically, but one of them is a well-known being, and they refer to him as Lucifer. And what he did, he
Okay.
infiltrated the whole planet. He infiltrated he even infiltrated plants, and he modified to be like the Yahweh creation of some subspecies, and Yahweh had to destroy them with the ark, but unfortunately some of them survived, and it trickles down through hybrids. When they say that they are of royal blood, they're referring to pure blood of the angelic host through Genesis
So,
6, the Nephilim,
all
and
right, so
it trickles down
you saying
into their population.
okay, so you're saying first of all, I'm gonna need you to identify who Yahweh is and
Oh, Yahweh
that.
is the creator of everything.
Okay, so
He's the
you
being
say
who
he?
created time itself.
You say he?
He's the being what created time itself. He's outside of time. He's
All right,
Yahweh.
so
Yeah.
you're saying he. I don't know no
Not he. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's not a he. I'm sorry. He's the universe, basically. He's actually
Are
like
you
his
saying that the
consciousness is.
universe is a male?
No. I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean that.
Oh,
But yeah, Yahweh is the creator of all. He's not a male or female. That's just dictated to
the
biology.
universe is female.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So in actually he could be he's actually probably even a black female. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Yahweh is the creator of all,
No,
and he created these
I'd like
beings.
to
Hold
dispute
on,
that.
Hoist. I'm gonna get straight to you after Sam. I got you. Man, you say okay. The so-called black women, they're all fragments of the universe.
No,
So,
what the black woman is. Let me show you what the
what,
black woman is. Should I show you?
what do you mean? Show me? You could tell me.
Yeah, let me tell you. Okay, the black woman is a temple of divine superiority of the physical realm. She is the mother of all life form of intelligence and the mother of civilization. And what she represents when the spiritual beings look at this beauty is the sovereignty of Yahweh, because she represents a temple, a specific laying ground. So in terms of the heavenly gates, or a section in heaven which is very holy to Yahweh, the black woman represents, she's a physical element and testimony of the sovereignty of Yahweh to rule. So she is the temple of the living God. So in her own right, she is a goddess.
All right. So who came first, man or woman? I'm just curious.
Who came first?
Yeah, because you
Man.
quoting the man came first.
Yeah.
Can you explain that scientifically?
Scientifically?
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
So how did what?
But being created first doesn't decline your your authority or anything. You can't even compare the black woman to the male.
I completely agree with that right there.
An animal.
You're saying that the man came first. How did the man come first?
The man came first. The black male came first. The black male was given authority over the physical realm. He was presented to the angelic host as a being clothed in flesh and was worthy to control the living things of the physical realm. So
How did the
yeah, that's
how
why
did the so-called black woman get here then?
the black woman,
Yeah, how did she get here?
the black woman is of the Almighty created her with His breath to symbolize His power.
How did she get on the planet though? That's what I'm asking. Because you said the black man came first. So how did the black woman get here then?
Oh, Yahweh constructed from the ribs the black male and created this goddess. Why are you laughing, bro? I don't get it. You're very rude.
my bad. My bad. It's just
What do you not acknowledge the black woman's superiority?
nah.
Us Yahweh and all these other names that we not. Instead of saying divine feminine. Instead of saying the so-called black woman, you calling her Yahweh, you saying he probably a woman. Like, what the fuck? You're
I
not
didn't call Yahweh
articulating yourself,
yes.
brother. You're not articulating yourself to your brothers and sisters well right now.
You're saying
I think you can't. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is a creator called Yahweh, and He created the black woman, a female.
Nah, man didn't create no woman, bro.
No, He's not a man.
Bro, I'm going off of what you keep saying. You saying
Okay.
he, him.
I'm sorry for saying he then. I'm sorry, okay? Do you want a Blue Peter badge, mate? I'm sorry.
Like
I'm
I was
sorry.
saying earlier, the so-called black woman, or here on the physical, the so-called black woman, they're fragments of the universe, right? And they're actually the mothers of all organic life.
Yeah.
So man didn't come first. That's scientifically impossible.
Okay, we can disagree to agree.
What do you mean all right. I mean, I'm just telling it how it is. The so-called black woman was the first on the planet. That's just a scientific fact.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at your chromosomes, you're an XY chromosome, right?
You
got that X chromosome. Hold on. You got that X chromosome from your mother, and that Y chromosome that you possess is actually just a genetic mutation of the X chromosome. It's 2.8 less than the X chromosome. So I'm just confused on how man got here first. A woman has a womb. She can construct life. You feel what I'm saying? A man can't do that. And the fact that you're saying that Yahweh created woman from man's rib, that shit don't make no sense.
Okay, it's not shit, by the way.
That
But
shit don't
anyway,
make no sense, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
bro,
I don't want to play with
explain? Okay, can you explain the genetic modification of the Canaanite people then? Because scientists can't tend to acknowledge the fact how they were created. So can you explain that then?
Electrical fusion, electroporation.
Electrical fusion?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a cop-out, bro.
What do you mean it's a cop-out?
How? Explain to me scientifically how they were created through electrical fusion. Who created this electrical fusion? Who was the cause of this action?
Somebody who wanted to play like they're the creator on this planet.
And what was it, a human entity?
No, it wasn't us, nor was it Yahweh, nor was it Yahweh's angels. It wasn't.
Then who was it then? Who was it? You know all the truth, innit? So who was it?
I'm gonna need you to go read for yourself, because you thought that I was finna let that mysticism slide up in here, saying that the so-called
This is African
hold
thought.
on. You thought I was finna let
From
that shit slide, that you said the so-called black woman came from a man's rib, which don't even make no damn
The
sense.
so-called black woman is superior to you.
Hold on, what's your chromosome, bro? Let me know something. What's your chromosome? Go ahead, Sam. You on mute, bro.
Bro, I don't get what you're getting at.
Right, I'm gonna add, what's your chromosome?
Right, what if I agree with you? Fair enough, I agree with you. Okay, cool.
Nah, I don't want that. What's your chromosome?
I don't know. Educate me.
You don't know your chromosome? I literally just said it.
Because I know you Americans are obsessed with gender. So you told me my chromosome. Go on.
What does me being American got to do with genetics?
I'm
It don't
I'm
matter if I
gay.
was. It
That's
don't.
my chromosome.
It don't
Gay.
matter if I was in China. Your chromosome gonna stay the same as a man. So what
What's
is
your
your
language?
chromosome?
What is your What language do you talk, bro? Why are you talking? Don't you study etymology of English?
Bro,
If
I
you're
was.
so
I was.
intelligent, why
This
don't you?
language was forced upon me, bro.
Then
Like,
why
what are you
don't you
talking about?
educate yourself and talk
You're
another
speaking the
language?
same language, but you want to
You know,
sit
if
there.
you're so intelligent, why don't
Matter
you
of fact,
educate
I ain't even
yourself and talk
finna.
another
You got
language?
it. You got it. I ain't even finna play with you like that. You got it. Go ahead, horse.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, yeah, I'm here to debate. I've heard people, they were talking about different races and some being superior or something like this.
Nah,
I
nobody.
believe that we're all made in the image of God, and I don't believe in this race or whatever.
Are we all the same species?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
Well, I mean, we all have certain things we can speak to each other, right? For example, a black man can speak to a white man, vice versa, right? And animals can't seem to do that, right? Between species, even between primates.
So, because we can speak to each other using a low frequency language, that makes us the same species.
Yeah.
So, I said explain it scientifically, if you don't mind.
Well, scientifically, we are speaking these languages because we shared resources in the past. That's why we know how to communicate. That's how we translated speech, into text, so it can be sent
Is speech
throughout large.
scientifical?
Sorry?
Is speech scientifical?
Well, it's a way that we communicate. So yeah, I mean, for example, dogs bark at each other, right? They're conveying a message.
Right. So-called black people, we don't need to speak in order to actually communicate. We spoke telepathically.
So
before we fell in frequency and started using language.
And this is based on how do you explain this scientifically?
We spoke through, like I said, we spoke through telepathy.
So, for example, right now, say I'm like half
This
black, right?
language that we're speaking doesn't create any audible friction. All right, so it actually destroys the frontal lobe of our brain. So we were communicating through electromagnetic impulses, electric impulse.
Just how our cells were communicating, and just how our cells are communicating right now is how we used to communicate. We actually lost that. This is why languages disrupt the prefrontal cortex of so-called black people.
Okay, so what does electrical friction mean? Sorry, you said that earlier.
Nobody said electrical friction, so maybe you gotta explain that to yourself. I don't know where you heard that at.
I mean, some women just said they speak telepathically. So, I mean, what does telepathically even mean?
Well, you can't understand it because it's a language you would never understand, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your cells don't do that. Your cells have to ask permission
So
to
what's the
get
difference?
proteins.
What's the difference between my cells, right? So for example, I believe in Jesus Christ, right? Okay.
Because you said, hold on, shut your mouth. Because you're talking about some woman when you're addressing the universe. You see what I'm saying? That's who you're addressing. So you gotta watch your mouth. You are a eukaryotic multicellular organism that is not natural to this planet. So again, can you explain to us how you are here? Let's focus on the topic. Let's not focus on how black people are used to speak. Let's focus on how you used to speak out of them caves when you were grunting. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on how we went from haploids to diploids. That's what we want to know. How did we go from
What does
haploids to
diploid
diploids?
mean?
How did your species get here?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What does diploid mean?
He don't need to explain that to you, bro. You clearly.
I don't think he knows.
Hold
That's
on.
The fact that I have to explain to you what a diploid means that you're not.
No, I know what a
this
diploid. I know what a diploid means.
So why?
I know what a
So let's
diploid
have
means.
a conversation. Let's stop asking each other kid questions. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, a diploid is basically just two complete sets of chromosomes. I mean, if you're taking me with this, it depends on a lot of different things. So, for
Okay
example,
then. Okay then. So how
Uh,
did a prokaryotic cell with one set of chromosomes and now change into and mutate into a cell with two sets of chromosomes and with different genetics from different organisms that cannot naturally reproduce with each other? How did that happen?
well,
How do we go from
I
autotroph to
believe that
heterotrophy?
nature is created by
All
God,
right,
and I
can
believe
I
that He
use
can do that. Jesus Christ.
the call?
All
How
right, yeah, this nigga talking about religion. This nigga talking about religion. Like,
I
what
mean,
we
you
even
believe
here?
in
Hold on. Like, this nigga not even
something
talking
so
genetics
naturally.
anymore.
So you're
yeah,
talking
but
about
I
religion
can't
as well.
find a similar
Nah, we not talking about
similar.
religion. We're talking about
Yeah,
genetics,
you
bro.
just said
Like
something
I
that's
said, hold
not
on.
natural.
Hold on. We not finna over talk. That's what we not finna
Facts.
do. But I'm gonna go ahead and you read the topic. We are not all one species. Nigga, that has nothing to do with religion. And you know that. You just wanted to come up here and speak that Jesus BS, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. If you want to talk genetics, then we can talk genetics, bro. But I'm not finna we can't have a conversation with religion because that's not even proven to be true, bro.
Okay, so what do you believe? I mean, the guy previously said he doesn't believe in something that happened naturally from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, right? Or something along those lines. So how can he explain that not naturally happening
First of
without
all,
using religion?
he didn't say that. You didn't hear what he said because you
I
was
think,
too
yeah,
busy
that's what
over
he
talk.
said.
Look, you're over talking right now, bro. So how are we supposed to have a conversation when you're over talking?
Well, you stated your point of how the world you think works. I've stated my point how I think the world
We're
works.
not.
Was talking though, and you didn't let him finish. So not let him finish.
I
Point.
mean, we're not talking about how the world works, bro.
So what species? How many species are there?
And why you keep even butting in? I'm gonna get to you later, bro. Control them animals inside of you. Now go ahead, Hoist.
Hello, yeah, so I believe that we're all made in the image of Jesus Christ. This is what I believe to be my nature.
Okay, can you explain how so-called black people are genetically the same as everybody else outside of them?
Well, I believe that they are the same because we are made in the image of God, right? I mean, I know someone's mentioned Genesis 6, right? Has he read Genesis 1, like literally from the beginning?
Yep,
All
and
right.
my dad's a pastor, so we know that Genesis is explaining Parthenogenesis. Next.
Oh, so your dad's a pastor, right?
My dad is tap dancing for these niggas. That ain't got nothing to
He's
do with
what?
it, though. Anyways, Genesis is explaining Parthenogenesis.
Okay,
That's
so
still relating
which
back to the
verse?
so-called black one. All, the whole Bible is Holy Bible translates to Helios Biblios, which means sun book. Who are the people of the sun? Who are the neuromelanated race? It's explaining her genetics.
Okay, so which verse from begin? Because you know there's Old Testament and the New
Genesis
Testament, right?
is explaining Parthenogenesis. It would be the entire book.
Okay, yeah, but specifically,
No,
where is this?
the entire book of Genesis is explaining Parthenogenesis, that she can procreate on her own with
So
her
it says here, right?
Bartholin
So
gland.
The story of Mary was talking about the so-called black woman. The story of of the pineal gland of us of Jesus giving his or unaliving himself for the sin of others. That's the same thing so-called black people did for the eukaryotic organism. This is why you see so many black people are chemically imbalanced and have a calcified pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? And that's how Jesus looked, just the same as when your pineal gland is calcified. It looks just the same when you look it up. So
So
they're talking about us. They're not talking about y'all. You see what I'm saying?
hung
And they're
his
just talking
yeah,
about our anatomy.
hung his head, stretched him wide. Go look at your pineal gland when it's decalcified. I mean, when it's calcified, it's the same
okay,
thing. The
so
Bible
right
is
here, so Genesis
allegorical. It's not
27,
okay.
right?
Shut the fuck up because you're about to piss me off.
Yep.
All right, so the
Jesus is
whole
just
book is allegorical for something that actually happens amongst the organic species.
yep.
This is the reason why you think that your savior is in the sky. You don't even really know who you're praying to, and that's the reason why your counterparts are bowing to the so-called Black Madonna every single day.
Yeah,
So your
Jesus.
pope is bowing down to who?
Sorry, we don't really have a
Your
pope.
pope
I'm
is down,
Orthodox
but
Christian,
because you're in
Eastern
the
Orthodox
British,
Christian.
you're
Do you know what that is?
UK overseas, right?
You know what a hypostasis
So
is?
your pope is bowing down to who every
We
day?
don't have a pope.
Your
I'm
pope is
sorry.
down, whoever. Hell,
No, no,
your
hell no,
counterparts are
definitely not.
bowing down to who every single day?
To Jesus Christ and the triune God, Jesus
Who
Christ,
is
the
the
Holy Spirit,
so-called
and the
Black
Godhead.
Madonna?
Oh,
Who does the
so
so-called Black Madonna
you mean the Theotokos?
represent?
You mean the
Who does,
Theotokos?
who does
You know what
this?
that is?
Who is that?
Exactly. So you do realize that
No,
the
I'm
Bible is
asking
written in
you a
Greek.
question and you're over talking me.
Yeah, bro. The thing is, you're talking about Jesus, but every time they depict Jesus, they always show a halo behind him because they're talking about the sun. Jesus is just talking about the sun. You see what I'm saying? All your book is just talking about how the so-called black anatomy absorbs radiation through the top of our head down to the bottom of our feet. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about y'all. So again,
So they're talking about you.
So again, we're not gonna be here talking about religion all day when we know that shit is 2,000 years old. Let's talk about y'all who came out of caves 7,000 years ago. How did you guys get into existence, and why are you still continuing to live off the genocide of so-called black people, and you're not informing that to your other counterparts? Why are you still doing that? That's the problem, because you want to be invited to this space, but you're not talking about genetics. You want to talk about a God that didn't do shit for so-called black people. We're not connected to that God. Okay, so let's not, you see what I'm saying? Let's not play games. Let's not be, yeah, let's talk about genetics.
Do you realize that
How do you have
Christianity was
multiple
in Ethiopia
how did that
before?
monkey on your screen get into your genome with multiple different other animals? That's what we want to know. Yeah, like that's what I want to know. We don't want to hear none of that shit.
Aren't black people still in caves right now in the Congo?
Okay.
Are you connected to any of the caves on this planet? That's where we found you, but you don't share
Are they
biological
still in caves?
identification
Yes or
from.
no? Or in mud huts?
We biosynthesize radiation through everything. We're still biosynthesizing the sun down there. You're running from the sun and you're still undergoing acute body radiation while you're down there and you don't share biological identification to them. Next.
And you're talking about an effect. You're talking about an effect that that happened right now in Congo, but you're not talking about the cause, which is y'all. Y'all are the reason why my people over there are mining for the same materials that we're using to talk on today. So I don't know why you're trying to say that when your people are going back to the dark ages due to the sun. Your people are becoming sterile due to the sun. Millions of your people are unaliving due to that sun every day.
What does dark ages mean?
So
Does it mean people being
the
in
problem
caves?
is you're worried about us. You're worried about where we're living, but you're not worried about where you're gonna be living in a couple months, because
I live
the
in
sun
Europe.
is intensing up, and your scientists are saying how each summer is getting hotter and hotter, and how many millions and millions of your people are getting off of the planet and becoming sterile and not being able to reproduce, and y'all unaliving more than reproducing. This is what's happening to your genetics. So the more this is happening, the more the least that y'all gonna be so fascinated with us, because the sun is separating us. Y'all not realizing it, but it's gonna happen, and we're gonna be the least of your worries. You see what I'm saying? A lot is gonna be revealed. That's what your government is doing right now. They're getting ready to reveal your creator. They're trying to amp up, get everybody riled up, get everybody in fear, present all the false flags with these so-called wars, trade wars, tariffs, and all of this shit, just to show your eukaryotic creator. That's what's happening.
So the eukaryotic. What does the eukaryotic creator do? Let's see. Keep people in caves,
Bro,
for example.
you keep asking dumbass questions, bro. We just
Bro,
broke it down to you. Hold on.
there's people in the
Hold
Congo
on, bro.
getting
Now
killed.
you're not gonna over talk me. So we just broke it down to you, bro. You're getting removed from the planet. Everybody that shares your biological composition, they're getting removed from the planet right now. How
Can you
about
name
we
me 6
focus on
countries
that?
in
You
Africa
want to
if you
come
know
up
them?
here
Can you
and
name me
say you
6?
want to come up here and say that my people is in caves. We biologically identify with the entirety of the planet and the cosmos. Nigga, you don't biologically identify anywhere. That's the problem. That's why you're getting removed from the planet right now.
I mean, the
You
thing
want to
is,
focus on
the
my
white
brothers
people
and
have
sisters in
controlled
caves.
nature ever since we've been let out of the caves, as you said, right? You can't even name me 6 African countries. Like, you don't know them. You're talking about
African is a
strange
damn
Africa.
title. I don't care, bro.
You don't
That's a
know. You don't
title.
know.
That
You have
is
like
a
a GPA
title
of 3
created by
probably.
your people. You understand that, right?
Can you name me why your people are unaliving under a sun that feeds all life? You so fascinated on our people. Why
I'm
are your
not.
people
I pray to Jesus
unaliving at a
Christ. I don't care
massive...
about.
Shut your ass up. Why are your people unaliving at a massive rate under the sun?
Where are they
Yes,
unaliving?
you're natural. That's the question here. You're not natural to the planet, and you worried about our people. Our people are gonna be living under the sun. Our women are having baby booms. Your people are becoming sterile. That's a problem.
The U.S. abortion is right.
Is that you're talking about something like abortion, bro? That's not natural. You're naturally being sterilized by the sun. Do you realize that? The birth rate
Why are
amongst
black
your
people
people
aborting so
have,
much?
hold on,
More
bro.
black.
Shut up. Naturally, the birth rate has declined amongst your people drastically. How about you focus on that? How about you go ask your God and your Jesus about that? Why are you getting removed from our planet? How about you go ask
I'm
that
not.
nigga
I'm
that?
clearly still here. Right.
Okay? And
Boys, you're saying that we can't name six continents, 6 countries, or whatever the fuck you said. I was away from the phone, but I heard the BS. Actually, we can, and you know, we can also name the different gene mutations that you people are undergoing because of the sun, like the 1p36 gene and the SLOS phenotype that is honestly plaguing your people as we speak. So again, this conversation is about genetics. We don't give a fuck about superficial man-made up shit for a language that's actually destroying our frontal lobe.
Etymology. Magic.
So is it magic? Okay. So basically, severe Smith Lim. What's this? Limelight-Opitz syndrome, right? This is the SLOS, right? This is basically where your brain doesn't grow, okay? And black people don't have their amygdala as developed or their prefrontal cortex as any other race, okay? This is what SLOS means. That's just a lie that you've come up with. I don't know what the hell. It's like, cleft, it
The
causes cleft palates.
SLOS phenotype is
SLOS.
is amping up only within your haplogroups because y'all are unnatural to this planet.
What does a
So
haplogroup
it's
mean,
literally deteriorating your nucleus. So that's the reason why y'all's eyes appear closer like that. And y'all see these gene mutations that happen within your species. Again, 1p36, if you're natural to the planet, you don't undergo mutations because of the fucking sun.
Wait,
Why are
is
you
that why
mutating
black...
under the sun? And again, this is something that has already been happening ever since y'all started coming out of caves. We're talking about new shit. Since the UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015. How are y'all still mutating under the fucking sun if you're natural? That's all we want to know. Because
Do you
when
believe
y'all
that
put on
people mutated
sunblock, you
went
give
from
yourself
Africa?
unintentional blackface, and they're saying that the sunblock actually help or actually does not help y'all absorb vitamin D. Y'all absorb less vitamin D even with sunblock. So there's no way around this shit. It does. You can put on 6 bottles of sunblock. That shit is just making it worse for yourself.
Yep.
Not to mention under a UV camera, you look so-called black. You're putting on our shield and still getting fucked up instantaneously. Let's talk about genetics.
Yeah, radiation seeps through everything, so y'all can't run.
You can't
No
absorb.
amount of
Yeah.
nothing can shield you away. No
How come
bunker, no nothing, no transferring your consciousness to a different type of AI. Nothing is gonna work for your species. This is an extinction level event for your species, and y'all gotta know that. That's what y'all need to know. That's what you need to focus.
In Australia,
That's
no
what
one
you
has...
need to be speaking about with your family. Stop trying to worry about what my people doing on our planet. We are gonna worry about our species. You're gonna worry
Blacks
about
have
your
lower,
species.
smaller...
Lions are gonna worry about their species. Elephants are gonna worry about their species, and bees are gonna worry about their species. That's how the energy is coming to the planet. That's what's happening. Every species is gonna be separated to their own species so they can start over again and
is doing the best.
bro, stop cutting me
Species
off.
is doing...
Bro, shut the fuck up because you're expressing your
Obviously, though.
feelings. There's several different animals that want to
Look,
speak through one nucleus and you can't control yourself. You're just proving our point. So
exactly.
again, the last time that y'all were amongst each other was when y'all were in caves. And we've seen the mothers so-called harm the children. We have pictures of them. I can pull them up on the screen. Y'all are going to be forced with eating each other, cannibalism, raping each other. And not only was this behavior prominent amongst y'all, but when we look at the different animals that y'all share genetics with, this is the same type of behavior that they do in nature today. So again, we talk about genetics, and here you are actually expressing your genes by over talking us. We understand that your lower brain is bigger than your upper brain, so you're only built for survival mode, and when you hear the truth, you crash out.
Exactly.
The sun is the truth.
The same
Guess
thing
what
that the
them
sun is
genetics
doing
is
to
doing?
you. The same
Shut
thing
the
that the
fuck
sun is
up.
doing to it is the same thing that our
Shut the fuck
frequency is
up.
doing to your ass.
Right.
Deteriorating
Shut the
them
fuck up.
genetics. That's why your ass
Yeah.
crashing
Shut the
out
fuck
and
up.
becoming more erratic all over the planet. Look how the cannibalism and the unaliving is happening in your species.
Richard,
You see what I'm saying? Look up how your people are breaking our babies' bones in hospitals, bro. Look, how about that? Why aren't you getting on your
you're not
people
strong
about
enough.
that? Huh? If you're such a genuine person within yourself, why
Strong
aren't you
enough to
getting on
protect.
your people about that? That just happened literally like a month ago, bro.
Why did your people, you want to cling on to your economy and shit so bad? Why did y'all legalize graping? Why were y'all raping our children as early as 2 hours old? And when we were coming in contact
Because
with
we're
that
superior.
semen, it
That's
was
why. Like,
literally
pure and
wiping
simple.
us out. Superior, but wiping all natural things out. And you're already not conducive to the
Grab
planet.
nature
You're
by the
not even
horns.
superior amongst yourselves because you're incomplete dominant. When y'all procreate with each other, y'all also unalive and create a whole nother species. Like, what the fuck? Nigga said he
They
was
were
superior because he has toxic semen. Oh, okay.
Right, like you're
Yeah,
proud
you
of.
just
our
literally
own
just did. You just never minded the
babies were
fact that
reasonable.
your species was taking us out with your semen and raping children as early as 2 hours old. Get this
Exactly.
lame ass fucking nigga off the
Yeah, we
panel with
done
his
with your ass.
disgusting
Children
ass,
have better lives.
fucking nasty ass gene expression, nasty, fucking disgusting, yuck.
Man, like you're
Nasty ass
proud. You're
genes. Nigga
proud of
said,
that.
"Oh yeah, so because we're superior."
What?
What the fuck?
Like that's
Having toxic semen makes you superior. We're
these
gonna have to clip that.
these people are on our planet, by the way. I just
Right.
want y'all to know that.
And
Like,
these are the people that you send to psychologically and medically evaluate your children. I'm pretty sure this is your local CEO. This is your local boss. This is the niggas you report into. Yes, sir. Yeah.
this is niggas we
This is
play
the nigga
basketball
that you
with.
play basketball with. This is the niggas that you say all lives matter. These are the same niggas. The nigga that just said, fuck the fact that he has toxic semen and that he is a completely different species than us. He said that because of his semen, he is literally superior. When the animals that he's composed of just got on the planet. Yet my genetics goes back 13.6 billion years plus. And your genetics is 7,000 years old, bro.
Right. These the same niggas that's protecting and serving supposedly in your community. You feel me? So I want my people to really listen to what he said. She said that they was graping our children up to 2 to 3 hours old. And he said that's because they're superior. We got to really understand the psychological state these people are in. Why would we send our children to these people? Why would we let these people teach our children? You feel me? I want my people to really just understand what that eukaryotic cell just said. But go ahead. I
Yo, want to speak?
Yeah,
You
we
there,
can
mate?
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. How many species are there? Like, I think there's like dogs. We have different humans all over the world spawn up like dogs. Like different races have different diseases. You know, like we're 50,000 years old in Australia, where I'm from,
Are we
and
all one species?
no, like we're different to you. I think we spawn up on our part of the world, but you know, the planets, the countries have shifted over millions of years.
Could you clarify what you're saying?
Like, I don't believe in the whole we all come from Africa. I think that we come from different. We've spawned up, like we genetically spawned up as humans, as different tribes around the world, like animals. They're
Right.
unique to their.
So are we all one species though?
I don't think we are one species.
All right. Can you explain that scientifically?
Oh, I can't be figured. How did humans get spawned up? Like, do we evolve? Do we evolve from the monkeys, like they say, or were we already genetically developed this way?
Bro, I'm speaking about origin right now. So
Yeah, well,
where
I'm from
did the
Australia.
so-called
Like
human race originate from?
they say, it's Africa, but you just don't sound African. Where do you say it's coming from? Like you said, that guy was from caves. You found him in caves or something when you in Europe. So
Right.
where does he come from?
His people was found in caves that they don't
Yeah,
even
but
biologically
where did
identify
their
with.
genetics diversify from?
Different types of unnatural animals.
All right.
And that's for everybody outside of so-called black people. No matter whether you're Latino, Mexican, Russian, Italian, Japanese, Chinese, it don't matter. Everybody outside of so-called black people, all y'all got animal DNA and all y'all is getting up off the planet. Simple as that.
Animal DNA. All right. Well, I don't know. Like, have you traced your bloodline back to whereabouts in Africa? Like, how long your tribe's been around for? Like, why is African DNA different to Japanese or
It's not
Latino?
about African is a title. I'm speaking about so-called black people.
Yeah, well, I'm Black
So
Australian.
you said what?
I'm Black Australian. I'm Aboriginal. I'm native to Australia. Native to Australia is black people. We're
Are you a
Southeast
so-called
Asian.
black? Are you a so-called black person?
Yeah, I'm an Aboriginal.
I
We're
mean,
not
The
like
board
we're.
means to hate, right? And that word means to hate the original.
Have you
Right.
ever
So the
Aboriginal?
aboriginals that we see today are people who are eukaryotic classified under that name. They are not the organic beings of that planet that actually share biological identification with the so-called landmass.
No, we date back. They dated our tribal art back in caves back 50,000 years. That's a little bit better than some Europe countries. We've been on an island, one of the biggest islands in the planet,
So
for 50,000 years.
so the host is saying we're not all one species. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, I believe we are different species. I think we spawned up like dogs, like different species of dogs. Like you got British bulldogs, Rottweilers. Where did they come from? We spawned up.
So you're saying that so what you're saying is that we have a common ancestor, but we're a different species.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
If we have a common ancestor,
the
then we
only
should
way I
be
can
the same
explain it
species because
is
all
like
right,
dogs.
okay, fuck it. This is never mind. We're gonna have a conversation. You gotta wait, you know what I'm saying? For the other person to like respond.
Oh, sorry.
Right. So that way you can know what I'm asking and saying. So that way you can respond intellectually.
All right.
So what is the common ancestor that everybody outside of our species and our species share?
Don't know. Some people say it's monkeys. Some people don't.
What is the name of the common ancestor that we share?
The caveman.
It's okay to say you don't know.
I don't know the name of it, but I know there's different species. They found little humans in archaeology digs.
Right.
They
So when
found
we look at when we look at these different species, they're not even the same amongst themselves. They don't have the so-called same origin. Like we can look at the so-called Dravidian. He ultimately has the same origin, which is electrical fusion, but he's not spliced with the same animals that the so-called Caucasian shares genomics with. So
And
that's
what
why
is
I'm saying,
what
like,
is
what is the
interbreeding
common
capability?
ancestor? Because, like, I can name different, you know what I'm saying, species that predate Homo sapiens. but that's not
Why
telling
do
me a common ancestor.
why do our species interbreed when you can't interbreed horses and dogs?
So in order for it to be considered interbreeding, they have to be two different species, or else it's just mating.
Well, yeah. Well, why do we mate like between different species of humans? Why is that compatible? When
It's
if we're just
interbreeding, but it's a new concept that's only been done for the last. There was no mixing before the 12th dynasty. So 4,000 years ago, there was no mixing. This is the reason why when you go based off of history, it doesn't line up, but genetics always lines up because you can't lie with genetics. So
well, our
4,000 years ago, there wasn't any mixing. That's ancient Kemet.
yeah, our
So
bloodline goes back
there
to
wasn't any
6,000.
mixing before that. And the reason why there is now is because of introgression.